All right. Welcome back, everybody. Thank you guys so much for joining us back here at the True Crime Cafe. You're all so very much appreciated, guys. Please make sure to hit the like button when you come through the door, if you would, please, and share this out. Let everybody know what we're doing. We are back in Idaho, finishing up what we were into yesterday, going over, reviewing, breaking down, and discussing. That's what we're doing. Got some more stuff to look into to finish up with that and more. Thank you guys again so very much for joining us. Again, please make sure to hit that like button if you can, if you could, if you would, because you should, please, and share it out, guys. That being said, well, here we go. You know. All right. Come on down. Come on in, guys. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, good night, wherever you guys are at. I hope it's good for you. It's great to be here with you guys. Again, thank you so very much for joining us tonight, this afternoon, whatever it is. You are appreciated, guys. So much more to talk about and look at. Yes. Hold on here. Let me make sure this is available. Come on down. All right. All right. Okay. Come on down, everybody. 79 peeps in the house, guys. And it looks like we got 1 minute. Messed it up again. Hold on. Forgot to set up the other side of this. Sorry about that. All right, now we're good. Looks like we got what is it? 75 peeps and 52 likes, guys. Please see if we can make that match and keep it going. Who do we got in here tonight so far? Joey Agrella, welcome back. Leslie and Billy, welcome to see you. Raquel, oh well, hello and welcome back. Miss Stormy's back in the house. James Bowen, welcome back to you. Great to see you tonight. Also, Michigan Girl, welcome back. Great to see you. Donald D. Nice. What's going on? Great to see you here. Great to have you back, all of you guys. Leslie and Billy, of course. Thank you so much for being here. Scott Perkins, welcome, my friend. Good to see you. I am me. Welcome back to you, Tomboy Tom in the house. Good to see you. Rowena, welcome back to you, Miss Rowe. I am me. Welcome back. Great to see you as well. Miss Charlotte in the house. Yvonne Poole, welcome back. Great to see you. Mark and Betty, cheers and welcome, my friend. Good to see you. Simply Solo, Hello, Yens. Good to see you tonight, ma'am. Great to have you here, as well as let's see. Hold on, guys. I'm catching up. Paula Fitzhenry, welcome back, dear. Good to see you tonight as well. Miss JCJ Ann, good to see you, JC. JC Ann, Miss J. Sorry about that. Eva A22, good to see you, Eva. Thank you for being here tonight. Lisa Wilson, welcome back. Great to have you here tonight as well. There's my buddy Eddie in the house. One made not good to see you, Eddie. Welcome back, brother. Willow's Trials and True Crime Discussions. Welcome, Miss Willow. Thank you for joining us. Appreciate you very much. Justice Jane back in the house. Welcome. Great to see you today and tonight. Let's see here. The link is pinned in the chat. Alicia J is in the house for a little bit. Thank you for joining us, Lisa. Or Alicia. Lisa Vallejo, good to see you tonight. Welcome back to you. James Moen. Mr. Girl, let's see here. GM 5637, welcome back to you as well. Let me see. Show. Miss Josie's in the house. What's up, Josie? Welcome back, dear. Good to see you tonight. Smokey Jane, welcome back to you. Great to see you. Virginia Wolf, my brother, good to see you tonight. I think I got everybody so far. Anybody I may have missed, I will catch up. SRBBBBB. Good to see you, dear. Thank you for being here. Gordon Shumway, welcome back to you as well. Miss Trish Crow in the house. Wonderful to see you. Much love to you all for joining me tonight. And Miss Leslie, thank you so much for the super chat. Much love back to you, my dear, as always. So very much appreciated. Let's see. Yes. I do have coffee, Joey. I got plenty of coffee. No thanks to Miss Zelda. She has covered me for sure. Sent me a gift yesterday, and oh my god, I'm drinking. What the heck is this? Some kind of biscotti almond, vanilla almond or something. It's so good. I'm grateful. So grateful. It makes my time out here enjoyable. Miss Victorine, welcome back. Great to see you. Candy girl, good to see you. Good to see you. Again, thank you for that, Leslie and Billy. That's so very generous of you. I appreciate you so very much. I had some blueberries too, Joey. I got a bunch of different flavors. Karma Police, welcome back to you. Everybody behave tonight. You know the deal. All right, come on in, guys. Get comfortable. Give it a few more minutes for everybody else to jump in here, and we will get to rolling. All right. Make sure there's nobody I missed. Sorry, guys. I was just looking through some stuff while we're waiting. Brandy B, the OG. Fletch is in the house. Love the name. Cowboy. Welcome back. Rissa Roberts, welcome. I wonder if Mikey's going to join me tonight. Horse TB, please tell. Hey, Walt. Candy Girl. Oh, my world. It's a good song. New edition. Thank you, Miss Stormy, very much. I didn't hear tonight. I ain't about to turn my damn air on. There's no way. Too early. You just galloped in? Okay. Well, appreciate you. Make sure you tie off and you don't run into anybody. We got some. I said, I wonder if Mikey's going to join me tonight. I said, Stormy. Fettuccine. Forget about it. Notorious Pebs. Is that our Pebbles? It is. I think you got a membership, Pebbles, under the other name. So it's wonderful. The Notorious PEB. Good to see you, Pebbles. Been a minute. Hope you're doing okay. The Contessa's back in the house. Welcome back, dear. It's you. Hey, hey. Great to see you, Pebbles. Oh, I'm sure they did, Candy. It was one of the best songs ever put out in the 80s. New Edition did some great stuff back then. Come on down. 103 peeps in the house, guys. Please make sure to hit that like button. We're at 62 likes with 103 of you guys in here. Let's see if we can make a match, please. And thank you. I do have a transcript of another interview that we're going to look at as well. Mikey pulled the interview from Dave last night. I want to review that and see where that matches up with where we're at right now. I also did find on the text messages between the girls after what we saw from Kim yesterday. Thank you so much, Scott. I appreciate that much. I appreciate having you here. Welcome to all the people that are newer. It's wonderful to have you all here. Welcome back to the people that have been here for a long time that we just don't see very often. It's wonderful to see you all. He's still at work. Okay. Thank you, Stormy. Steven's in the house. Good to see you. Good to have you here. Opening day in baseball. That's awesome. I wish I could still watch my Guardians. Used to be the Indians. I'm just not into it no more. El Bariqua. Hello and welcome back. I gotta go with Can You Stand the Rain? Or If It Isn't Love. Yes, that's Caden has the choreography down to that song, If It Isn't Love. Hey Lolo, good to see you. This case is just an overwhelming regards to secret and issues. The truth, I think we will never know. I hope we do, Lolo. I hope that's not true. Alessandra Koziner, hello, good afternoon. I have not, Alessandra. I have not. Phantom Grower, welcome back. Cocoa Puffs Conspiracy. Go Red Sox. No, caca. Dodgers or the Guardians. Sorry. James Mullen, reading his DeSalle suggests to me he would have suspected the investigation was peculiar. Oh, yeah. I do have the link pinned in the chat if anybody's interested in joining me. You're welcome to. Before we even get moving. I always believe that, yes, you did, Candy. That's a fact. I always believe that Kim was telling the truth. For as far back as I can remember, I remember you saying that. It's not pinned? Oh, it was. What did I do? Let me try it again. Sorry, guys. Michelle Apple, welcome back. Tomboy said divorce. Okay. I said it replaced it. So there it's up there now. Karen Edith, welcome back to you, dear. Yes, I've been going over little by little, Willows. I can pull something if requested and go over that specifically on top of what we're already doing. It's easier sometimes that way. So much. There's so much, guys. It's such a cluster mess. It really is. There's our boy Eddie. Welcome back, buddy. Good to see you tonight.
Boy Eddie, welcome back.
How you doing, Dago? Good to see you.
I am doing, brother. Thank you for joining us tonight. I appreciate
Did you have
doing this.
any luck finding that Drunk Turkey Show interview with Dave?
No, but Mike found one. He said he pulled it last night when we were talking about the other stuff. I'm not sure which one. It may be that one. But he found one. He said he found the Dave interview and he was pulling it then. And so he was working on it as we were up here, and then we shut down last night. So that could be the one. He may have found it. Because I don't know of any other interviews other than, was it Lana? Did Lana give an interview with him too?
Yes, and I watched that one today, so that one's still there.
Okay, good. Well, we could pull that if we need to, but I do have some transcripts that were put in here. Mikey dropped some other things we're gonna go over. I gotta say that it was quite interesting to hear the 8:30 to 10 a.m. Time that she dropped, and then to turn around and look at hold on a minute here, to turn around and look at this. Who's that? Who just got Donnie's back in here? Okay, welcome, Donnie. Good to see you, buddy.
Yeah, it's me. It's me.
I see it. To turn around and see this from 8:05:43 to 10 a.m. 45, Dylan's on Instagram. So I have to wonder because we're told between Snapchat and Instagram that those were the sites that were people were getting getting information from. So I'm just kind of interested. Looks like we hit the algorithm. Thank you, Tomboy. God bless you. Guys are amazing. I appreciate you guys making that happen.
I think they were contacting and reaching out to all their friends they knew in the sororities or the frat.
Yeah. Well, the story is was what we heard from Kim yesterday, that they reached out to the sorority or fraternity, and then from there everybody else went from that point, because we did hear a long time ago that it's kind of a rule if you're in a frat or a sorority that you don't just make decisions. You contact the head of the sorority or the fraternity and see what they tell you to do. And I don't know if you guys remember hearing that, but that was something I even read it off of I think it was the what the hell is that fraternity called, Eddie? The big one there, that all the guys are in.
Oh, I'm drawing a blank right now.
The one that's right behind where the house was. Anyway, that fraternity, we were reading through the list of their rules, and that was one of the rules. You are to contact. Sorry, guys, I fixed it. You are to contact the head of the fraternity. Sigma Chi. That's it. Thank you, bud. Thank you, Pebbles. But yeah. So, welcome, Justice, for Maddie, Kaylee, Xana, and Ethan. It's wonderful to see you, and Meg.
When a life's on the line, I would break rules in anything. When your life and you're in danger like that, I don't care what rules are in play.
Well, common sense would tell you most people raise their kids to do certain things. Common sense would say you call 911, then you can call your fraternity. That's my opinion, but just saying.
Yeah, but they're kids and they don't think like adults like us, though.
Mm-hmm. Wait, how did we hit algorithm when we have 75 likes with 126 people? That's weird, unless they back down.
I just wanted to remind you, Dago, just in case we do not find the Dave interview from the Drunk Turkey Show, I did take notes. The reason why I did it because there's contrasting information between the two interviews, and that intrigued me. At that time, I didn't dare say anything about it because times were different then. Like if you say anything contrary to the popular opinion, then you would be attacked.
Yep. And that was sad that happened.
Those were the times, and just I struggled for things. It's like you couldn't say anything right, and to try to dance around, but yet try to communicate your thoughts was nearly impossible sometimes. But I took the notes, and if we don't have the interview itself, I can share them tonight if you'd like.
Yeah, that would work. We might need to refer to the notes while we're in the interview if we have it, and do that as well, just to be sure that we have everything straight. And again,
one thing I heard, Ego, that I would like to put out there real quick, is that the defense is now wanting everything they're getting from the state and everything. They want it organized, and they want the game plan of what the state's going to plan to do it. They're not going to get all that.
Well, and that's the thing, is everything that they have, we've heard and state multiple times, it was thrown at them in a mess of paper. Like, it was just a mess. It was never organized. It was a joke. And so they had to sort through all of it to try to find everything. Welcome, Allison. Good to see you.
Claim they don't have enough manpower to do it all.
Right. There's a lot of paperwork in this, a lot. And I'm just saying, you guys, that's, I got to wonder if it was done on purpose, hopefully that things would get lost within the mess, which I know that's not going to happen, but that's a little crazy to me. Like, that was really disrespectful to do that, and they deserve to know the game plan. That's the way that works. They're supposed to be letting each other know what's going on. And I'm sure she's doing it from her side of things. So, Smile, you're on camera. Hello and welcome. Can we discuss Brian being in the area 23 times within 100 meters of the home from July 9th? That's not even a true statement, Smiley, or Smile. It was 12 times based on what they said, and that's been thrown out now. So we can discuss it, but it's not a viable statement.
I think I know what she's referencing there. There was another channel that likes to just pour out the
misinfo
and so that's referring to that.
We try to stay away from the misinformation in here, you guys, and keep everything based on what the documents are stating. If we do talk about any kind of speculation or theory, we do state that we're talking about that, and it's all based on everything speculative, is alleged, all that. That's how that works in here. But everything else we talk about comes out of documents. That's where do the documents say 23 times? Where? I've never seen that.
I've never seen that either. I've seen 12 or 13.
I'm not right. I'm not saying you're wrong, Smile, but I want to see
it. And really, that's not even been confirmed.
Yeah, if it's in a document, I want to see it, and I'll eat my words. That's fine. But Grant's Pants, welcome to you. What else? And again, everybody in here, please remember, and my moderators, first off, do not disrespect the moderators. They know what they're doing. Everybody in here needs to respect each other's feelings, opinions, thoughts, and theories about everything we talk about. We want to hear what everybody has to say, whether it's agreed upon or not. There's things that people say that I don't agree with, and things that I say that other people don't agree with. That's fine. We're all adults in here. We can talk about these things and disagree and still walk away smiling at each other, guys, and shaking hands. That's how that works in this channel. The state alleges, Smile is right, but not about 100 meters. I want to see the document then, because I've never seen that one. And again, that's because of my misinformation, if it's true. So I will definitely take a look for that. It's a new one. It's a new one about FBI balance. Okay, thank you. We'll look for it. That's a fact. Miss Paula is in the house. Miss Paula, we've missed you. So wonderful to see you tonight. I hope you're doing okay. It's wonderful to have you back in here. God bless. Gordon says it's in the dog.
The Guardians are winning right now, 4-3.
I'm sorry?
The Guardians are winning right now, going to the bottom of the 7th, 4-3.
Oh, interesting. Who are they playing?
Kansas City, the Royals.
Oh, okay. Gotcha. All right, guys. We got 150 peeps in the house with 80 likes, guys. We're almost there. Let's see if we can make that happen and get this in the algorithm. Please and thank you. I appreciate you all joining us tonight. More than you know. Let me see.
While you're checking into it, Daigle, I'll just share a fun fact with everybody. I was digging through the notes last night. Came across, because we've been hearing a lot lately about horsing around.
Yes.
If everybody doesn't know what I'm talking about, Steve has said that in a recent interview to try to explain away the 8-hour delay, I believe.
Right.
News Nation on February 10th, 2023 has an article saying that exact thing. The 8-hour delay in calling 911 was because they thought they heard noises that were horsing around type of noises upstairs. Wow. Again, February 10th, 23.
Yeah, so, but by 4:30, the noises should have been gone by 4:30 with their timeline.
Yeah.
Well, I think the point I'm trying to make is the narrative, how it gets planted and when it gets planted. Just saying it. And what you do with it in your own mind, I'll let you make the connections.
Yeah, right.
Yep, more head spinning.
That's the full text message transcript there. Okay, give me one moment, guys. I'm trying to pull something up here. I think Mike might still be at work, and that's okay. Let's see here.
Thanks for letting me on the panel, Dago.
Absolutely. Your voice is just as impertinent as anybody else's is. Okay. Let's see.
I've been thinking, I think this is going to be the most watched trial case on, I just hope we get to see it on TV or on the court channel, actually on the YouTube channel where the court is, or we get to see it, at least see it.
Yeah, 100%. 100%. I agree with you, sir. Okay, hold on here.
Because he ain't even made a decision on that for trial, has he, if he's going to allow cameras or not?
I haven't heard anything about that. Okay, hold on, guys. I'm trying to pull. Okay, hold on here.
I just know it's going to be a top 3 most watched. It's going to be up there, and a lot of people are going to watch that. You're muted.
Probably the number one, I would agree. Especially for the year, but of all time, it's going to be in the runnings with the O.J. Simpson trial. I can guarantee you that for sure.
Yep, it's going to be near that level. Yep.
All right, so I still can't find it. If Mikey found it, he's not back from work yet. So what I'm going to do, guys, is the first interview we're going to go with, I'm going to pull up Truth and Transparency, the stuff that Lana did. So everybody, if we can, make sure that we show respect and love to Lana.
Yeah, she did.
As we review this, there's her link in chat right here. Excuse me. One moment, guys. I'm just trying to throw something together real fast.
And it's good to hear all sides.
Oh, 100%. I do agree. All right, so the footage that we're, like I said, that we're going to be reviewing here and breaking down to start with is welcome, Barbara. Is some interview stuff that Lana did from Truth and Transparency. Again, the link is in chat. If everybody could please pop on over, hit the like button for her on her video over there. If you're not subscribed, check it out and share it out if you would, guys, please and thank you. She does a lot and has done a lot of work on this case. Definitely interesting to look into on her side of things. She pops in here now and again.
She does a lot of hard work, and she's very detailed, and she breaks stuff down that she thinks is logic to her.
Yeah, agreed. All right, and I'm going to bounce through this when I pull it up here first and foremost and see what we got here. There's a lot of people that we've been introduced to in this case too that I don't know if they're ever going to come back into play come trial time or now or whatever. But you'll recognize some faces you haven't seen in a while, I'm sure. I know I am. One moment here. We all know who that is. Okay. That's somebody that was looked at by the communities at one point. Emma Bailey, I believe, at some point as being
involved?
A little.
They thought she was involved.
I don't know that, but they said there were some suspicious things about her. I'll say. Truth and Transparency, Willows. Her first name is Lana. The creator is, and thank you SRB for that. Here, I'll drop the link one more time here for you guys. There's the link to the channel. It's a good question. And again, what we're talking about, looking at, this is all purely speculation, folks, and what we're breaking down here because it's stuff that happened in the beginning of the case that we're coming back to review now that we have information coming out of these text messages and other things that are being dropped in documents to see what equals up, what matches, if anything. If it doesn't, it doesn't. If it does, it does. That's right. Opinions aren't facts. That's a fact. Thank you so much, Paula. All right, guys, let's see what we got going on here.
Go slow. Yeah, because it's changing.
Let's start back here a little bit more. I'll just go at the beginning of this.
I can further tell you, at some stage there was an autopsy performed. The medical examiner said that there was blood all over this place, all on the walls, on the floors. It was a very vicious attack, and the weapon that the medical examiner said was a knife.
Names of the 4 University of Idaho students killed at an off-campus home over the weekend. Moscow police say 20-year-old Ethan Chapin of Conway, Washington, 21-year-old Madison Mogan of Coeur d'Alene, 20-year-old Xana Kernodle of Avondale, Arizona, and 21-year-old Kaylee Goncalves of Rathdrum, Idaho, were found dead yesterday around noon local time in Moscow. Moscow police said the 4 found are homicide victims. The University of Idaho has canceled classes today out of respect for the students.
We understand the public's frustration about not being provided.
It was a crazy week, you guys. This first week for a lot of us, a very crazy week. This is 2, 3. Yeah, I'm gonna bounce through it, Eddie. I'm just showing the beginning of it here. It's way too long to be sitting through the whole thing.
A lot of information. We are working to the best of our ability to actually provide as much as possible. We intend to come out and solicit information from the public.
Welcome, Cap.
If they are within certain areas that we believe are of interest for this investigation.
Why you believe they are targeted killings, and do you know who, if any, of the victims were the actual targets of the killings?
We understand the public's frustration about not being provided a lot of information.
Right now, I'm just kind of giving you guys a little bit of a recap here, just a quick refresh and remember these things, and then we're going to jump into the part that I really want to see. This is there. Yeah, Aaron Snell, I was not a fan either. Just saying.
Yeah, my trial.
We are working to the best of our ability to actually provide as much as possible. We intend to come out and solicit information.
Okay, I'm going to have you put both feet together.
This is Emma Bailey. Again, like I stated before, there was some suspicious stuff that went on with her that brought her into this case for everybody that doesn't remember.
Hands at your side, and I want you to remain in this position.
Wait a minute. Hold on. You saying she passed away, Pebbles?
What?
Did she? Did Emma passed away?
I've never heard of that.
Is that what you were saying, or something else? Oh, the fake reporter. Got you. Okay. Got you. Okay. Sorry. You threw me back there for a minute. No. It's not. No. It's okay. Just wanted to make sure I was clear. There's Mama Bear.
Give me just a second here. Which leg are you going to raise up?
My right.
Okay. You may begin.
1001, 1002, 1003, 1004, 1005, 1006, 1007, 1008, 1009, 2009. Sorry. My balance off. 2008, 2010, 2011, 2012, 2013, 2014, 2015, 2016.
How long ago was your last train?
About an hour ago.
Okay.
Are you sleeping? Okay, it's important. I need you to listen. I got arrested for a DUI. So my bail is $500 cash, and you could get that out of my
Cash or card. They can bring card
and I
too.
can get bailed out.
By the way, a little update for anybody that didn't know. Yolanda Saldivar, the woman that killed Selena, went up for parole today and was denied, so she's staying. And just in case anybody was wondering. This is some of the information in regards to the house, the rental house. That exact rental house is where my stepson lived. He moved out not even 5 months ago to move to Boise. He knows all the girls pretty well, especially the two Pi-Fis. His buddy Jake was dating Maddie, and his AKL brother Steve is Kaylee's brother. Both girls worked at Mad Greek, which is a popular restaurant here. And my daughter, I can't see the rest of it. But again, these are just pieces of info about this case that may have been forgotten because it's been so long, guys. To finish that restaurant here, my daughter worked there a couple years ago, and finally that house is no more than 3 minutes walking distance from my office on campus. I mentioned all this just to reiterate how closely everyone is really connected. This violence has to stop, and they are. That is why this has been one of the reasons why this has been such a tough situation. Everybody that is involved and has ever been spoken about is involved within each other in some form or fashion, guys, which is what got everybody looking into this the way they did. Hey, Heather, good to see you. Great to have you back, Heather. And Lake Campbell is one of the kids that we saw in the Banfield video where they were stopped for public intoxication, I think it was. And again, yes, he had bushy eyebrows. Everybody was paying attention to that too. He lived at the 1122 King Roadhouse this past summer, supposedly, and I'm sure that Cindy's mistaken, right? Let's see what our guests think.
All right, again, guys, welcome to Truth and Transparency.
Again, anybody that is not familiar, this footage is provided via Lana from Truth and Transparency. If you can, please and thank you, jump over, hit the like button, subscribe to Lana at Truth and Transparency. She put a lot of hard work into a lot of what she's done. This is an interesting video. The person that we're going to be reviewing the video or the interview on is named Dave. He came forward. He's a student of the university, and he states some information that a lot of people said that's not true or that's not possible. How did that happen? So on and so forth. And these text messages that we've received from the girls make a lot of these things that have been stated early on about this interesting to hear again. So let's get this going here and get Lana a little bit more. Hold on. Let's see.
Before you...
Sorry, you guys. 1 second.
And so it is important to remember that the live chat feature is to remember that today is Mother's Day, and to remember that loved ones of the murdered students may be among the chat. And so it is important that we be mindful of others, especially those loved ones for whom this interview is also benefiting, as well as for the students themselves. The community has endured an unimaginable event, and a lot could possibly be learned. Today is about providing a safe space for a young student who, yes, is in fear by coming forward, but has mustered up the courage to speak and address incidences that they believe could possibly be cleared up, as to that the rumors can be put to rest. They want to speak truthful language, and again, to put rumors to rest. So please remember to be kind in chat, and thank you for being here. Truth and transparency, by and through myself, remind each of you watching this interview.
Was there something you wanted to discuss beforehand, Eddie, or do you want to wait until we get to this point? I'm not playing all this. I'm just playing the interview at this point. It's up to you, bud. Hey, Joanne. August, Pebbles. Okay.
That this is just that. It is an interview where truth and transparency will be asking questions, but that those questions in no way, shape, or form have anything to do with what the answers that come after those questions.
Welcome.
These are the words of a person that wants to come forward. These are not the words of truth and transparency. Truth and transparency supports this person coming forward. And so it is important to remember that the words spoken today are of that of a student at the University of Idaho who has earned my respect and who has provided me with material that I have determined to be credible. As to that, they are a University of Idaho student, and that they have personal knowledge of what they will be speaking about today. If questions are asked that dabble into opinion, then it will be so very clearly stated and repeated as to not be confused that this is an opinionated answer at that repeated. Again, thank you, TNT family, for being amazing, as you are most certainly a big part of why this person chose to bring their story and information here. It is the consistent souls of the members, the mods, the subs, who day in and day out show up with respect, professionalism, and compassion. And it is, trust me, noticed. And I can't say thank you enough. So again, we're going to go ahead and get started. So please welcome University of Idaho student, Anonymous Dave, to the channel.
Again, thank you, Lana, for providing this and putting all the hard work into this.
Dave, are you there?
Appreciated.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. All right, welcome. Thank you for being here. I want to say thank you for having the courage to come forward.
For anybody that may be taking notes, this interview was put out May 14th of 2023, folks.
You're basically breaking the silence of the students at the university. So again, thank you for having that courage.
Yeah, I appreciate that. I didn't know you were gonna say what you said at the beginning. Sorry, I'm a little choked.
There's Mikey. I sent you a link, bro. If you want to jump up here with me again, you're more than welcome to.
So it kind of got me a little bit. I really appreciate you saying what you said, and just all the time and the respect that you've given not only to the kids but the family and the case, and just trying to do the right thing.
Well,
yeah, I really appreciate that. It's been a fucking tough year for a lot of us. A lot of kids that don't want to show it, and they're just going to pretend like it never happened. And a bunch of other reasons, which are why I came on.
Just saying, in case anybody has questions, his voice has been changed because he didn't want anybody knowing who he was at the time. That's not his real name, and his voice is different, obviously, as you can hear. That's just to answer any of those questions before they pop out. Lana did a very good job at keeping him under wraps to protect him out of respect for what he was doing. So,
but yeah, I'll go ahead and let you take it.
Well, Dave, you've definitely earned, and I think that you've deserved this opportunity, but you've earned my respect. So I want to say again, thank you. So we did do a voice changer, and I do believe it is working. So just want to let everybody know that there is a voice changer, because this person will stay anonymous. And I would like everybody to respect that. So I want to start by saying that before November 13th, did you ever watch YouTube true crime channels?
No, never. It's not really my thing, honestly. I'm into business and cars and tech and, you know, guns and just normal guy stuff, you know. Drinking and partying. Yeah, I never really focused on like true crime, or I think my mom watches Dateline.
Okay. The reason I asked that is because are you like, so you never knew that this world existed where people had YouTube channels and talked about true crime or anything like that?
No, the first time I ever knew what like internet sleuths.
Mikey, before you run, did you get to pull that other interview last night you were talking about, the one with DT? Did you get that one or no? If you didn't, it's okay. This will work. It's the same. The interviews are about the same. They have the same things in them. I was just curious, Mike, if you did. Again, if not, don't worry about it, brother. Do your thing.
Like, and all that, like, I didn't know that it was like a whole like subculture kind of in that either. I didn't know it existed until really all this.
Demon says, wait, what does he honestly have to be scared of? That's a good question, isn't it? That's kind of okay. I got you, bud. I think it was taken down anyway, Mike. So I don't think I looked for it for 2 days, couldn't find it. I think Eddie may have looked for it and couldn't find it. There are some differences, but I can't find it. So I think it was taken down. That's my opinion.
A lot of people in that town were scared after the crime. There was a lot of people.
Yeah, we were told that there were a lot of people that were scared, even after they have the man that they say did this in custody. So interesting. And again, I'd like to know why.
Happened.
Yeah. Well, it's taken an experience like this for you to see that, and that's what kind of makes, I think, what I can do so well tough, though, because you never want to say like, oh, exactly, when something happens, I can go and provide help somewhere, like by researching and putting things together, because then it would be like a tragic situation. So when you truly think about it, like in that aspect, for me, it's always hard because you don't want to see situations like this, you know, where people are out on the hunt for somebody, you know, that perform brutal acts. So I was just curious about the whole, you know, YouTube aspect in the college lifestyle right now. Did people even know this existed? So
yeah, from what we had found out, it's been stated twice in here now, and people remembering this, that Sigma Chi, the fraternity, was looking for him for some reason after this happened. Why? I don't understand why, but okay. And
tell him to be quiet, or probably try to pay him off to not be silenced.
I mean, either way, you know, I mean, you should never be scared of talking about something that is a fact that happened, and that's a problem, guys, in my opinion. So thank you, Paula. We love that you love it here. Let's see. Meg says the Sigma Chi, the leaders had a live last night. I tagged you, Heather. I listened for a bit, but then turned it off. Interesting. I'll have to look into that, Meg. Thank you.
Before we'll kind of start from the beginning here, Dave. You obviously decided to go to the University of Idaho.
Nobody's timing anybody out for opinions. I told you guys, anybody that comes in here has to be respectful of everybody else, including the moderators. And that's all. There's no victim shaming or bashing in here or the families of anything. So if you say anything like that, you will be timed out for that. But other than that, everybody's opinions are welcome and open to be spoken on. So thank you.
Were there other colleges that you were considering, you know, going before, or was it just like you were always wanting to be a vandal?
Yeah. I kind of honestly just really just kind of picked this one. Nothing really specifically, I guess, outside of some personal reasons. But yeah, just kind of ended up here, I suppose.
Okay. I know this might be a tough question to answer, but do you feel like that you, like, looking back and everything that happened has happened so far, would you still make that choice to go to the University of Idaho?
Welcome, Kat.
Yeah.
If that's a tough question, you don't have to answer that.
It is. I mean, I don't, you know, I'm of course biased. I've been here for a while now, and I love it here, and this is my town, my community, my home, you know.
Mm-hmm.
And I would love for people to, you know, still keep coming here, and I think that eventually it could get back to what it is.
Mm-hmm.
And I think a lot of people want that too, but I don't know, it just.
Emma Bailey was friends with friends of the 4 that passed. and knew them and would go to the parties at the house. But she was also involved in, from what we had found out, certain dealings. Was arrested a couple times for things like that and released very freely, strangely enough. But that's that's what the connection is, Willows. I'm sorry. Just so everybody knows that too.
It doesn't really feel like it's like in the right ways, I suppose.
So before, November 13th, 2022 happened, you had experienced the University of Idaho for a couple years before that. Can you maybe want to talk about your experiences at the University of Idaho, prior to these brutal homicides?
Yeah, I mean, pretty much what you think of when you think of Greek life and frat houses is what we were. Nothing.
And mind you, again, Dave is in a fraternity as well, guys, just so you guys know, or was at that time.
Nothing really too crazy, but EU Idaho Greek life is pretty tame. Like we don't have houses getting shut down each year for hazing or stupid crap like that. With a lot of other bigger colleges, you'll see they always have issues with their Greek life. Yeah, no, we have like a small little community. Each house is like kind of like their own little clique, but we all kind of intermingle, so it's kind of cool to see people that are like outside your circle and what you're used to and stuff like that. And yeah, no, it's just a normal college experience. Really, just kind of really enjoyed it, loved it. Grew a lot, got to meet a lot of people, had a ton of fun, make a lot of really good memories.
Meet a lot of good people.
Yeah, it's everyone up here is nice too.
Thanks, Meg.
Like I've lived a couple different places, and like this is just one of the few places where just like everyone's just nice and welcoming. I mean, if you're not in Greek life, you're probably not that welcome in Greek life, but it's whenever you're in, it's a cool little community to kind of be a part of. You get a little bit of exclusivity, and you get to do fun, special stuff that no one else really does. So yeah.
Welcome, Dandy. This is an interview with a student from Idaho that was in a fraternity that came forward to speak on things that he knew, heard, saw, and experienced at the time of, before, and after the murders happened, Dandy. And we're relating to what we know now based on the text messages and other things that have come out in documents to what was talked about at that point to see what matches up and what makes some sense. Thank you for being here, Dandy, by the way. Appreciate you very much.
Yeah.
Well, it's nice to hear from like a perspective of a guy, number one, and the Greek life, because I speak about it all the time. Like, I don't know it. I was never in the Greek life, but I felt like being an athlete at an institution, we kind of had like our own sorority and fraternities with like the athletes, if that kind of makes sense.
Yeah, we had the same way here. Like the football players are basically their own frat in a sense, but like they don't. Us in Greek life, we don't like them.
That's what I was trying to explain to people, is that there's like commingling there. Because that was actually my next question: do the athletes come to any of your guys' parties?
Oh no, screw those guys! They're assholes. I've had to throw football players out of so many more parties than frat guys. You have no idea.
Yes.
They don't know how to drink because they don't drink, so they don't know how to handle themselves, and they're just dumb and
But okay, so you would say that you felt safe there, right? Was there any like violence that happened over like?
No, never. I mean, we had like a couple things that would happen from like people from out of town, like. A lot of people from like Spokane or Seattle, for some weird reason, will come out to Moscow Pullman area to come party. And there was like a kid that got like robbed at gunpoint, I think, a few years ago. But it was somebody that wasn't even from here. Anytime we ever have anything kind of crazy like that happen, it's always somebody that's not from here. So
kind of like the situation where they're saying that somebody came from, Pennsylvania.
Yeah, but it's kind of weird though, because he was also at Wazoo, and like we're like as colleges, we're pretty close over. Like it's not normal for like several cars of like kids to go back and forth to go to each other's parties and bars. Like we like enjoy doing that.
Yeah, it's like yeah, and I think that's an aspect that people maybe don't get, how close those two campuses are. Until this case, I'm not gonna lie, like as much of an athlete as I am and I follow sports, I never realized how close WSU and Moscow, Idaho was in terms of like, wow, those campuses are like, when I went to Cincinnati, like Xavier and Cincinnati are literally one exit apart from each other. And it's kind of like very similar with these two schools. It's like what, 15-minute drive?
Yeah, like literally right around 15 minutes. Usually more because you can kind of cook it on that highway.
You can book it.
Or usually less because you can cook it. Yeah, you can haul ass on the highway.
Yeah.
Most people do like 70 to 75 on that thing anyway.
Okay.
Welcome, Kate.
So So you felt like pretty safe there? Like there was no instances, nobody, you know?
No, dude. I mean, we always walk home pissed drunk from the bars at 2, 3 o'clock in the morning. The only danger was yourself. Don't fall in a creek and drown, and don't pass out on a bench and die of hypothermia. Is essentially the worst things that have ever happened here.
Okay. So, like this, I guess you could say like this reputation of, since this has happened, it's put a spotlight on Moscow and the area. Has it, since this has happened, have you looked at, are there things about it that like you didn't know before and that you know now? Or do you think that there's like rumorville versus, you know, how do you feel about when your city's being spotlighted? Are they getting it right or are they getting it wrong?
Yeah, that's what was like weird for a while. Like I know a lot of us did this. It wasn't just me, but like, you know, when we first heard and we're trying to figure out like what happened, who it was and stuff like that, like we stayed glued to our phones and, you know, sending articles back and forth to each other and stuff like that. But like after a couple weeks, we like, I mean, it all just started to be like a bunch of like nonsense and rumors and people like saying this and that about the college or about the kids, and like we just stopped like looking at it. And like I remember like seeing a bunch of just like crazy things about like all these different types, like just the craziest allegations that you'd think of. And and I don't know. I mean, like we all just, you know, especially whenever they caught Brian too, like when they caught the guy too, we were all like, oh, okay, we are fine. You know what I mean? And like just kind of tried to push back into normal, you know?
Yeah.
And yeah, I don't know. I mean, we just kind of, and then it was, you know, like the trial came out, and then, you know, we kind of talked about the trial a little bit, but never really stuck back into the details just because of all like the weird misinformation and like the repeated stories and stuff. And, you know, like Steve Gonsalves Sr. was everywhere, and, you know, it was just kind of like enough is enough. I mean, we already kind of live here. We have to, you know, we're subjected to the reporters being on campus and knocking on all the doors and everything. And I mean, heck, just driving onto campus every single day was just depressing because every single entrance was covered in flowers, and you know, it was just basically a big memorial. Every entrance was just a memorial to all 4 students, and it was just, I don't know. I mean, even I at one point just kind of wanted it to be over, wanted it to be done, you know. And then, you know, I told you, Lana, why I reached back out, you know, kind of specifically, because when, you know, a couple of things happened, it just got me kind of curious, and then that's when I started to look back into some things, and then I started seeing things that connected, and I don't know, it's just kind of weird, like this, the more stuff I found, it just all kind of connected itself, not that it meant anything, but just that it was there, you know. And I just ran across you, and I ran across Daniel. You guys are the only 2 that I've really watched or know about in this space. I don't really know of anybody more, besides like the couple he shared the video with. And then yeah, I mean, that's pretty much kind of it.
Yeah.
So nobody talks about it. Nobody, hey, did you see this? Did you see that? Like that hasn't happened in months now. No, you know, it's just kind of dead.
Yeah.
This interview was done after Brian had been arrested. For it had been a while after, but just so everybody knows before you start asking.
Okay, so we're gonna now. When I had talked to you earlier, I said, "Hey, anything that you don't ever feel comfortable, you know, answering, you just say, Lana, pass." You know what I mean? Like, I don't.
Yeah.
I just want you to feel, you know, however it is that, whatever makes you feel comfortable, not comfortable. You know yourself, and I respect. So if I have to ask a question and you're just like, "Hey, I just don't feel comfortable, answering that," just say so, and you know, we're moving on, buddy. So, so I guess we're always taught to, you know, when a police officer says something to you, it's, hey, a police is telling you this, right? It's like the truth. You know what I mean? Law enforcement, you know, for you guys that were in like the Greek life, like anything that would be told to us, like even by like our parents, you know what I mean? Like anybody that's in like that role of being, you know, authoritative, and they would never lie to us, right? So let's start. I want to start on like when you woke up on November 13th, which was, you know, a Sunday. So like on November 12th, there was a football game that day, right?
Yeah, I didn't go to that football game because we partied super hard the night before Friday. We had a huge party, so I did not feel like going out or drinking really hard or anything Saturday. A lot of us didn't.
Like if you were to go out, would you like have a normal place that you would like tailgate? Like how does that normally work, like for game days?
Yeah, so for other people, I don't know, but for frats and sororities, I think they might. But for frats specifically, we do. We have spots that we go tailgate, and so they're designated areas that like our alumni or we go out there into like the parking spots and we'll set up like tents and bring out speakers and grills and have like pretty big events and hundreds of, it's basically like a big old block party with Olive Creek Row, but like condensed down. And yeah, you just kind of like drink, play music, play some long games, have a good time.
Mm-hmm.
No one really watches the football games up here. You just go to the games.
I get that. I understand that. That's how kind of we were with Cincinnati. They are when we were there, our men's team, our football team was like, they were just starting to get decent. We could go just walk in there. There'd be like a couple hundred people. I mean, now it's obviously like sold out and whatever. But we remember back in the days, we would just be able to stroll in there and be like, yeah, whatever. We're going to go watch a blowout. Like, so times have changed for us as far as representing Cincinnati. So when you said that you guys had that bigger party on Friday night, was that King area, like the houses over there where the girls live, that 1122 King, are those houses over there, like, known for like, hey, that's, fraternity and sorority people?
The entire road is not just King, but
thank you so much. Bonnie says lots of love for our group. We love you too, Bonnie, so much. And thank you. That's so very much appreciated. Oh, wait a minute. Oh my God, Bonnie, you did not have to. I thought this had 5. Good Lord, Bonnie. Thank you so much. It's so very generous of you. My God. Told you don't have to do that stuff. We appreciate you so much, but Lord, God bless, Bonnie. We love you so very much. Amazing. Thank you so much. Jeez.
Taylor Ave right there in front of it too. Basically every single apartment, house, whatever you want to call it, anything over there, that's the campus line. So that's like the closest place you can live to campus without being on campus. And that's all life students, basically.
Okay. So it's like, so it's not just the King.
I know it is, Bonnie, and you have my heart as well, my dear. So long you've been here, and I think about you every day and pray for you every single day. I hope you know that, and God bless. We appreciate you so much, hon, so much.
And the Queen, like you're saying,
no, like half the whites, at least, are all Greek life students. The Browns behind it are all Greek life too. Yeah, it's basically just like a mini Greek community over there.
Okay. And then, what other areas, like, are there like apartment complexes around? Like, where do you?
Yeah, so you know those. That's where I was going to show you on Google Maps. Is there a way I could do that?
Yeah, we'll come back around there to do all the maps at the end. So yeah. So we'll bring that question back around so we can look at that. That'd be perfect.
Yeah, because I can show you where everything is, what the names of it are, like where certain things are too. And then because it'll kind of like help you make a path of like where people go and how they get there too.
Okay, so now for you wake up in the morning on November 13th. Can you just describe your day?
Yeah, so I woke up and I was super groggy from the night before too, because I still drank and smoked a little bit, not gonna lie. But still a Saturday, But so I don't remember like exactly when I woke up. I just remember like waking up and opening up my Snapchat, and there were dozens of Snapchat messages in all the group chats. And I just remember like it was just kind of whack. And then like I got up and I was like getting ready for work, and then like when I kind of like woken up a little bit more, I started to go through them because I did not want to have to read a lot of shit early in the morning. And then I ended up like I was just sitting there scrolling through it, and then opened up the messages, and then there it was. It was like, holy shit, did you guys hear about what happened? Like blah 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 blah. And I'm scrolling up, and there's just lines and lines and lines of text. Everyone's talking about it. Everyone's awake. I mean, and this is before 9:30 on a Sunday, and I remember that because I had to go to work, and I ended up not going because I wanted to be with my brothers, right? Kind of obvious. But yeah, and it's like I don't remember what exact time I woke up, but I remember like we were all talking about it, we all knew about it, and like my boss and my coworkers were texting me later, asking me like if everything was okay, and they had even heard about things. They heard like it was a shooting and stuff like that. So, and yeah, it was kind of weird because like at the beginning, everyone said like at the beginning, like the very, very first messages where people were talking about the stabbings, or like a stabbing had occurred, and then it changed to an OD, and it was just kind of weird. Like looking back on it, it changed to an OD so quickly, and like nobody questioned it, and like we didn't question it either because we knew there were drugs in that house, and like just genuinely thought like, okay, they got a bad batch, and that's just what happened, right? Because you see it on the news, it happens in bigger cities. Guess it just ended up, coming this far up. We live in a tiny town. We're a couple hours away from Canada. We don't really think like a lot of bad stuff like that gets up here, but. Yeah, so that's just what we took, and we just kind of accepted it.
Let me ask you really quick there with that. So I didn't mean to interrupt you. So at 9,
no, you're fine.
So you said you had to go to work, and you said you had to be to work at 9:30. So this would have happened before Like you got to work.
Yeah. No. Yeah. Yeah, no, this was definitely, and it was like I don't know, 5-10 minute drive to work, and like I had to like get ready too. So you're talking like well before 9 o'clock in the morning at least.
Mm-hmm.
And like I'm not late to like I don't like to be late to things. My parents taught me never to be late to things, so I just I'm always on time. Yeah, and so I always wake up on time. Doesn't matter if I'm hungover or not. If I know I'm going to be hungover, I'll wake up an extra half hour early to be hungover for a little bit and then get through it. It's not hard. I don't know. We learn how to work hard, play hard here. But so just basically, long story short, I know for a fact it was before 9:30, and like we were all talking about it, and like I came over and
like you said, I'm sorry again. I didn't mean. I just was emphasizing on this because when you told me this, I was like, wait a second. So they initially said like it was stabbings, and then they said, wait, no, it's what do you call it? It's OD.
Yeah, and it was super quick too. It was like within like the first couple of messages, like, and then it just immediately the rest of it was like all OD. Like I remember like a small portion of it was like stabbings all the way at the top, like the very first few messages, and then like the rest of it was all OD. Because I was like, oh, okay, well if everyone's talking about an OD, it's got to be an OD, right? So, and like I said before, it didn't surprise us. We just kind of figured, that's what happened. They pulled a short straw with the bad batch, and
like you, because you're like, oh yeah, like if they're partying over there, because like that's what they party over there.
Yeah.
So like, then they would have. Oh man, if they all were doing the same product, then that could easily be the case that they would, could have OD'd.
100%. I mean, we were talking about like, holy crap, that could have been us.
Saw that it wasn't like it was outside of the scope of believing. Like, oh my god, what do you mean? Like,
no, like we know they do drugs. Yeah, no, not at all. Like I told Dana there's 2 weeks of life. Yeah.
They said everybody was stabbed, and then it went to no, everybody OD'd.
Yeah, well, it wasn't like, because like that's the thing, right? It's King Street. It's like they rent them out by like the rooms at that place, and so like different people live there at different times. So we didn't know who exactly had what happened to them, but we just knew something had happened.
Okay.
And so it was like we heard that they got stabbed, and it's like, was it all of them? No, we heard it was a few of them, and then it was like, oh, it changed to an OD, and it was like 3 of the girls, and then it was like only the girls. We didn't even hear about we didn't even hear about Ethan. I apologize for a little bit here. We didn't even hear about Ethan until like way later in the day too. It was only the girl. I mean, but that was who we were hearing stuff from too. Was the girls. So.
Okay, and then so.
Okay, so at the beginning of the case, the very first few days, I think it was, we talked about there was a Wi-Fi outage that was due to maintenance. We found out, I believe. I want to say they said it was. Somebody please help me here and correct me if I'm wrong.
During the football game that night, there was a football game, right?
The football game was the night before, I think.
Okay, and then there was some kind of axe. There was some kind of axe throwing competition too, a contest or something.
That was after. Yeah, that was coming the day or 2 after, I believe. But there was an outing, I think a Wi-Fi outing from 12 or 12:30 midnight to 6 or 6:30, but it was on campus from what I understand. It was only on campus, like a reset. Yes, Kane, thank you. Welcome, by the way, CA Kane. It was like a Wi-Fi reset for maintenance issues and stuff like that, but it was only on campus from what we understood and found out later. We looked into that because we thought, hey, is this something that could have affected us somehow? I don't know, but and that CH, welcome. Good to see you, CH. Yeah, there was a network upgrade that had a local server downtime. Right, exactly. Bingo. So I hope that answers the question. Bri guy. Good to see you, brother. Thank you for joining us tonight, Brian. Wonderful to have you back. But yeah, that's what it was for anybody that's questioning that. Because we looked into that like right away, like how the hell and what's going on, and did this have anything to do with it? That kind of a thing. So yes. Yeah, absolutely, Willows. All right, on we go. Mojo, welcome. Good to see you. The 11th. I'm sorry. Yeah, the 11th was the axe throwing contest. I'm sorry, guys. It's been so long. I have to dig out all these notebooks to find everything. But yes, thank you, and I appreciate you guys being here to be able to add to these things to make this stuff work. And put our brains back together. Thank you, Stormy, for that.
Like, this was all going through Snapchat.
Phil, has anyone ever verified the 1122 residents had a separate Wi-Fi than what the campus had? No. That's a good
just point. On their cell phones, not in the residence. I think the only cell service they had was Wi-Fi that was on their cell phones.
Well, what I think Phil's saying is wondering if the college's Wi-Fi was the same as what the victims had in their home, or if they had two separate services, possibly. It's a good question, Phil.
They never exposed.
Bet that they used the UI Wi-Fi. I'm sure they did too. If they could, I would. That's a good point. We'll have to look into that, Phil. Thank you for bringing that up. In fact, I'm writing that in my notebook here now. I get it, Brian. It flipped me out a little bit.
Yeah, that's something we have to confirm.
We'll do. We'll do. It CH is saying that it wasn't a Wi-Fi outage; it was a server upgrade, but it shut it down for a short period of time, which is why it went down. But it wasn't. Like I said, I'm gonna have to go back and find all that info that I found, but for sure. Victorine, welcome. Good to see you. And yes, I hope this is interesting for you guys and helps put some stuff together. Maybe we'll see once we get through it and talk about it. I'm sorry, Brian. It's okay. Sorry you're agitated. My apologies.
Right. Yeah. And then so it was like, did you guys, like, people say that they were did that come from a roommate that was a surviving roommate, or was it like
we all have connections to almost all the girls in that house, so it was like a collective, like all of us heard
like something that was in, like, so when you said like a group,
fashion.
Yeah, like when you said it was like a group message or a group chat, it would be like if you have multiple people.
From my understanding, Willows, that has been debunked. It was something that was stated in the beginning, and then from my understanding, it's been debunked. Do not quote me because I can't show proof right now.
Yeah, that's never been. That was yeah. Because they say his phone was off.
Yeah. Right. Which you can still, your phone can be turned off. It's something else we figured out too. We went looking for all this stuff.
Yeah, like airplane mode.
Wi-Fi, but that was debunked. It didn't happen from my understanding. So we'll find out for sure though. Mikey says, I'm pretty sure if I remember correctly, the house had the company for Wi-Fi that also supplied the university because it was a rabbit hole. Yeah. I remember. See, Mike, we went looking for that too. So I couldn't remember. So there you go. Thanks, Mike.
People in like a messenger.
Welcome,
type thing,
Candy.
Right? Yeah. No, we have like 30, 40, 50, 60, 70 people group chat.
Are you serious? That many? Oh my God.
Yeah. Oh yeah. We have like half a dozen of them, and we like. I mean, we'll go through 20 of those every semester too. Oh yeah.
So you have mass. Okay, so like there's mass people in these group chats. It's not just like 6.
Yep, exactly. Thank you, Z's. Wonderful to see. I love your avatar. Gorgeous dog. Said that the state themselves stated that in court docs as well. Thank you, Z, so very much.
People or some people, it's like you have.
Yeah, we were talking about it in our specific like fraternity group chat, and then like the smaller ones. But we also have group chats in the other ones too. And I mean, it was like everything was just blowing up. I mean, everything was. And so I kind of, I'm seeing everything blow up, and I'm going to listen to what the boys have to say.
Agreed, Meg.
Like, all right, there's a bunch of crazy crap going on. What are the boys saying first? All right, and then figuring it out. And
so, because you're trying to weed out like the rumors, or basically, I don't even say
and it's a bunch of like, I mean, it's people going, hey, are you okay? Hey, did you go out last night? I mean, we're still a community too at the end of the day. So it's just a bunch of like, I mean, there was so much going on that morning. Like, I genuinely, I can't put it into words. I mean, it's. I mean, we're all 20-year-old kids. We don't know how to navigate that.
Yeah,
so it's chaos. It was just chaos, really.
So like these, so there had been, like you said, that since there was just so many people in that, therefore, if they were asked by like authorities to be like, as far as like communicating, so like, I just from like a creative standpoint, holy crap, I got to look through all these, like, because like their Facebook was, there's a search warrant for that and everything. So when you get all this, the returns back, you're like, oh my God, look at all these group chats, right? You see all these group chats and you're like, oh my God, there's all these names in here. But it wasn't the Facebook
temporarily
Snapchat,
can't possibly
right?
For a reset.
Yeah, we only use Snapchat. I don't think anybody uses Facebook for really anything.
What about like
anymore.
Instagram? Like, do you guys like message people like on Instagram? Like,
no, Instagram's old news too now.
So it's like, yeah. It's on Snapchat.
Yeah, no, it is. Everything's on Snap.
And that way people think like, oh yeah, then it disappears and it goes away. But that's not the case.
And we all know that too. We just like living in, I guess, our own worlds. I don't know.
Yeah.
It makes you feel safer, I guess.
Yeah, like you're just thinking that like, yeah, I just sent like a picture and then boop, it's gone. You know what I mean? That's what you think.
Yeah, exactly.
So wow, so like you get blown up with all these messages, and then did people? You don't have to answer this. I'm only asking because I'm just like, were people saying it happened over there at that house? Like, were people not like?
Yeah, no, we knew like it was at the King Street. Like it was at the 6th Man at King Street. We knew something happened at that place.
Okay, so like the people go.
We knew it was the guy's house. We knew it was something that happened with the girls. And it might, like, they could have mentioned it, like they could have mentioned Ethan too at the time, but they, like, I mean, you know, what happened to the girls, mainly it's the girls' house. We know the girls, you know, I mean, our kind of channel, I guess, is more through them.
Elizabeth Heath, I want to thank you so very much. I received your email. God bless. That is amazing. Thank you for that so much. You guys, everybody that's interacting with us here and helping and all of it, you guys have no idea how much you're appreciated. My team and myself very much appreciate everything that everybody does when they come in here to help us out 100%. It brings us all to the same point that we need. So thank you, Elizabeth. God bless. I appreciate that so very much, dear.
And it keeps us here too, Dago.
Yeah, agreed.
Okay.
No, but we didn't hear if anybody was like outside or
yeah, like that's what I'm saying. Does anybody like so it's just like people just trying to get the word out, like not necessarily like go over there and help type of thing. It was
yeah, well, and like I mean, it happens. You like, I mean, honestly, like what we all did, you just take your phone and bust into your, the room down the hall. Holy shit, did you guys just hear about this? And then you sit down and you're glued to your phones for the next 4 hours. Is essentially like what we all did. You know, I mean, there was like 10, 15 of us sitting just silently in the room, just I mean, a lot of like us upperclassmen, we knew the girls, like we've partied with them. A lot of us have had classes with them, worked on projects one-on-one, I mean,
welcome, Sleuthy. Good to see you. Thank you for joining us tonight. Appreciate you very much.
We're a small community too. You see them at the bars, you see them at another party, you say, hey, what's up, man? Hey, how you doing? Hey, how you been? Like it's what you do. It's like one of the perks of being in a small town, I guess.
And being in the Greek life, like that's the whole thing, right?
Yeah, no, like, yeah, it's being a part of that. Yeah.
And also at this point, guys, I do have this. I have both interviews now. I have this one and the other one that we were looking for earlier. No thanks to an amazing part of this community. I appreciate it so very much.
Okay. So like, when did you, when you heard that 911 wasn't called until like 11:50, 8 a.m.
Yeah, guys, Lena did go and vet this guy, verified, as well as Daniel, from my understanding, from what he said as well. So we'll see. But yes, Dave was vetted, verified, and clarified, folks.
Did anybody ever say, like, wait, what do you mean 911 wasn't called until 11:58 a.m.? Like, we all knew, like, at this time.
Welcome, LR.
Not really, because the information about the call didn't come out until, like, way later. Like I remember, like, we didn't know, like, why everyone was freaking out about it, because, like, we had already heard about, like, who had allegedly found them and who had allegedly made the phone call. And I've forgotten that. I'm pretty positive it was Bethany's who we heard back at the time, or it was at least her phone. But there was also some rumors going around about, like, that the unconscious person phone call was made about one of the roommates that found them. I don't know, like, all the validity into that. It might be something worth, like, looking into. And I'd have to go ask the one kid who I was talking to, whose girlfriend is in that sorority, and that's basically where we were getting all of the direct information from. And
Guardians 174
that story too, because
yeah.
I mean, we were all I mean, they canceled class and everything.
What'd you say, Don?
I said the Guardians won it today in 10 innings, 7-4.
Oh, well, thanks for the info, sir. I appreciate that very much.
Thing, and it's just, I mean, for a lot of us, we've never had, like, anybody die, and like the friends that you were partying with, we saw them Friday night. We were partying out with them Friday night. They stopped by our place, and it's just weird to think, like, you'll never see that person ever again.
Yeah, it becomes getting more like every minute would get, like, more real. Like, oh my gosh, like, because you're in shock. That's how I would be, at least. Like, I would be like, wait, what?
Yeah, no, I think that's honestly the best way to put it, is we were all, like, in shock. I mean, just being so close to it, like that house being our party house. Santa, hosted a lot of parties for us, and I mean, like, they were just cool people. They were fun to party with. They knew a lot of people. They did a lot for a lot of people around them.
Yeah.
They might have been into drugs or whatever, but didn't deserve what happened to them.
Yeah, no, I don't. That's insane.
Yeah.
So when you found out that so how do you feel, like, knowing that, okay, hey, if I say, hey, Dave, 11:58 a.m., this phone call goes out to the police, and I'm like, hey, Dave, you told me that you knew about this, like, at, like, 9. Let's say, like, that I would have come back like a months ago when this originally happened. Let's say that I was, like, your family member, and you're telling me about this, and I would have been like, Dave, wait, you told me that you knew about this, like, at 9:30 in the morning. Well, 911 wasn't called until, like, 11:58 8 a.m. Like, do you think that that's weird? You get what I'm saying? Like.
Yeah. Well,
like,
and that's the thing, right? Is like
2.5 hours.
We don't know, and we never really we didn't a lot of us kind of unplugged ourselves from the case and all the news and everything because just we live in it so much. You see dozens of reporters just going to class each day. You don't want to walk out of your freaking house, you know. But we just kind of stayed unplugged to where we didn't really even think about it or connect the dots. And that's why when I heard WSU's Kim's thing, when she said that, and literally when she was talking about how she yelled at her daughter like that, it literally made me think about my mom doing that to me. That's what it felt like, was she was my mom saying that same shit to me. How the hell did you know? And it just it literally just blew my mind. How did we know? How did I not think of that? Wait, what? And it just made me have so many other questions. Holy shit, she's right. And not even to mention that, how the hell did her daughter know? Her daughter goes to WSU. We have way closer. I can go through on my phone, one person or two people and be in that house, right? In that sorority. I've got girls on my phone that are in the sorority. I've got people that know other people in that sorority, upper and lower classmen. How did that girl find out? And
depending on who people are friends with and stuff like that.
Right, but even then, that quickly, you're gonna go to your inner circles first, right? That's why I was talking to the one kid, because his girlfriend was freaking out, and so he was having to be there for her without being able to go to the sorority. So he's texting her and letting her blow off all this steam and telling me what she's telling him too, amidst the other information that we're receiving. And yeah, I don't know. Honestly, I don't know. I think we just have a really good way of being young and dumb and staying distracted with school and partying and everything else, and not a lot of people question things. Maybe it's just a kid thing.
Yeah, I am ecstatic to see you back, Paul. I've missed you so much. All of us has. I hope you're doing okay. We've absolutely missed you so very much, Paula.
I don't know, but we just
I get that. So this may be just opinionate, unless you have personal knowledge, but
I don't know, TK. It's something we can look up. In fact, I'll write it down and see if we can figure it out. 1 minute. I know that most colleges do general maintenance like that on a regular, but reset. Okay, we'll see. Good question. Very good question. What's that, Donnie? Yeah, absolutely. I have no idea, Allison. I haven't seen her in a long time. I don't know. If these communications were going on at 9 a.m. by noon, hundreds or thousands must. That's my point, because every group had a subgroup in here, as you heard. It was stated more than once. Every group via Snapchat or Instagram had a subgroup of more people. So each group had, say, for instance, 5-10 people in that group of friends. Those groups had subgroups of more friends. So like Eddie said, many people knew this at a very early time, okay? And again, it takes me back to 2 people, in my opinion, and where it may have started, where I believe it started, I'll say.
For 911 not to be called for 2.5 hours, let's just say, but everybody else is messaging each other, that would mean that somebody had to message to get this thing going. It had to be from the inner circle of whoever was in that house to have possibly told everybody to get that going. You get what I'm trying to say?
100%.
Yeah.
100%. I agree. And that's where I'm asking the same questions, is what did those girls do? But what did they do? How did we all know before the cops even got freaking called? I just didn't think, connect the dot. It didn't, I don't know, man. I mean,
yeah.
It just,
no, and you said it to me, you're yeah, that's why when this stuff started happening later on, and you're that's why I wanted to say something, because this is not how did we know? Why did we know? How is this in the chat? Where did this come from?
And for me too,
Paula just said, I think when we find out what all of the communications of Dylan and Bethany, well, we have, Paula, we found out a lot. Text messages between the two during the commission of the crime, phone calls, so on and so forth. There's a lot of stuff in the documents now that have been dropped, Paula. We've learned a whole lot. I don't know if you followed up with any of it, but a whole lot since you've been gone has come out big time. That's why we're doing this interview with Dave, and we listened to some of what Kim had put out last night as well, and there's still more of that I want to listen to too. So yeah, all of that stuff had been wiped out from my understanding, as well as true CK or CA. That's right. So yeah, we'll get you caught up, Paula, if you're not.
Yeah, and for me too, and like I just like kind of thought of this as another point too. Like you just asked, I don't watch like true crime stuff. Not a lot of us really do. And so like when we all are like we're with each other constantly, right? And so like that's all we know. And so to us, everybody knows what we know. And so we assume that everybody knows that we knew before the cops were called too.
I got you. Yeah. Like you're
like because we don't.
Oh yeah, definitely polished. She says I've seen some, probably not all, but I think there's more that we haven't seen or heard to other. Oh yeah. I agree with you on that. I think stuff has been redacted from the stuff we've seen to make it make more sense. So yes, amen to that one, ma'am. I agree with you on that.
Like
they have to know.
We all obviously knew.
Yeah.
Like same thing with like who made the phone call and everything. When the reporters were freaking out about that, we were like, why is this a big deal? We don't, like, who cares? Like it doesn't, like we already know. Like it doesn't, like, you know what I mean? It's just, I guess, like the ignorance of not knowing how important
your head
it is.
Going to something that's like, this is nefarious. What's going on? You know, you're not thinking that like the reason that the 911 call that happened, it wasn't because of nefarious reasons. It just had like, but you had a great way of explaining like we're not thinking about it like that. We're thinking that you know what we know, but we're not realizing that could that doesn't make sense actually now when you say it. You get what I'm saying? Like it's just like.
Yeah, literally until like I took WSCAN, like me hearing her yell, and it was like a wake up call in my head. Holy crap, dude! Like we all knew this before the rest of the world basically did. Like how and why? And I don't know. I have no idea.
Yeah, but so like now like let's say that I was like your family member and I had you over our house for like Thanksgiving because that was like after like that holiday, and then you have Christmas, and then here's my ass. I have like a true crime channel, and I'm over here like, oh my god, Dave. You go to this school, like I'm doing a whole big thing on this case, like what's going on? And if like you would have said that to me at like Thanksgiving dinner, let's say, or at Christmas, you know, whatever holiday, you know, and I was like nagging you like that, you know, crazy cousin that's like nagging you, but I would have been like, wait, you do realize that like 911 wasn't called until this time, and then this, like you do realize it's a big deal because when you would have said, if you would have said that to me because of what I do, I would have been like, wait, what are you talking about? You knew before the cops. Or I would
even my mom would have been the same way too. Yeah, like if I like it literally sounds exactly like what my mom would say. And I maybe I just didn't tell her that whenever we talked about it. I don't remember, but
because you were watching the press conferences, unless you watch those pressers like glued to your TV, you know, and you watch those pressers as far as like this is when 911 was called, and I mean maybe there's more to that whole 911 issue. Maybe there's a different phone call that nobody knows about. But
yeah, maybe they truly do know something we don't, you know.
Yeah, you know, then maybe that's why they're not releasing it because there's multiple 911 calls. Like I said, I don't know.
Yeah, it could really be anything.
But thinking that there was only just the one 911 call that came in at like 11:50, you know, and you guys knew about it, you know, hours beforehand. Did anybody ever like start speaking about that ever? Like, did anybody bring that up, like to say, hey,
like how did we know before everyone else did?
Who told us? Yeah, who started this?
No. I mean, we cared more about like it happening, I guess, than how the information got to us, and just didn't think to even question it.
Okay. Like, it's something like, were any of like, okay, so now we get into the investigation, which is like, okay, at one point you heard the stabbings, and at one point you heard the drugs, and then you hear someone getting shot up. Was anybody like saying things like, oh my gosh, because there was a period of time, like 7 weeks, there's nobody that's arrested, right? They said this was an isolated targeted attack. During that time, I mean, were you nervous that like someone's coming for like you, or that the other people were like, oh my God, I'm nervous they're going to come for me? Or like, does that make sense? Like, when anybody talking about that, like,
yeah, a lot of people were. There were a lot of girls that like I walked home from work because I like where I worked there were other businesses that were attached to it, and like we all closed at the same time, and so I would walk girls like back to their car and stuff. And I had a talk with a girl that went to Wazoo that was freaking out about it, and I remember like it took me like quite a while just to like kind of convince her, like, you know, you live with your boyfriend, you know, he's got his baseball bat, you don't even fit the bill, like you go to a different college, you're not even in a sorority, like but I mean, like whenever, you know, we were talking about it like back in the frat house, we didn't know if we had like an actual like fucking Ted Bundy on our hands or not, you know.
Yeah,
like is this somebody that's just gonna go around and
were the cops
just
coming to you guys?
Figure out where he has an opportunity? No, we never got, cops never talked to any of us, not the three that got the MIP, not like didn't come up and knocked, didn't check our trash, didn't nothing.
You never talked one time to a police officer?
No, they never came to us.
You know anybody that, you don't have to say their name, you don't have to say their name at all.
So here we are again with this again. I remember just hearing that law enforcement never spoke to them. Even though they had information, they never spoke to them. That's interesting to me as to why. And they're not the only ones that weren't spoken to. There's a lot of people that were not approached and or spoken to about this that should have been, in my opinion. They never were. There was one of the other students that was friends with Kim's daughter had a white Elantra within the realm of years that was parked at her house for a weekend. When all those kids after this went on a like a weekend getaway or something, he left his car there. They never spoke to him. I thought anybody that has this car should have been looked into. Am I right or am I wrong? Never spoke to him. Never one time asked him anything. Never looked into his vehicle. Nothing. They never did anything, and that blows my mind.
But I'm saying, do you really know some people that were like questioned by the police?
About this, no.
So nobody ever came to him like,
yeah,
nobody ever came to him.
Nothing.
That's my point, Z's, is that anybody that received any of these messages in their phones of any sort in relation to this whatsoever should have been talked to, sat down, talked to completely. They didn't do it. They didn't do it.
Nothing about the murders. Nothing about nothing. Mm-mm.
So they said they performed 500 interviews. Who were they?
More than any of us? No idea. I mean, they could have. I mean, Sid McKay has 50, 80 guys in there. Somewhere in there, give or take, probably a couple dozen that live out of house. But
okay,
I have no idea. I genuinely don't. I mean, they were telling. Like, I remember, like, the police chief was like, we were interviewing every person and going down every lead, and I mean, whatever that means, right? But like, if they couldn't walk up a hill or talk to the three kids that were literally in the same place around the same time again, how much? I don't know. You know, I'm not a cop, but that just doesn't. You would think, especially in like a small town too. This was just I was kind of thinking about. It's a little weird. Like, everyone knows something. And people see things, so like, why would you not just go talk to everybody that you can? And especially when, like,
especially when you're
the government gives you $1 million, there's 50.
By the way, we're going to be looking into that scenario too. We're going back kind of the beginning and sorting through a lot of the stuff that we've seen throughout this whole thing. I'm going to go back to the Oregon Elantra, break that down again. Many things that we've had in this case, we're going to be going back through, you guys, and reevaluating, I guess you could say, per se, and see what we come up with on that aspect at this point. So stick around for it.
FBI agents that live on campus at the university is freaking housing. Like, I mean, they're right down the road, you know, like,
yeah, so easy just, like,
I don't know.
Like,
it's
knocking on the door. Like, they
that I don't know,
like,
Kate. It's a good question, though.
Where, like, ask you guys for like cameras, or they probably already know that nobody has cameras because the fraternities don't have cameras, or, you know, but if, like,
sororities do, you know,
sororities have cameras.
Yeah, so I mean, they're not. Yeah, they're not going out of their way to do anything extra, I guess. I don't.
So you just know, you're like, hey, I wasn't asked any questions, and nobody that I've ever talked to has been asked any questions. Or if they have, they're lying to me. That, you know what I mean? Like, they're saying they're not, basically.
No, I mean, there's no reason for anybody to lie. I mean, none of us are like in deep with.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Whatever happened. Yeah, so I mean, I mean, none of us have been talked to.
Yeah.
The three students that had the NYP, I know them too, and I asked one of the kids. I was like, hey, whatever happened to that? Did they ever like come back and talk to you? Did they come visit the house or anything? It's like, no, never. And I was like, and they like.
They never questioned the kids that were in the band field camp.
Yeah, no. Nope.
Wow. Do you think that's? I mean, okay, so like, I get it. Like, I got you probably by like 20 years or something like that. I mean, I like to look at that.
And I gotta say that then and still now blows my mind that the guys that we saw in the Banfield body cam footage that were stopped for drinking in public and so on and so forth were never talked to, never interviewed, never looked into. Are you serious? That was at 3 a.m. The original timeline. It was going on during the original timeline, right? How do you not talk to these people? Did you see something? Did you hear something? Where were you? What was going on? Blah, blah, blah. None of it. They didn't talk to any of them. It blows my mind. Welcome, Elizabeth Wagner. Wonderful to see you tonight, dear. Thank you so much for joining us. I don't get it. It makes no sense to me whatsoever. Exactly, Eddie. Exactly. I mean, I don't see, you know, if he spoke to people, unless they lied to him, but why? For what reason? You know what I mean? I just don't understand. But yeah, no, they weren't. So that's crazy to me.
That's like, I like to think that I'm young.
Thank you,
I
Miss
can be
Candy.
like,
Thank you,
your
thank
mom.
You don't seem that old.
I know, right? Because I'm just, you know, fun at, you know, heart and spirit. And, but so you just, I'm telling you right now, they told us that 500 people were interviewed. Okay, 500. Who was being interviewed? If like it wasn't like this area, like who's being interviewed?
I don't know. I mean, we don't have 500 door dashers. We don't have 500 security guards. We don't have 500 grub trucks. I have no idea. I have no idea.
Now, like, and not to get too personal, but like, when you hear, like, were your parents?
I agree,
like,
Super Go.
Oh my gosh, did you know these people? Like, what's going on? Like, why would anybody kill these people? Like, were people starting to discuss motives at any point? Like, what they were into? Like, why the cops are saying this is targeted? Who would want to kill? Like, when you hear targeted, what do you think of as a 22?
Targeted, like, I mean,
Yeah,
and that's like what I thought, like, at the beginning, is like, if it's targeted, then there was like a reason, right? This wasn't random. This wasn't just some psychopath going, you're the one that's gonna die today by my hand, right?
Yeah,
this
right,
was like
that's
somebody that planned and calculated and chose this person for a reason, and well, like, we don't know why. I mean, like, we, in one way or another, all of us know all of them, and we couldn't put a finger on any answer that felt right.
Yeah, like, so you're over here just like, when you hear targeted, you're like thinking this is an isolated, that's what they said, this is an isolated targeted attack. And that was kind of like the response that like Stephen Calvis gave, which was like, targeted, like, what do you mean? Like, targeted who? When you're saying targeted, repeat it for me so I can hear it one more time. Like, if you're, obviously you're your age, I'm my age. When someone says to you this is an isolated targeted attack, what do you think?
Like, yeah, like somebody did something to deserve it. Like, it's like a sniper in like a Marine Corps sniper in Afghanistan going after, you know, an Al-Qaeda general or something, you know. It's like, this person did something bad and they're deserving of what the action is, right? And there's like a reason or justification behind it, is like how I would think of it.
Yeah. So like, you're like, they're like, it was like a mission. It was like, could you say it would be like a hit? Like, if it was a target? I mean, I'm just trying to, like, use words,
like, and that's like, well, when you start to, and that's, you know, like, again, why I was saying, like, just a bunch of shit just doesn't make sense, because when you start thinking about it, like, a target attack sounds more closer to a hit than a random, you know, Ted Bundy type thing, I guess. I don't, because, like, how else or why else would it be targeted? It doesn't.
Yeah, like, what targeted? Like, why? Like, because that's going to be my next question. Is when people would,
and that's what, like,
go ahead, sorry.
I was just going to say, like, and that's kind of like with the university, like, our whole vibe was like, are women targeted? Are sorority women targeted? Like, who is the target? What is the target? What did they do? Right? Like, we didn't know if it was just all sorority women, if it was like, you know, I had a couple girls that I was really close to that I started walking to and from classes, back from parties. I mean, a lot of us started doing a lot of stuff like that. No girl walked anywhere without, you know, having a guy with them. And like, because we didn't know, like, is he just going to pick somebody and say that's the target because they fit a bill? What's the bill they fit? Like, we don't.
Yeah, like these people supposed to be in the middle of the night sleeping. Like, when you heard everybody was sleeping in their beds, is that what I mean? Stabbed to death? Like, do people have a bunch of
we didn't hear if they were awake or not. We just heard that, yeah, just that something happened.
What about like this whole gag? Like, somebody was gagged and bound. Like, what were they talking about with that?
Yeah, that's what I was saying, like, earlier. Like, whenever we just started hearing a bunch of crazy shit coming out, and we just kind of all started to unplug from it. That's about like that time, like within like that first month after it all happened, because we knew, we were like, okay, no one's gonna, like, no way, right? Like, that's not, no, like, that's like, you know, there's a little part of you where the bias comes in, and you're like, nobody's gonna tie and gag somebody here, right? Not in our town.
Yeah.
But then it's, you know, and that. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, like, I don't know if that's been proven or not, but that.
Oh no, they
said
that was like a rumor. They were putting that to rest.
Oh, okay.
I'm just saying, like, did you hear like more like the, you know, where I was just trying to see where that kind of came
from. There was a lot of that just started coming out. Like, there were some people that saw stuff on like 4chan or Reddit or Instagram. Like, some people posted some of the weird shit on Instagram, and like some of the, like, oh yeah, I was following this account that posted this thing that they saw on 4chan that said this. Like, and it was like, at that point we just all were like, you know what? It's not even. We don't. You know, they. Like, they say they have a lead, they have a car, then they got the guy, you know, and you just had more reasons to not pay attention to it.
Yeah.
I guess.
So like, when you guys were given the option to like go to class or go take stuff online, like, did people like really opt like out? Like,
oh yeah, no, like after university, like half the in-person kids I would say did.
Exactly.
So, like, I mean,
I definitely did.
Did you take classes like, and like again, you do not have to answer this. You could say, I don't feel comfortable because I don't want people to know who I am and stuff like that. Did you take them up on that offer to like take classes like Zoom or whatever?
Oh, so many of us did. Yeah, almost. I can't think of. I'm pretty sure every guy in my fraternity did. For all the classes that were able to be offered, I'm pretty sure we all did in some form or fashion. I mean, even if it was just one of us like taking the break from like this one class, we all did what we could to kind of take a step back, breathe a little bit. It was everyone, yeah. And then there were a large portion of students that just like left on break and didn't even come back and went like fully online. A lot withdrew, and they were. And the university was. I mean, it was pretty dope. They really did the best to like accommodate everything. Like I was kind of affected academically too last semester, and they did what they could to help me out too, to make sure I wasn't negatively affected, and they helped out a lot of other students too. And I mean, like if you wanted out, if you wanted to transfer, if you wanted, you know, whatever, a break, I mean, they were doing it left and right for anyone. It was actually really, really cool.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. And that's awesome. Like I think that, I mean, they kept saying that our student safety is paramount, and you know, we're doing whatever we can for our students. Did you feel that way?
Oh, 100%. I mean, you immediately felt you couldn't drive more than 2 or 3 minutes without seeing another cop, state trooper, you know, ISP, and even there were a lot of undercover cops driving around too. And then the university also hired a private security company too, and they have been up here every single hour of every single day since that's happened, and they have not left. They constantly do patrols. They also have a service here on campus, 24/7, or if you call the hotline, it goes to either campus security, or it goes to the private security, and they will come and either pick you up or walk with you and take you wherever you need to go to do whatever you need to do to make sure like you are safe, basically.
Okay. No, this may be a question you don't want to answer. You, like I said, pick and choose what you say yes to, and or however you want to answer it. During the time of, you know, there isn't anybody arrested, okay, and this, you know, the murders had happened. Were people still like partying and doing, you know, illegal substances?
No. The whole town was holding its breath.
Yeah.
All of us were. I mean, everyone was on, you know, freaking razor thin ice. Like, if you looked the wrong way, you were probably getting the cops called on you. I mean, everything was. Okay. It was. I mean, it really just stopped everything that like we do.
Like life, like just like stops. Now, was anybody ever telling you, or people talking about like, hey, I got the parents trying to talk to me, I got the, you know, where people, you know, because you would, if you saw like the news and stuff, like parents wanted some answers, like they were asking and begging people to come forward and, hey, do you know of anything, do you know this, do you know that? Were you like, did you ever feel like what are they talking about, what don't they know, or were you kind of confused, how come they don't know stuff, like I don't know.
It felt more like just, I mean, because to us it didn't make sense either, right? And so it kind of felt more like it didn't make sense to two parents that just lost their kid, and they just want to know just fucking why, you know? I mean, like we all did. Like, why did this happen? Why did you do this? Why did you pick them? What did they do to deserve it? You know? Like, that's really what we interpreted it as.
When you hear,
so I don't know if they actually.
Like, why did you go upstairs? But you don't have to go upstairs. Like, what do you guys think that means? Like, you didn't have to go upstairs. Did anybody that type of stuff? Because it was like a third.
No, we never. Yeah, no. That's like I was saying. I mean, we unplugged. We just, you know, especially after the semester came back too. I mean.
Yeah, we got that when we came back to somebody being already arrested.
Yeah. I don't know when he said that line specifically. I don't think I ever heard him say that. Like for me, I don't think I did.
Okay. I'll make sure I put my next intro. But yeah, he said that, you know, they didn't have to go upstairs. And I either took that as like they were already upstairs, you know, or that they were killed last.
The people 2 sets of stairs in the house too. Did he mean like the very top?
Yeah.
Because when you walk in the door, there's stairs right off to your left. So.
Yeah, he's talking about the very upstairs, like because they were trying to say that the killer came in through the slider. So like.
Yeah, that's on like the second floor. So there's still another staircase above him and one more below him.
Yeah, that's what he was saying. Is they didn't have to go upstairs, meaning like to the third floor.
Oh, to the top one? Oh.
Yeah, I mean like where they were killed. Like, why did they basically? So people either took it as like, people either took it as like the second floor people were killed first, and then like if they were the target, then why did you even go upstairs type of thing. So I was just curious if that was something that had been talked about in terms of like who the target was.
Not really, no. None of those like specific details. We didn't have an idea really.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just so out of left field, I guess.
Yeah.
I mean, you know, like you don't know that this guy's not gonna know, and he's not gonna know, and it's like. I mean, like, what's your guys' guess? And then they're like, I have no idea, dude. I mean, this is just so, you know.
Yeah. And like you said, at best, like when you're not like looking at it from an investigative standpoint versus like you're just like taking in the information. You're like, wait, what? My friends are murdered. Wait, what? They were stabbed. Is that something normal for people to carry on knives in that town, or?
I would say more guns than knives.
Yeah, that's what I would think too, right?
Yeah, it would definitely be more guns.
Now, again, you don't have to. I just want to keep reminding you just don't have to answer anything you don't want to. Now, there is all this talk about drugs, so we're gonna like get the white elephant and put it in the room here. I tell people that, hey, when I was in college, people were doing drugs. I was an athlete; it really wasn't around me to like be even like offered. You know, it just wasn't. We would get drug tested.
Right.
Like I just tell people it wasn't my cup of tea. Like I could lose my scholarship to do anything like that. I don't know.
Right.
But as far as, you know, to compare Moscow, Idaho with the drugs versus like another campus, like, did you feel people were like, oh, if you want to party, you go to Moscow, or do you feel like the drugs were like people?
I don't know about that, but I know when I was hanging out I used to hang out on Ohio State University with my friends up there, bro. You want to talk about, it was nonstop drugs and partying and drinking and slam. It was crazy. I don't know how I even survived that back then. It was nuts. I thought every university was like that, to be honest with you. And I've been told that Ohio State's one of the worst, and like nonstop the worst. It's crazy shit. So I don't even know. I don't know. I've heard stories about Idaho here, and I've heard stories about Michigan, and I've heard stories about many other universities. But all I know is what I lived through in Ohio State. I don't know how anybody survives that. I'll tell you that much. It's crazy. Even at this age, as young as you are at this age, to survive that kind of stuff is insane to me. It's just nuts. I can't imagine ever doing what I did back then now.
They're really on any campus.
Yeah,
it's just where you look. Yeah.
If you want to party,
and
you gotta
it's
find a
like,
way to party, right?
it's not like an ASU or something kind of big and crazy like that, where, you know, pretty much any party you would walk into would have it. But it's like any other smaller college. If you know where to look, you can easily find it. Heck, even you'll stumble across it a couple times on accident too.
Yeah.
Just, you know, I mean, it happens. And now you crack a door open. Oh, hey, did not realize that was happening, and there's just a mirror out, and you know. But
so was it like if you wanted to party, was it like? Did you know that Emma Bailey and D person, or do people know who those people are, or? You don't have to answer it. You can just say.
I mean, like in general, yeah. But again, it's like if you know type thing.
Like if like, had you ever seen that person walking around? Those two people, have you ever seen them? Like,
yes.
Yeah. So like are they known to the community?
If you know them, then you know them.
And I remember this now. If you notice his hesitation when he goes to answer that question about those two, I remember back then going, why'd you hesitate like that? Why are you answering like that? You know, it tells me something about them. And he doesn't really want to talk about them too much. Yeah, they definitely are, Kate, and were. At least then they were. And got arrested for it. Never went to trial. They sat in jail for a short period of time, and out the door they walked. Free and clear, no additional charges, no nothing. Explain that one to me. How? Makes no damn sense. That is shady and corruption, if you ask me. That's all I'm going to say about that part.
Okay, like you know what they're about.
Yes.
Okay.
If you don't know them,
I agree,
then they're just cool people that happen to be where you're at.
Okay. Yeah. Are there? Okay, so remember we were talking about this. I want to talk about the what is it? The slang, because I was like, dude, Dave, you gotta help me out here, man. Like, I need to up my slang terms for drugs, okay? Because I don't know them. What would be like a slang term for, like, what do people say for like coke, the cocaine? Like, what do they say?
I texted Daniel this too.
That's who they're talking about. Horse is Emma Bailey and the boyfriend of hers, I guess he was. That's exactly who they're talking about. So yeah.
Because we were texting back and forth, and he told me that you were looking at like some Venmo records.
Yeah,
and, I told him. Yeah, I was like, well, most of the time, I mean, we do. You know, it's in cash, so that way it's not like tracked, of course. But I was like, if you see like anything related to like skiing, like hitting the slopes, like a skiing emoji, you know, powder, like, you know, hitting the pow, whatever, you know, I mean, that type of stuff. That's slang for
I got you. What about like zip tie game? Like, was it like people would just like zip tie themselves and like they would like do a drinking game?
Yes, that's specific to Greek life. It's called Champagne and Shackles.
Okay, so
I can neither confirm nor deny that that event occurs at this campus. Feel free to Google that if you would like to know more about it.
It's called Champagne and Shackles?
Allegedly, yes.
Allegedly. Okay, cool. Because I'm, I just, I need to make sure that my game's tight for when I come to town. Make sure, like, winner.
Now, see, this is the stuff that he's really not supposed to be talking about, from my understanding, which could be why certain people were looking for him. And the reason why that got brought up is if we remember in one of the body cam videos, we see Hunter Johnson come out of the back patio door with Kaylee as an officer walks up, and Hunter has zip ties around his arms. And that's where that comes from. People are wanting to know, what the hell is this about? Champagne and Shackles. Yes. So he said, as you notice, he says, I can't nor confirm nor deny that that happens, allegedly, that a law, so on and so forth. So yes, again. Papa Roger says, Koberger watched Enan Harsh do the crime while he watched from the parking lot. Enan went back to his apartment after committing the crime and washed up. Latah County has the wrong narrative. Why do you say that, Papa Roger? Well, one more time. Koberger watched Enan Harsh commit the crime, while he watched from the parking lot. Enan went back to his apartment after committing the crime, washed up. Latah County has the wrong narrative. I mean, why would that happen then? If that's the case, then why didn't Brian tell law enforcement that? You know what I mean? I'm curious. I mean, I'll take what you're saying. I'm curious, though.
Lose, we always booze, right?
Amen.
Yeah, see, that's it. Yeah. Win or lose, we always booze. But see, I like to win, so like, I mean, I feel like it's a better party.
Yeah. And then Xanax too is a big one. If you like to know Xanax, yeah. So like, I'm sure you've seen like the ones that like the rappers and stuff use. They're like the flat rectangular bars with squares cut in them, like 4 of them, right? Okay. Those are called ladders or like bars.
Okay, ladders or bars. If I said like I want a ladder.
Yeah, that's basically, yeah, can I get a ladder? Can I get like a bar and a bus, right? Or like 2 ladders and a bus. So a bus is a round Xanax. It's a round one.
Oh, so I would say like I want ladders and bars. Come over for a big, like, wouldn't that put you to sleep, Xanax?
It can, but if you do what is it called? It's like
a speedball?
It's like a hippie speedball, yeah, something like that. Yeah, no, it's like a hippie speedball where you do like a bunch of downers and a bunch of uppers.
Oh my god! What does it do to you?
Oh, dude, no, it's. I try to not hang out whenever that type of shit happens.
What is it called? So you're just like, I don't know, like I feel like over there, like, dude, I'm just gonna I'm good over here. I'm just doing my shots. I'm playing flip cup. I'm playing beer pong.
Yeah, or it's like, oh, you guys have fun. I'm gonna go to this party instead, or I'm gonna head out with the boys to the bars, or I just usually end up trying to.
Okay.
I mean, like stuff is fun until it's like not, in my opinion,
So like in order to do this, so like you need somebody to like bring you your like. So like this is like in pill form.
Yeah.
Okay, so when you just hit people up that like get prescription Xanax, or do you have to like you get?
I don't know how they get it. I don't know if it's prescription or not. It wouldn't surprise me if it isn't. But yeah, basically just hit up hit up the people that and be like, hey, do you guys have any of this or this? And they're like, yeah, I got that, or no, I have this. And you're like, all right, that'll work. And then they drive over, they stop by, may or may not hang out for a little bit. Depending on how well you know them, they might, hang out, give you your stuff, dip out to go sell to someone else, and come back to go, chill out for a little bit. Okay. But yeah, we never really had to go anywhere to get anything. It always came to us.
So like, yeah, so you're just not like getting in a car and like, we're gonna go hunt this down. It's just like,
yeah, no.
Are these again? If you may not feel comfortable, like talking about this or whatever, but is like, what's the drug of choice over there? I guess you say like when you're like on campus, like are people like let's prepare ahead of time, like hey, you need to get get in contact with so-and-so because we're gonna, you know, if I want to party on like a Saturday, do I just hit that person up like an hour before I want to party, or do I talk to them like, you know, during the week? Like it's like.
I mean,
sorry, guys.
It kind of depends, I guess. Like, if you know you're going to have like a big party this weekend and you want an 8-ball, you'd probably let them know a couple days in advance. But it would not be uncommon to buy at like 8 or 9 o'clock, and then we use everything by like 11 or midnight, and then we buy again, you know?
Okay.
And then keep going until like 4 a.m. and then may or may not buy again, depending on if they're still like driving around and whatnot.
Okay, so like these people drive around though. So if they're like in your area and you like hit them up and they're like, okay, yeah, I'm in town, so like I'm over here.
I mean, they could be like sometimes it's, you know, they're sometimes they could drive over, sometimes it's right next door, sometimes it's, you know, hey, we're gonna go to the bars at, you know, 11 o'clock, you can meet us there. It just really depends. I mean, that's kind of the thing too, is like the dealers here, they're more friends than dealers, which is kind of like, it makes a lot of people not take it seriously, right? Because like when you hang out and like you're friends with your dealer, you trust their product, and like they are not their product, you know.
They're not trying to kill themselves, like they're not lacing it with fentanyl.
You would think,
right? I always feel like whoever tries to like kill their own clientele, like if you truly think about
that's what,
you know,
that's what we think. Yeah, but I mean, you know, with what other stuff has happened, that's exactly what happened, and yeah.
Or like middlemen are trying to make money, so like they're cutting the product to make more of it, so that they can make more money, type of thing.
Yeah, I mean, I've thought about, because I'm a business major too, you know, I've thought about it, like, how do you make money off of killing your freaking customers, right? It just doesn't make sense.
It doesn't make sense. That's never the plan, I feel like, right?
No, yeah, like you take like a business class, they tell you need your customers, so why would you try to kill them, right?
That's
I mean, if you're making a couple hundred, yeah, like you can get a couple $100 a week from this one guy or one girl, why would you try to give them something that could potentially, I don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah, it doesn't make sense to me. Like not even potentially kill them, or like why would you like because, and I thought about it this way too, right? Like from like the user side, like, well, bro, if you give me some shit like that's like mixed in with it that makes it go more down than more up, I'm gonna think it's garbage shit. I'm not gonna buy from you. Like I don't care if it like makes me feel like weird or different. Like if that's not what I want, I'm not gonna buy it. So like why? It doesn't make sense because everyone else. Yeah, and like you
product is what you're saying.
Yeah, and like you look at everywhere else, everyone else tries to do the one thing that they do. They try to do it the best they can, right? Like these guys, they do the opposite. They're like, what can we get away with? And I don't know. It doesn't make sense to me.
So like, do you think that is going on then on campuses over there? Like people are trying to, like, do you think that it was just accident? Like people aren't doing this on purpose, right?
Cutting it up here? No, I don't think it's being cut up here on purpose. And I'm inclined to believe it isn't. I think it's a couple hands before it gets to us.
Okay.
And I can, off camera, I can tell you how I know that too.
Okay, privately. Okay. So when we go look at this house then here at 1122 King, if is it true that people in that house have sold products?
Yes. Yeah, 100%.
And you've bought from them, or other people have, or you guys like throw down all together?
Yep, all the above.
All the above.
Hang on.
People in that house have sold products.
Yes. Yeah, 100%.
And you've bought from them, or other people have, or you guys like throw down all together?
Yep, all the above.
All the above. So like you would just like know to go there to get like product?
Well, like I said, I mean, they're your friends too. So you go over there after you get done with your homework, and you know it's Thursday afternoon, but you want to have a couple drinks, and you maybe get a little fucked up, but not too fucked up. So you're just gonna go, hang out with these girls, and maybe do a little bit, and drink a little bit, and play a couple beer games, be back by like midnight, right? Not normal.
Yeah, even if you go somewhere like in the afternoon and you start day drinking, I call it like start happy hour at like 3 or 4, and you're done by like 9.
Yeah, I mean that's essentially, and then and then on the weekends if it was going to get obliterated, go over and just get obliterated. Yeah, oh yeah, 100%. And they would stay up with you.
Mm-hmm. And they would stay up with you, and then like
not all 3, of course. I'm not talking about like those 3 specifically, but the other ones that were affiliated. Yeah, 100%. They were troopers, really hard.
Wait, who? Like, so you mean like the M. Baileys of the world?
Yeah, so you remember how I told you how there were like 2 houses over there and how it kind of connected with the other stuff that you saw?
Yeah.
Most of, I guess, our experience was at the other house, not at this house that that everything happened at.
So like a house is over there.
Yes, a different house that's near there, because everyone, like I was saying, it's a Greek life community, so people change houses, you know. Yeah, like, hey, the Pi-Pis are leaving this house, you know, they're giving it to the Delts, and they're offering it to us too. Do you guys want to try to take it? You know, and like that's literally how all that goes all the time, every semester, every year.
Okay.
Oh, I wondered. Sorry about the echo again. I just realized. I wondered. Well, there's Jean Romaine. Good to see Miss Jean and Raquel. Oh, I didn't know you didn't know this, Raquel. Yeah, this is one of two that I know of. We have the other one too. And I remember hearing about the secondary house that's very close to that house that had a lot of the same things going on in it. And I wondered if the relation between the houses and the people that lived in the other house brought about a situation, possibly, maybe. I don't know, guys. These are just thoughts, okay? And I remember having that feeling back then, and I'm still interested. Right, that's my understanding too, Z's.
You mean like?
So it's always been over there, just not that specific house, if that makes sense.
Yeah, yeah. So I guess then it would just be like it was.
Like, you always know where everyone's at, right? You know that house is the Delt house, that house is Sigma Chi, this house is, you know, Beta, this house is Pi Phi, this house is Tri-Delt, and like, you know, I mean, you always know where they are. So like, you know what people live in that house too, and so you're like, oh, that's that Pi Phi out of house where, you know, ABC girls live. Then you know, I mean, it's just kind of like, you know what I mean? You just put it together and you know, right?
Yeah.
You just, I don't know.
Well, I guess it would kind of like. Well, the 1122 King House though ends up that this year they merge, or were these girls still in?
That's weird. You know, no. That's the weird thing is that it's like that house. They mixed them all up, so it's like a mixed bag of like all the different types of girls from different. I mean, like even if they're in the same sororities, they didn't do the same things either, which is like that's what kind of like puzzled me a little bit. But
yeah, you got some thoughts
when you kind of get to the end too, yeah, and that's the other thing too is like when you kind of get like this happens too, like when like seniors and stuff start graduating, it's kind of tough to like find people to take over leases, so you don't have to pay for that room that nobody's living in.
Mm-hmm.
So you kind of make like weird compromises to live with different people just to make sure your rent gets paid, that you don't have to move back into your sorority, because like they can't. I mean, you can't even vape on the sorority's property. You can't like step on the grass, or you know, I mean, they have a bunch of stupid just rules like that, you know.
Mm-hmm.
And a lot of the girls, you know, they're kind of, you know, like judgmental or something, and it's just easier for them to escape it and get out of it and be their own person.
Mm-hmm. So, did you know all those girls to still be in the sororities, or were they kicked out or anything?
I know Maddie was still a Pi Phi. She was just an out-of-house Pi Phi, so she was still technically a member, but just wasn't like living there.
Mm-hmm.
The tough part is usually like you can tell by like how active they are, but whenever you're a senior and you're getting ready to leave, you don't really have to be as active inside of your house. They kind of give you a little bit more freedom and leeway to go do other things to get prepared.
Mm-hmm.
And so like, I mean, they could have still been a part of their sororities, but in the last semester of your senior year, it doesn't really make a difference, you know.
Yeah, you're on your way out.
Yeah, you're on your way out. You don't have the same, like, you're not preparing for the next year again, and that takes a whole semester in itself, you know, and getting, you know, all the girls ready, getting the house ready, money. I mean, it's a whole, I mean, they're businesses, basically, you know?
Yeah, yeah. Now, did you ever think 1 second, like, that any of these girls' boyfriends were involved or anything like that? Because, like, they were part of, like, the fraternity? Like, I mean, was there...
No, not really. Like
it was...
Like, we thought it was the OD, and it just made sense, you know, so we just kind of took that.
You thought it was OD'd. And then you hear like the whole stabbing part of it. Were you just like, wait, what?
Yeah, basically, yeah. And I mean, like, we had already heard about it too, and like, I know I personally, I just didn't want to believe it, right? Like, I wanted it to be an OD more than, you know, these 4 kids just got stabbed to death, right? Like, I don't know.
It would just be because, well, then you're looking at it like, oh my God, wait, what do you mean they were? Why would these 4 kids be stabbed to death? You know what I'm saying? Like, that's what I think.
Because
why aren't they coming from like, am I next?
Like, and it happens every semester, like, kids die, right? Like, car accidents or something, you know, tragic like that, right? But, and that's the thing is, like, if it was an OD, it's an accident. But if it's a stabbing, it's on purpose. And what is, like, what does that mean? You know, like, I think that's, I don't know, like, we were all just left wondering and just trying to grab onto anything.
Yeah. So when you get back from camp, or actually because it happened before you guys arrived, because it was, you know, winter break, they have an arrest. you see across the screen this Brian Kohlberger name. Okay. So you see Brian Kohlberger, you see this picture. Does everybody start like messaging each other? Like, oh my God, they're arresting somebody. Oh my God, they're about to announce this arrest.
Yeah, more so just like, hey, like, you see the cop guy? Oh, really? Yeah, like, this is the guy. Like, we sent a couple photos of him in the group chat. Like, anybody seen this guy? Or no, nothing. None of us had any idea. None of us seen him. None of us knew him. None of us knew he existed.
Wow. So like nobody's like, oh my God, did you see that was a guy that went by Timmy, or he's the guy that's been selling us these drugs, or he's been over here at the parties trying to like hit up like, you know, or oh, that was somebody's fuck buddy.
And you know what, you guys, that's another thing that kind of bugged me with this too, is that not just the people from the house, the victims, their friends, nobody knew him. Nobody. There's absolutely zero connection in the document we looked at 2 days ago between him, any of the friends, them, anything. No connection whatsoever. And granted, that may not mean anything, but it's just quite interesting to me. Nobody knew him. Nobody. Hey, K-Bass, welcome. Not one person. It's crazy to me.
You know?
No, I remember one of our upperclassmen actually, who's like pretty like into like the sorority scene and stuff. Like has a long time girlfriend, and you know, just knows a lot of the girls and stuff like that. Like he even posted it in our group chat. Like I remember it was like the photo of him in the orange shirt, like a little orange V-neck jumpsuit shirt thing that they put him in. Pretty sure that was the photo that he had screenshotted and sent it to our group chat, and was like, yeah, this is the guy. And we just, none of us, nothing.
So nobody. So you're sitting here telling me that nobody was like, oh, I know. Oh my God, that was that guy that, you know, he was at that, or he comes to these parties, he was dating someone. So like nobody can like say, I know who that guy is.
Nothing. I ended up hearing something a little bit later that I tried to look into, but I couldn't really prove, that allegedly he had like a sister or a cousin that went to U of I that lived over off of King and Queen Road. I heard that later afterwards. I never looked into it. I don't know. It's allegedly.
That tried to come out like I don't see any connection there whatsoever with any of that. His Brian Kohlberger's sister.
It was like his sister or his cousin or something like that. That was at one of the houses right next to it. Somebody mentioned that they had heard of that, but that was like weeks after. And you know, I mean, that totally could have been false. Totally could have been telephone. You know.
Yeah, we looked into that. And no, there's nothing. There's nothing. It's crazy. Nobody, nothing. CZ, welcome back. Good to see you, CZ. Remember this part that he says nobody. Yeah, exactly, Eddie. Exactly. I'm actually writing it down, buddy. And that's a big 0. No one recognized him, folks, which I think is very interesting.
You know, whatever it is. So
yeah, just like someone trying to, you know, say whatever. Because I've always thought this was interesting. You know, I've been looking into it, and you know, no one's come forward to say that they've dated the guy or that he's ever caused any problems for them. Like, you know, truthfully come on the record and be able to provide any pictures. I mean, the guy just moved there literally a couple months beforehand, and we came there for the PhD program, everything, you know, blah, blah. But if someone's stalking, you know, these four, which again, I find.
So Juniper Rob says that McDonough, Nancy, Coffendorfer, Greyhoosh, all the heavyweights can't admit that this is over their heads. So, yes. I got to agree with you, Juniper. I love that name. That's my granddaughter's name. Thank you for joining us. Stop now. Stop it, tomboy. Stop it. That's enough. So.
Find that very, you know, to be stalking 4 people just doesn't make sense. Especially like they're just. It's not these 4 were like when you look at Xana, Ethan,
right,
Kaylee, and Madison. Did they always do everything together? You know, why would those 4 be? Like, why wouldn't anybody take out the other 2 roommates? That's always been something, a struggle for me. Is would you leave any like witnesses? You know what I'm saying? Like, how would you know?
No, that doesn't. Like,
how would you know who was in whose room? How does anybody know?
We talked about that too. There's no way that he didn't know that girl saw him. Like, because if he was wearing a mask and crap, right? And like she says that she sees him, then he would have to have seen her. right? Like, I don't.
That's what I say. And I have a hard time believing that. Like, did he have the knife in his hand? You know, when you saw him like that, how did you see? Like,
are you just so tunnel visioned that you didn't see it? Like, I don't. But then she opened the door like what 2 or 3 more times after that. I can't remember.
Before she actually saw him, she said, you know.
Yeah, I mean, there's, and that's like, and you know, like I was saying, I mean, we took any information we got that made sense, and we ran with it and accepted it. And like, since a lot of this stuff is happening, I mean, you even.
I know that you knew some of the people because you said that house was just like kind of like thrown together. So like, did you guys
Right.
even know Dylan or Bethany because they were like a lot younger?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Okay. So like, did you know?
Like I didn't directly know them because they are a bit younger than me, and like I just kind of tend to stay with the older crowd, you know. But no, like a lot of like the younger guys that I know were friends with them, have them on Snapchat, you know, went over there to go party, stuff like that.
So is it weird? Is it that they didn't like that Dylan and Bethany didn't live in a sorority house versus because that was their sophomore year? Like, why didn't they live in the? Isn't it more like customary to live in like your sorority house your sophomore year?
Yeah, it's supposed to be traditionally it's 2 years, 8 semesters or 4 semesters. So, but there's a ton of different things that you can do to like you can petition to get out early. You can say, you know, hey, it's my depression and my anxiety. I need to get out. You know, I had this family event. Blah blah blah. You can do that type of stuff. Go in front of a panel or a board and they'll vote on it and things like that. So she easily could have done that, or like a lot of girls too. I know, like they'll get in it for a year and they'll be like, "F this," and then get out and just drop completely. And they still might have a technical membership left over, but it's because they dropped and didn't like finalize their membership process, or it really gets through the weeds. It's strange.
Okay. So it's normally that you live in that like it's like okay, like your freshman year you live in the dorms, right? You know, and then it's your sophomore and normally your junior.
No, so U of I is different. Freshman year you can live in your fraternity or sorority. Your freshman year. Yeah, because we are on campus. Every Greek house is on campus. So.
Okay. So you could live in like your freshman year. You don't necessarily have to live in the dorms.
No, and that's why a lot of kids go Greek too, so they don't have to live in the dorms their freshman year. They can just move straight into a frat house or a sorority.
Oh, nice. That's interesting, right?
Mm-hmm.
Welcome everybody that's coming in. If you've been here for a minute or two, I appreciate you. We appreciate you guys joining us so very much. Please, if you will, just do me one big favor and hit that like button as you come through the door. It means a whole lot to me. Also, guys, please, at the end of the show, or even now, if you want to, leave some comments. I want to see what everybody's thoughts are on this. For those that don't end up here with us, but leave some comments in the comment section. I love it. YouTube loves it. And I want to see what you guys' thoughts and feelings are on all this. So if you could do that too, I would appreciate that very much. And one big one is please share this out. Let everybody know what we're doing out here. If you're not subscribed to the channel, please do that as well. Hit the notification bell. That way you don't miss any of these shows that we have, because we're going to have quite a few more coming down the road since that trial is right around the corner, guys. Thank you all again for joining us. We appreciate you so very much. Anybody that wants to become a member, there's a link right there. And that's if you have an iPhone and you can't have it, get it done the regular way. Otherwise, you can just click right there, become part of this family, jump in the sauce with the rest of these awesome meatballs, and come in here while we spill this sauce and talk about these things, guys. You're so very much appreciated. I do appreciate it. Video? What are you talking about here, Tomboy? What about a video? And again, I want to reiterate so very much about how much we appreciate you guys joining us for this. What'd you say there, Don?
I said, I hope there's not another video out.
Oh, yeah. Gotcha.
Okay, so then I'm interested to know then if Bethany or Dylan, if they lived in the sorority house their freshman year, or if they lived in the dorms.
Yeah, I could ask him, probably find out and get that back to you. I don't know off the top of my head though.
Yes. I was just, because I was just curious.
It's not too much longer. I'm going to say probably about another maybe 20 minutes max. If that's that. Well, no, hold on. About another 15 minutes, I'd say. Yeah. And then we do have the other one if you guys want to hear that as well. Some of this stuff is unimportant, I know. If you want me to start scanning through it, I can. It's up to you guys. Or do you want to hear the whole thing? Again, it's nice to have. Has there ever
been a follow-up with them? Has there ever been a follow-up with this guy?
I think Lana, I think Lana wanted to reach out to see if there's anything new that she can get from him today, from my understanding. So hopefully, maybe if she does, we'll see. If he responds, we'll see what happens. So let me go. If you guys want me to go through this whole thing and watch the whole thing, just put a 1 in the chat. If not, put a 2, and I'll spit through this and we'll pull up some other stuff. So just let me know
why they chose not to, you know.
Other than pulling this up and matching it up with things that we know now, it's good to have this fresh in our minds again because it's been so long. You know what I'm saying? Okay, so we got the gist of Dave from this one. Now, the other interview, you guys, has different things that are a little bit more important, I should say. Yeah, Eddie. I know that Eddie's asking about that too. The stuff, and Lena did an amazing job. I'm so very, very grateful of her. I can drop this now because we got most of the important stuff out of this anyway. Okay. The one from DT is a lot different in some senses because it gives you more. There's more of an explanation about that day from Dave, and that's the one that I was more interested in myself. So, that was the whole point here. So if anybody, first off, let me do this because it's all about you guys in here. Andy Kane, welcome. I planned on this, but if you guys don't want to, we can go another direction with this. But does everybody want to hear the other interview with Dave via DT? If you do, let me know with a 1. If you don't, drop a 2, please. But I really would like to play that one because it's got some very important details in it. It does. Okay. That this one didn't really quite have.
That little doggy behind you likes spacing.
I didn't hear you, Don. You sounded kind of like muffled really bad.
I said that little doggy behind you likes spacing.
Oh, yeah. Got you. Okay, I see what you guys are saying there. So let's jump into that real quick. All right, now this next video again was put up via Daniel and Drunk Turkey Show. Give me one moment here. Set these things up real quick. And I'm going to ask, I know there's some people that aren't fond of him, but I'm going to ask that nobody's disrespectful while you're in here towards the creator. That I very much appreciate. I don't do that in here, okay? So that is something I want to ensure. I don't want to see any negative or ignorant comments directed at Daniel or the show by any means. I absolutely respect every creator, whether I agree with them. I still respect them and the things they've done. And again, I'm grateful that they did this to be able to have this footage to refer and review on what we're talking about here. So, I want to state that out front, guys. So let's just try to hold it down because a lot of people are not fond of him. I get it. I understand. And that's your right. I respect that. But here we do. We respect everybody. So that's all it is. All right. One moment here. Let me set this. Okay. Now, again, this interview was done by Daniel and Big Blue from the Drunk Turkey Show, May 15th of 2023, just so everybody knows. And like I said, guys, everybody has a right to their opinions, feelings, and thoughts. I respect it wholeheartedly. But again, we owe respect due to the fact that they created this footage for me to be able to review with you guys. And that way we can talk about this. So thank you very much. You're entitled to your opinions, absolute. And I respect it 100%. That's just how we do things in here, out of respect for the fact that we wouldn't have this footage if this wasn't created, and I do respect that and Daniel himself for that. So I'm gonna do this just in case.
Trigger warning. Trigger warning. Content may include sensitive or violent content not suitable for all viewers. Feel free to step out if needed.
Just in case somebody could be. There we go.
Bring Dave into the conversation. How you doing, Dave?
Hey man, doing all right. How you guys doing?
Doing well. Thank you for coming on.
Yeah, thanks for having me. I enjoy your restaurants every once in a while. Your daughter Wendy's doing really well.
That's big blue. So we spoke a little bit, last week. You've come out on TNT with Truth and Transparency with Elena. Great interview. I was in the live chat watching that. There was a couple of questions, from folks that they were wanting, I guess, answered, and the first one is that I guess people just don't understand is one, have you been following the Koberger case online? Has this been something that you've been following on YouTube, watching creators? Is it something that's new? And what kind of turned you on to Truth and Transparency and to also the Drunk Turkey Show? Thank you, Angel D.
Yeah, so basically, Dane, I told you, I was kind of close to some specific stuff that happened. Right. And when it did happen, I started looking into, the two individuals, and I ended up watching basically like the body cam video of, like her DUI. And then it kind of led me down like a little rabbit hole, and I was like, yeah, I don't know. I was just kind of like up late one night, and just kind of stumbled across, I think it was Lana's channel first, and then I found like your channel, and because I didn't realize that a lot of people were trying to like look into her as a part of like the 4 murders, and then I just kind of started just seeing what like you guys were talking about and like the videos you were posting, and YouTube were the first that I saw, and honestly, I just kind of felt like you guys were the ones I should come talk to,
Right.
Still, like, I'm nervous as hell right now, still,
yeah,
it's tough kind of, still doing this no matter what, but, I don't know, just something told me, and especially, like, after watching, a couple of the videos you guys put out, it just didn't seem like you guys were, like, the clout chasers or trying to call everyone liars or, exploit the situation for your own, like, personal benefit,
right.
Yeah, so that was just kind of like my path and my journey. I just kind of ended up stumbling across it, and then I saw the video where WS Kim came on, heard what she had to say, and, like I said before, it just kind of like opened my eyes, like I was telling Lana, a lot of us are with each other 99.9% of the time. We hardly ever talk to our parents, maybe a couple of text messages, phone call once a week, that type of stuff. So we think everybody knows what we know. And, just like that especially just kind of like opened my eyes to like, holy crap, I didn't realize like the whole rest of the world doesn't know that, like.
Welcome back, brother. Thank you for joining me tonight.
Hey, buddy. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Yeah, welcome back.
Hey, how are you, Donald?
You good to go, bub?
Yeah, finally.
Yeah, somebody sent it. I got it sent to me, so we're good to go, bud. And then we have the full transcript of the text messages we can refer to when need to. So
sweet.
Good to see you, sir. Hope you didn't work too hard today.
No, it wasn't bad. One of my secretaries had to go home early, so I had to go print checks.
Ah, gotta love that shit.
Yeah.
All right, man. You want me to back up at all, or are you good at this point?
Oh, you're good. I've been listening the whole time.
Okay. I figured as much. All right, here we go.
so many of us knew and how we knew and like what happened, how the information got relayed, you know, like so casually through like Snapchat. You know, just different stuff like that. Just starts making you wonder, starts making you ask questions, and then yeah, just kind of like started looking, started watching, and then I reached out.
Got you. Thank you so much for reaching out. And then, yeah, of course,
thank you, man.
You know, our deal here is when it comes to, you know, somebody that does want to come forward, who is a little bit nervous or uncomfortable with their identity, things of that nature. We're not going to force anything or force any questions. When something comes across that you're uncomfortable answering, for whatever reason, and you don't have to give us one. The folks in the live chat don't deserve one. It's, you can keep that completely up to yourself and just say, hey, I'm not comfortable, or I don't know that question. And so you mentioned that early that morning, of course, you mentioned early that morning that you had, you know, morning of November 13th. This is the after the incident had occurred. The incident occurred in the evening or in the night between November 12th going into November 13th, you know, around 4:30 in the morning. You mentioned that around 9:30, you had seen some chats going through referencing what had possibly occurred. Were all of those chats on Snapchat?
Yeah, all of the ones that I can remember were Snapchat. I might have had like one or two super close friends like directly text me. You know, and then like my mom, when she reached out, she ended up texting me to like my phone number. But we were all, because that's where all of our group chats are, and so it's just easier to talk to everybody all at once, and so yeah, it was just all through Snapchat.
And without giving names, like some of the information was coming from a certain group. Is that correct?
Yeah, basically, yeah.
And so, and we can speculate that it was majority of the information came from the sorority, or it's at least was tied to the sorority, the Beta Pi Phi. Is that correct?
Pi Beta Phi, yeah.
Oh, sorry about that. I got dyslexia. Things get backwards
no, it's all
sometimes
good.
on me. And so,
they drill it into us. So
yeah, I can imagine. I've seen a few of them, and I was like, man, some of those are the same, and so, are very close, and some of it is just different backwards.
Every time they say the name, I don't think it's Pi.
Yep.
Right. And so, your initial thought when you saw those messages, did you, or was anybody aware that the police were not informed at that time? Or was y'all's assumption that the police were already informed?
It wasn't really anything that we like immediately thought of, because yeah, you just kind of make the assumption that if something like that happened and you heard about it, then there's cops there, or it's being taken care of, or if you know about it, then other people must know about it too, right? So, yeah, no, it didn't really, like if we heard about that, we're not like wondering if the cops are called, I guess. I don't know how to describe it. It just didn't, you know, like I was telling a lot, we were just so enveloped like that it happened, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I would assume most of us, we get a message, be like, okay, something bad happened, somebody else is taking care of it. That's always my.
Well, you'd also assume that if information is getting out to multiple people, that information has also gone out to the police. You know what I mean? I agree with that. I would.
That would be an assumption you would assume. Doesn't necessarily mean it's true.
I would assume that would have been the case as well.
Or like their parents or something. I mean, I would assume kids would also.
Hey guys, do me a favor. Let's not be rude, especially not to any of my moderators. Some people haven't been around here for a long time, okay, and may not know everything. Let's give them the opportunity to do that. Please, let's try not to be rude about that, because I will not put up with that. I'm just saying. I love everybody in here with everything in me, but I'm not going to put up with anybody being rude or nasty to anybody, and I promise you it will eliminate that person quickly. That's all I'm saying.
So tell their parents, oh my God, Mom, like this just happened. You know, I I don't know.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
And so, were the names of the people whose lives were taken in those chat, or was it just something that was like it was known that something horrible had happened?
They're fine.
There were a couple that were thrown around, but it was like we didn't know for sure, you know. But we knew it was at that house where those girls lived. We just at the time didn't know like what girls or how.
You want me to get rid of you, Mark and Betty? I didn't say you did anything, but is that what you wanted? I don't understand that, but okay. If you don't want to be here, you don't have to be. That's up to you, sir. I've never had issues with you being here, but if you don't want to be, I understand. It's okay.
How many, like that type of stuff.
Got you. So there was just the rumor was, and initially the rumor was by the situation happened by a knife, right? And then it changed a couple times. Is that correct?
Yeah. It was stabbing at the very beginning because I remember like scrolling all the way back up to the top whenever I opened up the group chat, and it shows you like the most recent stuff, and you're just like, oh, okay, there's something serious going on. So scroll all the way back up, and then it went from stabbing, scroll like a little bit, and then it went straight to OD, and then everyone's talking about the OD.
Right. And then I know you mentioned
and
that
then it didn't really.
Mm-hmm. Go ahead. I'm sorry about that.
Oh, I was just going to say, and then it didn't go back to stabbing until the information came out later from the university and the police department.
Now, when rumors or when the police came out that this was a targeted event, and they came out that they weren't sure if one of the persons or the people were targeted, or if it was the house itself that was targeted. Did anybody come up with a theory as to what that meant or knew what that meant?
No, we couldn't figure out really any good reason that kind of like made sense of what happened or why it happened. Like I was saying to Lana, it's like we thought it was like a Ted Bundy type thing. Like, we just thought our small random town was just this weird, host of this horrible event, and we didn't know if it was going to keep going or if they, got the one guy or all the guys or the right guy or, because they didn't tell us a lot for a lot of things, for a while, and
now I was
when all the BS and crap came out, we just unplugged, so.
Right. Real quick, thank you, Doc Terry, with your $49.99 super chat. Says hello, Daniel. Congratulations on the new baby. Hi, Big Blue. Dave, thank you for your courage. Sending love and prayers. Stay strong. I went back and I was looking through one of the Facebook groups that's out there referencing this case, and they were talking about stuff that was coming out early on in this case. And one of the things that came out was that that somebody had seen the person inside the house that committed this crime. Did you ever hear that rumor that somebody in the house, one of the surviving witnesses, saw the killer in the house at some point?
No, not from anybody that like we were talking to immediately about it. We heard that later when it came out, like the news and stuff.
Got you. All right, cool. That's good to know. That's one thing that I had wanted to know. And you've sent me pictures.
I did see that, Mr. Girl. I thought that was quite interesting. 6 months ago, DT interviewed one of Brian Koberger's criminology students at Wazoo, and she was really shocked that he committed such a crime because, and I've said this already before more than once, because he did everything they're taught not to do from day one. Thank you for putting that up there, Mr. Girl. I remember that.
Pictures of where your fraternity room house is compared to relative to this home, the 1122 Keene Road residence, and it's fairly close. And one thing that kind of surprised me a lot was the fact that you had mentioned to me in the interview that police never interviewed you, yourself, or any of the fraternity brothers that you have from that house. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct. They didn't talk to us, didn't even search our trash. Because we have dumpsters, like commercial-sized dumpsters on our property. Each fraternity and sorority does, and they're easy. Like, you can just walk up to it and put things in it super easily. They didn't even come up and check those.
Dang, that's insane. And you said that you'd seen, law.
Now, we've heard this again and again and again and again. They haven't asked or questioned so many of these people. They didn't look into many things. Again, like I said, one of the kids that was friends with one of Kim's children owned a white Elantra that sat in her driveway for the weekend, not too long after this happened. They were never questioned, looked at, or anything. I would think that anybody that owned that car would have been deeply looked into, right or wrong. They weren't. And they said they had 400 plus witnesses that they interviewed. Well, okay. We know for a fact that there's multiple people that Dave had stated that he knew weren't interviewed because he talked to them. Many, many others that hadn't been interviewed. People that had cars that matched up with this that weren't interviewed. Who the hell did they get? Who did they interview? In my opinion, I'm curious. It's
Everybody
ridiculous.
They probably interviewed people that were just getting connected, probably.
I mean, I guess, but damn, you should have been talking to everybody. Everybody
at that university should have been that had ties to that or had ties to them should have been interviewed.
To some extent, yes, I agree, Donnie. Randy Fur, my brother, good to see you tonight. Great to have you here, brother. Hope you're doing well, Randy. Great to see you. All right, guys. Paula, don't you worry about anything, dear. You're absolutely fine.
Enforcement presence throughout town. And had even mentioned maybe perhaps, I know that I've gotten this in my comment section a bit, that law enforcement may have been staying on campus. Is that correct?
Yeah, they were housed in Targhee Hall. Like, specifically, that's the building that they were in. There's like a couple parallel parking spots that are right in front of that building on the street. And there would always be like ISP cars and blacked out Chargers and like SUVs and stuff there.
Did it look like they were investigating somebody in the University of Idaho or the school itself?
You never really saw anybody come in or out. The only time I ever saw them was like if I stayed up until like 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning, and then you'd see them kind of leave, maybe get in their cars and like drive somewhere else or go to the house and do stuff there. They were like super secretive about like everything that they did. We just knew they were there because they have all their cars parked out front, and that's one of like the unused like student housing buildings on campus, so they just threw them in there.
Gotcha. And that makes sense. Out here in Texas, we have a border situation, and we have a lot of law enforcement coming across all over the state of Texas, and they're staying in random places, whether hotels. If those are full, then they'll stay in college dorms and things of that nature. And so it's not uncommon for law enforcement to utilize housing when they have it available. Billy, do you have a question?
I was saying they even built like a little mini base out there in Del Rio.
Yeah.
RV trailers and gated entrance and everything.
So one question that comes up quite a bit was the FBI there before the incident, or was that something that you had noticed after the incident as far as law enforcement?
No, they all showed up after.
Okay, good to know.
Go ahead. Before all this happened, was the police force big there, or was it like a small force like you would see?
No, we've always had a small cop force of 1 to 2 dozen, maybe, cops total. And like any given moment, there's maybe half a dozen or a dozen working.
Yeah. Okay.
And so, in our conversation, another thing that kind of stuck out to me, so to speak, was that you knew or one or all of those boys that got pulled over for the MIP, and that they had gone back the next morning to locate an item in the grassy area between 9 and 9:30. Can you describe to us who they saw out there, and when did you first hear that information?
I first heard that back in the fall. I don't remember when it was towards, it was like near the end of the semester. I can't remember if we were in school or out of school or not. But yeah, I remember hearing that a little while ago, and yeah, they basically said two of them went back and went to go walk down the hill to go look for the object that they dropped in the grass, and yeah, they basically just like looked up and across the street. That's when they saw the guy dressed in all black. Had his he described like he had his like arms in his hoodie and had his like shoulders like high up and hunched like while he was walking. Like kind of like just really like hunched over. He wasn't like squatted down and hunched, like crouched or anything weird. He was just like walking, but like the way he was walking was what they were talking about when he was like hunched. And yeah, he was just like dressed head to toe, and he said like he ended up like looking up and he made eye contact with him. And yeah, I just got like a super strange feeling, and the guy just had this like real cold, just weird stare that came back at him, and he said it like freaked him out. And yeah, that's basically he just grabbed his stuff and walked back up the hill.
And
kind
so
of didn't
this
really think
encounter
much of
happened.
it. And
that encounter happened in the grass.
yeah, so they were at the bottom of the hill.
Okay.
Because that's where the cop like hit him with the light. It was like right after they crossed the road, and it's flat for a ways, like probably like the width of a football field is what it's flat for, and then it goes like up like pretty steep to where the houses are. And so the cops hit him whenever they were like on the flat part of the field, like I don't know, a decent ways in, and so they had to walk like a little bit far, kind of back to the road to go get it. Yeah, and then that's when they looked up, they saw the guy, and, he had apparently like a thick brow, like a big nose, and just like this, this rough stare, he said it was just like really cold and just like freaked him out. That's the word he used specifically, was like a freaky stare, like cold, freaky stare.
And he said this before Brian Coverter was arrested, right?
When he told everybody this,
yeah,
I believe it was, when was Coburger arrested again? I can't remember.
Like right around January 1st, December 31st, somewhere around there. It was well after the semester was over.
Then I might be flip flopped. Yeah, I can't quite remember. The first time he told me was a very long time ago, and I. Like a lot of the other stuff too, you just kind of like hear it and just put it to the back of your head. And it was only whenever I asked him again a couple days ago after you and I talked, Daniel, that I like got him.
I know, I understand, Michelle, and I will. Once we get through this, we can look into that too. Okay. I just want to state something here, guys. I just got an alert on something. Jeff Thomas, welcome. Good to see you. We need seven more. We need 7 more subscribers. 7 more subscribers, you guys, to hit 10,000 subscribers in here. I want to thank you to everyone that has come in here that has subscribed recently. That's absolutely amazing. You have no idea how much that means, and that's from my heart. I absolutely want to thank you all that has done that and have done that to help us to grow, to get to where we're going. So thank you guys oh so very much. I absolutely adore every one of you for that, and just for being here and supporting us the way you are. So thank you so very much, everyone.
It's awesome. We got so many viewers.
7 more, and we'll hit 10K, and we're out there, guys. That's awesome,
buddy.
I'm beyond excited about that.
To tell me all the details again about like what he saw, how he saw it, if anybody talked to him, that type of stuff. So,
gotcha, understood. And has he said since then if he recognized that it was Coburger? Did he say that since Coburger's arrest, like, hey, it looked a lot like that guy, or it wasn't him but it was another guy, anything like that?
He said it looked just like that guy. He's like, dude, that's like the guy. Like that's what he like kept saying over and over. I was like, are you sure? And then he like the stuff he described and like the look he gave me, and then he's like, dude, like the stare, like his face, he just kept like saying like it was the guy, it had to be the guy,
Right. Okay, well, that's good to know, because I mean, a lot of rumors have been coming out about whether or not it is Coburger.
Yeah, and you know, I mean, I understand it's like not provable, but for what it's worth, like that's what he said. I definitely don't think he's the type of guy to like come on and tell the story himself. And he's the one that I mentioned that I was like texting a lot about it, and then he just kind of like stopped texting me over the course of a couple of days. He just left me undelivered. So, you know, I don't know. Can only do so much, I guess.
Yeah. I mean, you know, sometimes, especially, you know, younger, you know, kids or students.
Have a good night. Cheers to you. Take care, Mark and Betty. Hope to see you again soon. Thank you.
They don't want to get too involved. They fear that it might affect their schooling, it might affect them legally, things of that nature. And so,
Randy, this was a student that was there that was in a fraternity member as well that had made some claims that he saw and heard some things, was giving statements as to when they started getting information on when this all went down, which we were told was not. We were told that it was later than what it was, and we're proving now that we've seen the girls' text messages and verifying what was said back then by not only Dave, but Kim, WSU mom Kim as well. And it's kind of interesting. So that's all. That's all it is, Randy. It's wonderful to see you again, sir. It's been a minute. It's great to have you back. And again, Mark and Betty, have a great night or morning. I think we're opposite right now. I hope you have a great day and hope to see you soon, my friend.
So we understand that aspect. And these kids told you, I refer to them as kids, but they're young adults. These guys told you that police have never talked to them outside of that night that they got pulled over. That was the only time that they have had any contact with police, and it had obviously nothing to do with the incident that was before.
Yeah, I mean, although they didn't have anything to do with it, you know, they were like near the area around the time and all that, and they, you know, he said that they never got talked to. None of the three of them. You know, they didn't come to the house like later on afterwards, trying to ask questions later after, nothing like that. So,
got you. And so I know that you have mentioned that you had known, you know, some of the folks that have lived at that house, you know, whether or not how close you were, we won't discuss that. But you've known other people that have lived at that house. Have you yourself been inside that house?
Yeah, I have quite a few times.
Okay. Now, so you're familiar with the layout of the house?
Yeah, for the most part. You know, I mean, the majority of the time we just hung out in the common areas, but I remember roughly where almost all the bedrooms are. Yeah, I remember where all the bedrooms are, like the bathrooms, the laundry room. Yeah.
Would it be difficult for somebody to navigate through that house if they weren't familiar with that house, given the size of it, or maybe the items that they may have had inside of it?
Yeah, because it's kind of a weird build on the inside. Like on the outside, it looks kind of funky, but on the inside too, you definitely can tell.
Mm-hmm.
They kind of like did what they could to like squeeze a bunch of like rooms in there and maximize on the space of the place. So like there's like whenever you walk in on the main floor and you open up like that front door, you just see like a bunch of doors all around you, and then there's a staircase. So like you pretty much have to kind of like guess on which door is the bathroom. And even, I mean, even whenever you know you get told where the bathroom is, it's a good chance that you like fuck up on which door it is.
So,
but like some of the doors, they kind of look like they're like closets or bathrooms, and they're bedrooms, you know. So it's kind of.
So that was a question that I had. Dylan's bedroom door was right there at the where the staircase is. I'm fairly positive. Many people pass by that bedroom door if they're going from the common areas, just because they have to go from the kitchen to that second floor living room and pass it. Would you have thought that that was also a closet door, or was that obviously a bedroom door?
Yeah, for a while I did not know that was a bedroom.
Gotcha. Okay.
Like I know a lot of us didn't actually know that house held 6 people for the longest time, because a lot of the bedrooms you can't tell are bedrooms.
Right.
And are you talking about the one that's on the same floor that's like adjacent to, like, it's on the wall that's next to the living room?
It's on the second floor.
Are you talking about the one down the hall? Because that's where the two are on the middle floor.
I'm talking about the one that's closest to the kitchen, near the staircase going up.
Yeah, that one. Yeah, that one. If we're talking about the right one, that one especially, we thought was a closet.
Got you. And were the doors commonly left unlocked, to your knowledge?
Like at the residence? Yeah. I mean, everybody pretty much, before all this happened, everybody left their doors unlocked.
Got you. And what was the primary means of entry into that house? Did everybody go through the front door, or was it through the back sliding glass door?
Yeah, the front door for the most part. It was kind of tough to get like up and around the back. So like usually you just go up through the front and go up the stairs, walk through the living room, walk through the kitchen and the little like dining room area, and then just out the sliding glass door.
Gotcha. Do you know? Go ahead, Blue.
Did you know if that sliding door actually locked?
That's my question.
I don't remember. Like, I mean, every time we were there, it was always like parties and, you know, kickbacks and stuff. So we were always like in and out and stuff. But, I mean, even if it could lock, it probably wasn't locked. You know?
And on the kickback, this is just a regular question, but what drinks would they enjoy? I like to drink. So what drinks would they enjoy? Wine, whiskey, beer, or is it kegers all the time, or is it
it really depends. I didn't know them personally well enough to like know what like alcohol they like to drink, but you go off campus because like on campus you can't have kegs and you can't have hard alcohol, but you can have beer. So like what we usually do is we go off campus to go, you know, like drink hard A pretty freely, and go like have keggers and stuff like that. So it could be, I mean, any number of things depending on if there's an event or homecoming or, you know, it could be anything.
I've been looking at the Borgs. Everybody's drinking Borgs now. I mean, back when I was
Borgs came back.
Yeah, it was Jumbo Juice, but now it's Borgs.
Yeah, Borgs is basically a what do you call it? A pitcher of jungle juice that you make yourself, and you dump half a bottle in there, pray you make it through the night.
So, have you ever been there when there wasn't the big party? And if so, how does sound travel in that house?
Not too terribly well. The house is like super industrial on the inside. Like the stairs, I remember they have like metal lips on them, and they're just like solid. Like it reminded me of like stairs at like church or something. Like that's like the best way I could. Like they were just solid, but the whole house. I mean, it was pretty solid, pretty sturdy. It didn't. I mean, I don't know if it's like completely empty and there's nothing else going on. I'm sure, you know, you could hear something happening, but you know, there's just a ton of like variables, I guess, that would kind of play into it. If it's like dead quiet, I would kind of think in any house you would hear anything that happened.
Got you. Yeah, that was one of the questions I had, because I mean, obviously, you know, we know that the outcome of the incident, that, you know, lives were taken and there was a knife being used, and Dylan, according to the probable cause affidavit, can hear whimpering and the words, you know, certain words from certain people. So I was wondering how noise traveled there. Some other questions I had was
welcome back, Eddie. Thank you for rejoining us, sir. Great to have you in here again tonight. Always happy to have you up here with us.
So the night the night of the incident, the night that the students ended up getting caught with an MIP, there was cops in that area. They appeared to be doing an undercover type of a situation, looking for underage drinkers. Was that a common thing, or was that like not a common thing, especially in that area, for them to be deterring away from, you know, youngsters?
No, I mean, that's like, they do that all the time, and when they do that, that's exactly where they sit. They don't do anything different. It's just whether or not they're going to be like dressed up in like their uniform and their badge and stuff, or if they're going to be like, you know, with hoodies and khakis trying to blend in, but obviously standing out, you know?
Yeah, it looks obvious. And
yeah.
So it wasn't a frequent thing, but when they did do it, it was there. Is that correct?
Yeah, and they know too, like the tail in the spring, they start to come out a lot more. The beginning of the fall too, they're out quite a bit.
Now, from my understanding, the night before, in that area, including that house, there was a pretty big party around that area. Were you in that area during that time?
The night before, Friday night?
Yeah, Friday night.
Yeah, it was.
And cops get called out there or anything like that? Any loud noise complaints?
They did, but it wasn't for us. There was another house that was in the cul-de-sac up the road that apparently they were like sitting on the roof or doing something stupid, and the neighbors up above called the cops. And so, like, we were hanging out, and we probably had, I don't know, a couple hundred people out, and we saw the flashlights come up, but they just left us alone. Because they weren't there for us, so they didn't really, they don't like to start trouble, I guess. Unless they're trying to start trouble, giving kids MIPs. I don't know.
It's more like, it's a lot of work to have to go through a party and search everybody's IDs, and then give the minors tickets, and then sometimes they say, "Oh, we're just gonna go to this disturbance," and I didn't see the other one. That's what I think they do, because I know one time we threw a party, and there's an old friend of ours, who was sheriff, and across the street from us, these are like 10-acre lots that we threw a party at. They called the sheriff's on us, and he came up and they're like, "Oh, the police are here," so everybody were minors because it was a high school party. So we were, hiding all the beers and stuff like that. And finally, the sheriff came up to the house, and it took him like 30 minutes to get to the house, and then it being one of my brother's friends, and be like, "Hey, y'all throwing this party?" He's like, "Yeah." And I go, "Y'all keep it down, man." I had to give one ticket because some guy refused to put his seatbelt on, and I was trying to keep it cool because I knew the house where it was coming from. But I sent everybody home. Everybody left for like 30 minutes, and then a couple people came back and finished party. But yeah, man, sometimes they don't want to do all that work. They just want to have an easy night, and especially in college towns, I'm pretty sure they probably do the same.
I mean, I've gone to when I was in law enforcement, I had to go break up a couple parties.
It's nearby, so we would just party at our house. That's there, And then, like, sometimes you just like go out and run up or whatever. I mean, you'd see like a couple dogs running around, but I never
paid attention to that.
I don't know. I don't pay attention. Yeah, I guess I don't pay attention to dogs really. And then what was the other?
I think the bad thing, Victorine, is talking to a guy as compared to talking to a woman. Kind of, you know what I mean? That's the only thing I'm getting out of it. I agree with you. It's definitely a little different, and I think that's what it is. In my.
But it's good to see different perspectives. So.
What'd you say there?
It's good to have both sides of the gender, this spectrum of the views.
Oh, sure, absolutely. Raquel's saying, does this Dave character give pertinent information regarding this case? He did give some information about the when they found out about it and seeing somebody in the Banfield there across the road at a certain time of day, the next day, things like that, Raquel. And that's, verifying that with the new text messages and stuff is very interesting. But again, I'm trying to go back and cover everything we can from the beginning of the case up to now and come back up to where we're at this point and see what looks the same, what doesn't, what has changed, and how we can maybe understand things differently now, considering what we've learned as compared to what we had been back then. Okay. Yeah, absolutely, Raquel. No worries.
Sorry.
So the first one was, do the students believe that the police got the right guy? And as far as Brian Koberger, and are you familiar with Kaylee's ex-boyfriend / boyfriend, Jack DeCore?
Yeah, no, I've seen back a couple times, like at the bars and stuff, but I've never like talked to him, met him, or gone out of my way or anything.
Gotcha.
And yeah, most of us, whenever they said that they got an arrest and they got the guy, we were like, hey, they got the guy. Did you see they got the guy? This is the guy. I mean, that's
So
we just kind
the
of believed
police,
it, and we all believe it.
right? Yeah, 100%. I mean, at the end of the day, when the police come in, and even initially us, police came in, they said they arrested a guy. They have the information. As things begin to release out there on how maybe perhaps the work of the police department wasn't as superb as we'd all like, more questions started to come out. But even ourselves, right off the bat, we're like, yeah, 100% they got the right guy. And so I don't expect anything different from that. Now, the police alluded to to everybody in their probable cause affidavit that Brian Koberger was in the area and had been stalking them and things like that. You've never personally seen him or any of your friends ever, outside of the guy that says that he may have seen somebody outside in the grass area. Nobody's come forward to you or yourself have ever seen him before in the area?
No, none of us have. We posted the photo in our group chats too, and like asked around, and yeah, none of us ever saw him.
I have another question, not really Brian Koberger related, but this comes up a lot. Were you familiar with the situation that happened on December 13th with Brent Kopaka at WSU, apartment where SWAT ended up taking his life? Was that something that, do you know anything, like, would you hear anything about that?
I did hear about that. Yeah.
Did you know Brent or
we just heard it was like no, we just heard it was like some dude that was like Eric.
I got to agree with that too. If he was wearing all black the next morning, that would be odd, because why would you be wearing the same thing that you had on the night before if it was you? But who's to say he wasn't just a nosy bystander as well? Amen to that. Good point there, Candy Girl. Yeah. And I mean, the dude went, if it was him, he went home and showered, I'm sure. Okay. We also saw a picture, for as far as Brian's concerned, of him taking a selfie at, what was it, Mikey, 10:20 or something in the morning? That whole story.
Oh, yeah.
Right. Okay. And yeah. So Brian's saying it was a WSU officer, which could make some sense too. But now he did
Officer that what?
What'd you say, Mike?
Officer that what?
Was out in the field, I guess.
Oh, I thought it was a really good point the other night when y'all were looking at cars and those undercover cars looked so close to that Elantra. And those undercovers were swarming that night.
Yeah, they were. And they were swarming, and they were there on the original timeline. And the Focus looks a lot like the Elantra. I remember, if you were here, Mike, I remember we overlaid some cars over top of the Elantra, and they really do match up a lot.
Mm-hmm.
He did show up fast. He was there within seconds, literally. I mean, it was quick. So there's some things. Yeah, we're about done with this, guys, because there's not much more else that he can put out there that we don't know. I just wanted to go back through this, like I said, pick up some old pieces of information that we've heard before. And then we're gonna go back through and reiterate some other stuff. Sorry. The team sniper, WSU Police Sergeant Brett Boyd, ended the 5-hour standoff when he shot and killed Kopaka. That is true. Thank you, Brian.
Cated suspect, suicide by cop, psycho type guy,
And that's not a guy that you've ever seen in the area?
We just talked about that. No idea who that is.
No idea who he is either. A lot of folks seem to try to put in those two situations together. When it occurred, nobody in town thought that maybe perhaps he was the guy, because Brian Koberger hadn't been arrested yet when it happened. Did anybody in town try to connect those dots that he could have been involved in this situation?
Not that I specifically remember, but like I said, with like the skinned animals, like we hear something like that and go, I wonder if that's the guy. That's pretty much all it kind of ever really went to.
Now, with the skinning of the animals, is that something that is happened before in years before as maybe a prank of some sort or horrible prank from?
Not that we know of. And it took like, I remember when we like first, or like I guess like us as a group when we first found out about it, somebody like screenshotted something off Facebook, and it was like a local specific Facebook group that somebody had like posted about it. But like the cops didn't tell anyone, they didn't put out a public notice, the city didn't say anything, the university didn't say anything, the news didn't get anything about it. So like that was kind of weird. It was just like on Facebook and like locals kind of only about it. That was kind of like our best guess. Is like, well, serial killers kill animals, right? So
yeah,
it's got to be that guy. So
yeah, I thought it was like some kind of sorority, or not sorority, initiation for a sorority or a.
Not a sorority, no, they wouldn't do it.
Or a fraternity type.
Fraternity type of.
Like hazing or.
No, not that. Like not in November. That no. Like all that type of stuff. I mean, almost every single house gets like their kids initiated within the first month, and if they don't, they do it at like this semester. So
okay,
gotcha. So all right,
and it's not it's not really something we would go out of our way to do, I guess.
Yeah,
right.
There's some crazy people out there.
I would honestly associate it more with like some like hobo meth head.
Yeah.
We got a couple of those like hang around and they're talking to themselves as they're walking down the streets and crap. But
yeah,
makes sense. And so I know I asked you this, in the other interview before, but people are asking, are you familiar with like Joe V from the Grub Truck or Enan Harsh, who lived close to the residents, who seem to be like have his own parties himself?
No idea. And like I was telling Lana, like Greek sticks with Greek.
Gotcha.
But we don't party with people outside of Greek, and people outside of Greek don't really party with us. Like we like to keep it that way.
Right, understood. Yeah, and that's kind of what I've heard, and that's kind of what Kim has told us, something very similar to that as well. But what about intermingling within the different universities? So WSU is not too far away. I know they have their own Greek road. Is there any type of intermingling between the two universities, friendships, things of that nature?
Yeah, quite a bit. Like, Tinder sends quite a few guys back and forth.
That makes sense.
They have some pretty decent bars and clubs out there too. They got a new one like within the last year, 2 years, and we went out there quite a bit for that one. Yeah, they're just kind of like a bigger town-ish, city-ish, kind of. So it's just kind of like a place to go when you don't want to party in Moscow or nothing's happening that weekend in Moscow. So.
Right. And so, interesting. And, Blue, you have any questions?
No, how did they impact the school, like, per se, this semester? Was there a lot less attendance? Were the schools worried about financing and funding?
That's a good question.
Well, we're a land grant university, so like the state pays us no matter what. Like we don't need tuition. Like we're not like a private college. We're a public land grant research facility university. If you Google it, you'll find it. But basically what that means is like we get stipends and stuff from the government to subsidize basically the entire college on, I'm pretty sure the way it goes is like on the agreement, we do research that benefits the community or the state or whatever it is. Because we're like a really big agriculture school up here. So yeah, that's where we get the majority of our money. So like the university is really not hurting. I mean, it would take the state of Idaho pulling back their like college funding in order for the university to stop. So, and I remember like we got a new president too, and whenever we got the new one, Scott Green, he had like this like town hall meeting and was basically telling like U of I will be fine, like barring any like big issue, and then COVID happened and we're still fine. So like, if we honestly, like, if we survived COVID, I don't think that this is going to be do or die for the college. And this year we had like the highest level of enrollment, and kids signed up for Greek in like a while too. So like, I think it was like since my freshman year in 2019. I was just waiting. Moscow PD was sitting at the house up until probably about a month or 2 months ago, somewhere in there, maybe 3 months ago, and then they started to put the security cars there too. So,
gotcha.
Yeah.
And just to clear up some things, like, because there's some people that are in the chat, like your relationship with some of the people in the house wasn't very close, right? It was just kind of knew them. You know, a lot of folks are asking questions like, well, do you know anything about Adam and this, that, and the third? And I know in our conversation, in our interview, I know that you weren't really like 100% like in these folks' circle. You kind of knew people that lived around them. Is that accurate?
Yeah. You know, like I said, I mean, you know, you have classes with a couple of them. You see them at philanthropies. You know, I mean, every house ends up, you know, doing a philanthropy where all the houses come up. So, I mean, it's just like they weren't my friends where I would go out of my way to text them, hey, what's the move tonight? You know, but they were my friends in the sense of, you know, you'd sit next to them in class if you had class with them, or go up to the bar and talk with them for 20, 30 minutes if you happen to see them that Friday night, like that type of friendship. And like, we have tons of those, you know. A lot of us just know a lot of each other, and like I was saying, it's just like our own little community.
Now, I just got a few more questions. I know we're going to only keep you for about 40 minutes. We're at 48.
Daigle.
The next.
No, you're fine. You're fine.
Yep.
Just a suggestion. I think that is the significant portions for us to listen to. I mean, if you want to keep going, that's up to you. But is this on the interweb for people to seek out for themselves and listen to afterwards?
I don't know. It was sent to me privately in my my email. I was about to shut it down anyway with this part of it because I pretty much got everything we needed out of this.
Okay.
If anybody really wants to hear it, if you send me an email, I can help you out with it. But yeah, I think we're good here pretty much. Unless there's something anybody else needs to hear or wants to hear, I think we're good.
I don't think it's going to contain anything else that's going to be like significant.
I have to agree, my friend. Yes, sir. So,
with that said, Mike or Donald, do you have any thoughts on this?
Not a whole lot, but one thing I was thinking about is, and this doesn't make us any kind of sense, but I wonder what's the percentage of schools that are funded like Idaho is.
That's a good question, Mike.
I don't, you know, it doesn't. I mean, is that why they feel like they have to do certain things because they're under a certain spotlight? Maybe, who knows? Does it make sense? No, just a thought.
Right. And Brian, I believe it's authentic. I've never had any doubts on it. There's really nothing in there that would make somebody unauthentic on anything. So, you know, that's just my opinion on it. So, Donnie, do you have any issues or questions with this at all?
I just think it's very interesting from then until now that Hazen did no follow up with him or anything like that.
Daigle, I think there's a big takeaway that people should notice: the contrast between the two interviews. Did you notice that in the Drunk Turkey Show interview that he mentioned the guy at the band field who is dressed all in black with his arms in his hoodie and his shoulders high up and hunched, and he's making eye contact with them with a cold, weird stare that made them feel uncomfortable and they freaked them out?
Yes, I did.
And also, when asked by Daniel, that Dave said that those Banfield boys told him that guy, he said that they kept saying it over and over, that's the guy. referring to Brian Kohlberger. Obviously, we only know about Brian Kohlberger post-arrest.
Right.
And then the next question, Daniel followed up. And he said, now, was that after they showed him a picture? And he really, that tripped him up. He said, well, hold on, let me think about that. I might be flip-flopped. When the Banfield boys said it looked just like Brian Kohlberger. So here's what's interesting. Those three, by the way, he keeps calling them kids throughout both Lana's and Daniel's interviews, which is, I don't know, it's notable. I'm just making a note of it. Kind of interesting. But so those two guys that were at the Banfield at 9 to 9:30, they were never interviewed. The three that got the MIPS were never interviewed, and Dave was never interviewed.
Nope. And the other people that Dave lived with, that was friends with, and many others that he said he had spoken to were not interviewed either.
Now check this out. The Ann Taylor's researchers, investigators, need to interview Dave, because Dave has spoken with someone who might have something to do with the quadruple homicides, this Quasimodo or Mr. Hyde type of figure that was in the Banfield that was witnessed. She needs to have her investigators interview Dave in order to learn from Dave exactly the name of the male who was retrieving his contraband in the field.
Agreed. I do agree. Should have been done already.
You find that person who was high up and hunched with his shoulders, and you solve the crime.
I think that whoever that person is a very important person to this situation.
That's who did it.
Whether it's the person themselves, or it's the person that was, knock it off, somebody that was involved with the people that did it as well, involved in general. Okay. I absolutely have to agree with you. I've always thought that whoever that person was quite important to me. Okay. Always thought that. And
it's also,
go ahead.
No, I stepped on over you.
No, it's okay, but I was going to say anything important. Go ahead.
It's also interesting, Lana did ask a question that would have led into such an answer. I mean, besides the time of the Snapchats, which might be the most important takeaway of the two interviews, the guy in the Banfield, that is, I mean, and then he's telling Dave that he kept saying it over and over, that's the guy. I mean, that is the biggest takeaway of the interview. And she did, Lana, did ask a question that should have elicited that information from him. But
right, absolutely, yes, sir.
But the fact that she didn't ask a specific enough question to get that information from him, he still should have voluntarily
presented it. Right.
Very interested to let her learn that, because what a significant part of his experience to have that knowledge and then not to share that with her.
Very good point.
And the last thing before we end on this Dave subject is, he said that during that time that law enforcement was staying on campus, housed at Tarjee Hall, which is by Taylor and Linda Lane on the corner of Blake and Taylor.
Right.
That's interesting.
Wait. Say that one more time. I thought I heard what you said, but then I was thinking of something. Say it again. Sorry.
Did we play enough of that interview with Drunk Turkey to hear Dave and chat can answer too? besides the panel. Did we cover where he said that law enforcement was staying on campus housed at Tarji Hall, which is
He said that.
By Taylor and Linda Lane on the corner of Blake and Taylor.
Oh yeah,
that's interesting too. I'm gonna have to go back and listen to that because
yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. Well, the last thing is notice how he kind of snuck in there about the house, how it's almost like making an allowance for Dylan, because what we knew at that time about Dylan's experience, it's like, whenever party goers were at the house, they thought that door was like a closet door. No one knew it was a bedroom door. The way her bedroom door is kind of like shoved into a corner there, that was interesting. I'm just saying. Diego, is your mic muted?
Oops, sorry. Yeah, I do agree with that, Eddie.
Okay.
It was muted. Sorry. Agreed.
Yeah, that was the last difference between the two interviews. It's almost like he tailored what the Drunk Turkey Show wanted him to say at times.
It almost makes me wonder, because of the way Daniel is, did Daniel help tailor that?
Right. Yeah, what went on because Daniel did say that he spoke with him prior to the airing of the public interview, the live interview.
Yeah, I know typically, I mean, Daniel will say, hey, we can say this, we can not say that, this and that, so on and so forth. So whatever you're comfortable with, he's always been very accommodating. Even when I was there, I've never had issues with Daniel. I did few different things with him, so on and so forth. So I don't know. I don't know I don't know what to know. I just that we don't know. So,
Well, if we're gonna all be real with ourselves, everything we get from the news is scripted.
Yes.
Nothing is authentic.
Oh God, no. That's why we do what we do. Absolutely, that is an absolute fact, Eddie. Nothing is real. Everything's scripted. They're told what they can say and what they cannot say. It's fact. That's all there is to it.
And before I hop down, I just want to share this because it's fresh on my mind, and just thinking about the crime scene. And I know it's a little off topic, but I'm really curious to know if Miss Taylor has in her discovery the 3D modeling of the interior of the home that was done originally, if one was done originally, or if she has the one that was done much later on. The one right prior to them destroying the house.
Yeah. Right.
And the reason is because if the third floor bedroom door was demolished, if whoever was responsible for this kicked in or broke down that door, there would be like splinters, and that 3D modeling would absolutely show it. And
yeah, it should.
So by the time she had an opportunity to visit that crime scene, I can promise you there was nothing for her of evidentiary value anymore. It was so altered that it's useless for her.
Agreed. I can agree. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Well, I'll let you move forward. I'll stay on panel. What the heck?
You're welcome to stay up. You're absolutely welcome to stay up here.
We hopefully learn all that at trial, though.
Say that again, Don.
Hopefully we get all that at trial before it was destroyed, and and then after, before it was just destroyed.
Right. Tomboy said she was at the house before Brian even got back here from PA, so it's very possible, Eddie. It makes sense. The only thing we've heard, C-Babs, is that there was underneath Maddie's nails. We've not gotten any info out of any.
Yeah, we don't know the other three. The other three victims have never been disclosed.
I would imagine that there probably could be.
Yeah, there's got to be some info there.
But they're not talking about if they are. So that's interesting.
Yeah.
It's a good question though, C Babs, because we know that Vanna had defensive wounds. I would imagine that Kaylee had defensive wounds. And of anybody in that house to have anything under their nails, I would imagine those two would be the two.
And you got to remember too, Diego. They said that Xana's fingers wasn't they damaged beyond recognition or something?
Yeah, they were almost completely amputated, which is very sad. You know,
Yeah.
she really fought. So
Okay.
for me,
So if all that went on and this mystery in front of the shower picture comes out, I don't know. Brian would have to have some kind of mark someplace.
Dude, even his hands, somebody made mention yesterday, for as many times as he came down with that hilt with the knife, okay?
Yeah.
The hilt on the knife is gonna, it's solid, it's steel, or whatever, brass, whatever the hell it was on there, okay? 54 times on one victim, okay?
Yeah.
That's gonna cause some kind of bruising right here. Gloves or no gloves, you're gonna get bruising because just think about it, Mike. You know, boom, 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 boom.
Yeah, you're gonna get some kind of discoloration.
There's no discoloration on that hand whatsoever. I didn't see any discoloration on his hands in the Indiana stops. I didn't see any discoloration on his hands in any of the court hearing pictures. I can't imagine
on the highway patrol. On the highway patrol
this
stop,
is what I was going at.
when you look at it inside the car on those two traffic stops when they were on his way going to Pennsylvania,
right?
His wrist did kind of look like they were a little swollen.
I'll pull it back up and look again, but I went through those videos like crazy, Don. I didn't see anything, but the lighting in that vehicle, at some point we did stop.
Yeah, there was something that made them look a little different than it seemed like they were off a little bit.
There was a lot of shadowing within there too. That was the weird thing. So I don't know. We'll look at it again just to be sure. But yeah, I agree, Eddie. Those things were very interesting.
Yeah, I mention it only because we were fed the narrative early on about that they were sleeping in the same bed, and that didn't make any sense to us. And keep in mind, if it doesn't make sense, it isn't true.
Right.
And it's just a fact that they were retreated. That was a sanctuary. They were anticipating something. They had retreated into that bedroom, and that door had to be shut.
Mm-hmm. I agree.
They were not asleep. The narrative was they always had to be asleep, and they were trying to push that narrative so hard.
And they can't now because we know none of them were. So
that door had to have been damaged.
Mm-hmm.
We'll never know. We'll never know.
The only ones I think were asleep was the third floor people. I think the second floor.
I don't even think I think maybe Maddie could have been on, but I don't think Kaylee was by any means whatsoever.
Oh, okay.
That's just
I was
my
thinking
opinion.
third floor, maybe.
Yeah, I think if anybody, Maddie was the only one, and I'm only saying that because she seemed, from the videos we saw of her that night, to be the one that was most affected by going out that night.
Yeah,
okay?
from the grub truck video.
Mm-hmm. They got home at 1:56. It was claimed that they went and took Murphy out for a walk, the two of them, which I would imagine, I'll give it 10 minutes. Back in the house by, let's say 2 something, okay? 2:05, 2, whatever. They stayed awake for a while because by 2:20, they were trying to get a hold of Jack DeCore for some reason for the next 20, 25 minutes. And again, I'm saying could have been. Maddie could have been asleep. I'm not saying she was. I'm saying she could have been.
Right.
Then we get, where's it at? Wait a minute. Where's the rest of this at? Is it down here?
4:30 to that 8, or that 4:30 to 7:30. What do you think's going on in between there?
Well, I don't know yet. Hold on a minute, but I want to try to pull. We don't have the two something, Mikey. The 2 something call where Maddie tried to call Bethany. What time was that? 2 something. It was 2 something anyway. She tried. Maddie tried to call Bethany. And so I can't. Was it 2:56? Yeah, it was 2:56. Right after they seemed to be done trying to reach out to Jack. Okay, so she tried to reach out. She called Bethany. That's that. And then things progressed from there. I don't know, you guys. I don't know. Something's wrong. They were all home. We know that. I don't know. And I still wonder about this timeline. I've been really thinking about this a lot. The original timeline that dropped was 3 to 4.
Yeah.
Was in there
I think
somewhere.
it's an hour off.
Wasn't it 3 to 5?
3 to 4. It was an hour, I think, Don. And then
Yeah,
they changed it.
then it got bumped. Then it got bumped up.
Right, and then the toilet
From
paper.
videos, from the videos, they bumped up the timeline.
Right, and then the video or the video, the PCA tells us that's what that they used Dylan's phone to create the new timeline, which was 4 to 4:20. So, if we're to believe that, I don't. Something's wrong with this, guys. It's wrong.
Yeah, that gap between 4:30 to 7:30. Why is there a gap there?
I don't know. That bothered Sarge too. And this statement here again, it says the state has selected text messaging as excited utterances and present tense impression. The totality of circumstances defeat the state's request. Bethany Funk and Dylan Mortensen texted each other a handful of times, and then they were in the same bedroom. They were together with the ability to talk to each other. They were not asleep for 8 hours. The messages the state seeks admission of as exceptions to hearsay began with a call and a message about being confused. After texting each other and unsuccessfully speaking with any of their roommates, the pair were together. The state is looking at the messages with the benefit of hindsight. The analysis has to be done in the moment the utterances were made. Text messages in this case. Dylan Mortensen first claims confusion, then after communicating with Bethany, claims fear to leave her room. Despite her stated fear of leaving her room, she does so and joins Bethany downstairs. To get to Bethany's bedroom, Dylan passed the front door of the residence. Bethany was steps from the front door. Neither of them left the house. Neither of them called friends, family, or law enforcement for help. Instead, both had a substantial amount of... Hold on, guys. I'm sorry. It cut off there. What I believe was social media interactions throughout the night. And that's true. That's exactly what it was. Even into the morning. And then in the morning, 7:30 in the morning, okay, Bethany calls her dad. No answer. Or maybe there's an answer. I don't know. But before that, 4:37 a.m. was the last interaction on the phone. Bethany accessed Instagram. 7:30, there's that gap like you're talking about, Dawn. After that, 7:30 in the morning, Bethany calls her dad. Then at 8 o'clock, she calls her dad again. 8 o'clock, Bethany calls another number. 8:01, she calls home. 8:02, she calls her mom. There's something wrong that she called all those people within that period of time. So quick. I mean, you called your dad at 7:30, and then she calls her dad again.
Why are none of those people telling them to call law enforcement right there?
I mean, it would have meant as a parent, I would have, but she calls her dad twice in a half an hour, right? She calls that other number. 8:01, 1 second later, she calls home, like to her home. Then she calls her mother. And then at 8:09, her dad finally calls her back, unless they already spoke and he's calling her back and saying, hey, this is what you need to do or whatever. We don't know if they talked in there. It doesn't say that. I wish it would. But, and then at 8:05 to 10, Dylan is on Instagram from that. And I think that at that point, she's putting messages out there to people stating, hey, something happened or this happened or that happened or whatever, so on and so forth.
Everybody had contact with the roommates since last night. Right.
Right. And in the midst of all that, Bethany's on there taking photographs, which still blows my mind. 9:04. Bethany's
you
mother.
think those photos are taken outside the room? Do you think those photos could be of the second level?
I don't know. I don't know. But I mean, the way it sounds on the 911 call, no. But at the same time, we don't know anything, you guys. We don't know what went on in that house before they dialed 911. We're
It's just
told
something
what's
that went through.
going on.
It just went through my head that those photos could be something from the house or something.
They could be. They could be. They could be. I don't know. I'm sure that I mean, even if they were deleted, law enforcement uploaded both phones. So now Bethany's mother texts her back at 9:04. So she's having communication with both her parents, okay? And that says to me that there's an interaction about something of importance to me, okay? That especially that early. I'm sorry. I'm just something's right. Something's not right.
Yeah, so many times though. That many times, yeah.
Michelle, I will be playing nothing but the trial. As long as the trial's on, I won't be doing anything else but that. I'll spending every second there. Yes, I will be.
Yeah, because I'll go 9 to 5 every day, right?
Well, sometimes more, sometimes a little bit less, but yeah, depends on what mood they're in. They never slept. I agree with that, Brian. They both knew something was wrong that night. Yes. The first thing Bethany says when she gets on the phone is there's something happening or something happened in our home and we don't know what. The sound of her voice is terrified. But this is definitely more than just somebody being passed out, and I think they both know that. Okay?
Do you think they're on the bed in the room, or do you think they're in a chair, or do you think they're hiding in the closet in that bottom floor in that bottom room?
Oh, I think they were probably just sitting on furniture or a bed or a chair or both or whatever.
You don't think they're in the closet?
No. No, I don't think so. I don't think so. That's just my opinion. Listen to 911 call. You hear the officers ready. Yeah, he shows up as they called 911. He was there quick, and I mean quick. But they're out
like 5 minutes or less.
It was like a minute and a half, Dawn. A minute and a half from the time they called.
Yeah, that's quick. He had to be in the area.
And they usually are, which meant that's exactly what I thought too, was that he's in the area when this went down, so on and so forth. It is what it is. So, what I don't understand with any of this is hearing the terror in Bethany's voice when she says, when they ask if she's breathing, if Xana's breathing, and she says, "Come on, Dylan, we have to go check. We have to," or Dylan says it. I'm sorry. Come on, Bethany, we have to go check. We have to.
Yeah, why is that not coming across in the text messages? Is where I get throw off too.
Well, that was after the text message, Don. That was the 911 call that was stated. So, you know,
before the 911 call, why isn't the that's what I would want to know is why isn't the fear there in the text messages before the 911 call is made?
Oh yeah. They should have talked to. Well, they kind of in the text messages they said there was confusion, there was fear, but then after that it was.
Yeah, but you don't see that in the text. You don't see that really.
It was social media.
Yeah, where they're reaching out probably because they want to know if anybody's heard from the roommates, probably.
Right. Yeah. Yep. I can agree with that. I don't know, Mike. What are your thoughts at this point so far?
Oh, which part?
And anything that we've just talked about.
Well, that's a damn good question.
It makes your head spin, that's for sure.
Yeah, it does. That's
360.
for sure.
360.
I definitely don't think that the Dave thing.
Yeah.
I don't know. Eddie's got good points, but Eddie's way better than I am at that stuff. But I can't pull anything from Dave.
Oh no, I agree.
And I never thought, until I recently just seen it that people saying it that Dave was put into this thing for purpose, which is a damn good point.
there's a lot of people that believe that Dave was a plant.
Yeah.
There was also a statement that was brought out after the fact that Dave was beat up or attacked or something after
Yeah.
this at some point.
I remember Kim freaking out about
Uh-huh.
he wasn't answering or whatever, something of that nature.
Yep.
But if he was put into this as a plant, why? Why was he?
Agenda, maybe agenda.
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
I don't know. Brian, calm down, buddy. Relax a little bit, bud. Please and thank you. I don't know. You know, Tomboy said she thought Dave was maybe an agent, and we were told that there was 50 FBI agents on the ground in Idaho when this went down already for something else. I mean, it could be true. There's no way for us to find or prove that, but it could be true, and we were told that from the very beginning.
That exact number.
So, if there was that amount, this goes to show that bigger isn't better. Because what did they actually get more out of this by having all those people?
Mm-hmm.
Nothing.
That's true.
Confusion.
That is very true. That is very true. Or an officer. Okay, I see what you're saying. I mean, it's the Dave thing seems legit. It seemed legit. Daniel said he betted him. Lana said she betted him. I went with what they said, this and that. I mean, it doesn't mean that it could be or couldn't be. I don't know. I don't want to make a decision on that because I don't know.
I think you could just also say that WSU Kim was a plant too.
Right.
Because
that
he
one
rolled out more weird stuff than any of us wanted to believe.
Based on the private, I had many private conversations with Kim, and I don't think that she was. Hold on a minute.
It makes it just get wilder and wilder. That's for sure.
Yep, especially as we get closer to stuff, something else always seems to tumble out, like the 911 call, and
it seems like
same thing happened in Delphi.
Yeah.
So
Kim
still is.
Kim, there's no way Kim is a plant. Kim is a.
I don't think she is either. I don't. I've had too many conversations, private conversations with her that did not go the way that I would think somebody that is a plant would talk to me. I'll tell you that right now. Many private conversations, folks. Too many. Okay, I'm just being honest with you. Multiple times, late at night, early in the morning, lunchtime, noon, any time of day. Many conversations. She called me a lot. We spoke a lot. And then quite a bit of the stuff that she said, I could prove. Okay, there's a lot of things I could prove. This stuff now, seeing this here, is kind of more to me as far as I'm concerned. I could see what she's saying here. Tomboy sent me something yesterday, and that right there, where's that at? 8:05 to 10 on Instagram. That right there to me is where I believe this started. This is where I believe the communication trail came from. Dylan's on Instagram talking to. Listen, I told you guys before. These kids, their Snapchat and their Instagram groups have subgroups, and as they both did, or Dave explained at one point, and Kim did too, because of what her daughter told her. They have groups of like 8 to 10 kids that are together in a group in this Instagram and in Snap that they get in there together and they talk, just kind of like we have Discord groups, okay? And then those groups have subgroups, and then those subgroups have other groups. If you think about this, Eddie said something earlier that, within a short period of time, thousands of people knew about this before the Vandal alerts
like
even
40 to 50 groups. Like 40 to 50 groups.
Before the Vandal alerts even went out, that people knew about it. Now, maybe there was some misconstruity of information throughout those texts at first, but once it all came together, makes me wonder if Dylan had stated some things that people like, this is what I think happened, or that's what I think. I don't know, guys. I'm not gonna make accusatory things. I'm just saying I know for a fact that, in my opinion at least, that is where that stuff probably started at right there at 8:30 in the morning, as Kim stated, and she was right about. And then we got people that are saying at 10. So between 8:30 in the morning until 10 a.m. is when all this stuff started getting put out to the world.
You know what? Another thing I just thought of about those photos after the Instagram. Maybe she was taking photos of the text that she was doing, or whoever she was messaging on Instagram, to back her up, so she would not be at fault. They're thinking they go get her at fault or something like that. That's a thing I was thinking about too, though, that she could be taking photos of each of those Instagram messages.
Could be. Hey, what's up, Twiz? It could be, absolutely. At this point, Donnie, I don't know. Anything is a
Yeah,
possibility.
it just makes you keep thinking more and more stuff is like missing. So much is missing.
Right, right. Agreed. And somebody in here earlier came to me and mentioned that there is, or was, a toxicology report that had come back to some extent, I believe, about certain drugs that were within certain people.
Yeah, like antidepressants or something, like medications.
Oh yeah, I remember we looked through that.
Hold on a minute here.
Yeah, wasn't that Dylan and whatever?
I think so. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what
Because there was wasn't there like benzos or some shit?
That's what I wrote. Yeah.
Yeah, something like with an A. Wasn't there one with an A too?
I can't. You sound really like cloudy, Don. What'd you say again?
No, I thought there was one that had an A name to it, but I might be wrong.
I don't remember. Hold on, I'm trying to look at something here just to be sure I have everything.
Like admin or something, admin or something. But I could be wrong.
I'm not sure. When did what day did the interview with Chronicles Olivia show they deleted his Snapchat and said that Snapchat was quiet for 12 hours? Dave said no way that could be possible, which is true. There's no way in hell that Snapchat, and just knowing what it is now, that it was quiet for 12 hours. I remember that.
Do you think they have? Do you think Dago they have all that Snapchat info?
Yeah, they can get it. I know they can get it, so of course I would imagine they do. That goes into all the terabytes of the digital.
Yeah, the devices, the 64 devices.
Yep, agreed. I do agree. Let's see. I'm looking for something here. Twiz, there's a link if you're interested, sir. If not, no worries. Thank you for joining us. And no, anybody's asking, I haven't seen Kim in quite a while. It's been a couple months at least. She's been in here. It's been a while since she's been in here too. Kim's original story about the Snapchats was believable. She just went a bit wild on the 15 minutes of yeah, and that's what I think a lot of people come to the conclusion of. It is believable, but a lot of people said no, it didn't happen. Because she couldn't prove it, and she refused to prove it because she didn't want to get certain people in trouble. Well, okay. I don't know. Benzos are sedatives like Valium, Xanax stay apart. Oh yeah, of course. Paramount Plus. Norma, that was on Paramount Plus. Yes.
That's a common thing in college, though. You see a lot of those kind of type of medicines in college all over.
Oh yeah, big time. Any campus nowadays, you'll find all that stuff. So real quick, again, I want to thank Daniel from the Drunk Turkey Show for providing that interview so that we can review it and go over it. I really appreciate that, guys. Please, if you will, if it's up over there, please jump over there and hit the like button for him. If you're not subscribed, if you choose, please check it out. Subscribe if you can, if you want to. But I do appreciate what he did for that and the ability for us to be able to review that. Very much so. And all right, let me see here. Move this over here. There was something else I had too. I was looking at earlier that I was quite interested in. If I can find it now.
Dago, would that be the DeSalles, the 2020 DeSalles, like his homework paper or his final paper exhibit? Is that the one?
Oh yeah,
That's
they
kind
come
of
out
how your
today.
show started. The chat was kind of really intrigued about that one.
Say that again. Donnie said something that went over top of what you said. I didn't hear you again. Say it one more time.
So when you began to live stream this evening, chat was really intrigued about the DeSalle's, the 2020
document
paper that he did, that the state plans on using against him, and it's an exhibit in one of these documents.
You know
Is
which
that the one you were thinking about?
Oh yeah, from
Yeah,
earlier.
that
Yes, yes,
it,
yes.
that it had some similarity to the crime, right?
I didn't hear you, Donnie. You sound really cloudy, bud.
It said that the homework assignment or whatever it was, it said it was similar to some of the things that was in the actual crime.
Yeah, pretty much. That.
I don't know which document that one is in, Eddie. I haven't
Okay,
seen
I'll try
that.
to help you find it.
Yeah, please
It
do. I
seemed
heard
like
about
it
it.
dropped just before you started stream. It seemed like it just came out right before you started the stream, Dago.
What's that, Don? Say it again.
It seemed like it came out. It was like news just before you started the stream that there was some stories out on it already. About that 2020 thing.
Gotcha. I'm looking right now.
Okay, I found it.
Just keeps coming. It seems like more and more.
Which one is it, Eddie? And what date?
Okay. I put it in chat.
Okay.
It's the state's reply to defendant's objection to motion in limine regarding self-authentication of records. 3/24 is the date.
More documents.
Read it to me one more time, Ed.
It states reply to defendant's objection to motion in limine regarding self-authentication of records.
Okay. 324.
Of course, the date is 3/24.
Right. There it is.
Reading through it, the feeling I get from it is that Brian Koberger would have been really intrigued about this crime that's right next door, so to speak, across state lines over there. And if his mind is not like, what is going on over there? I know more about doing this than these guys.
Of course.
You got on the 19th where they're measuring car tracks. I mean, how many days after the crime is that? And then on the 21st, they're expanding the size of the crime scene. It just, I don't know. The way that the investigation was kind of like it wasn't an investigation.
Sure.
Like it was all over the place.
Okay. That's the one right there. Where, let's see here, the state has not provided a specific record with a certificate and affidavit. The state has promised certification in the future, but also failed to properly identify the record and how it falls within 803. Okay, hold on now.
Yeah, that 403, 402, they've been on that a while.
Trying to find exactly where this is.
So if you scroll down about halfway, I mean, there's many pages to this particular file. Are you on the right document? I wonder. Let's see what you got.
I think this is the one that it said, but that doesn't mean defendant's objection to state's. Oh no, I grabbed the self-authentication of records. Is that right?
Let me see what I.
It might not.
That's the defendant's objection. It's going to start Yeah, that's a different document. It's the state's
It's
reply
the state's one
to
like
the
that.
defendant's.
Yeah. It's the state's own
I got you. Hold on, Ed.
Yeah, state's reply to defendant's objection to motion in limine.
Defendant's reply, state's motion, 324.
Thanks, Eddie.
Yeah.
You're welcome.
Yeah, this is good stuff,
I
Eddie.
kick off with it.
Okay, let's see. Try to guide you there.
Hey, I got it. State's reply to defendant's objection to MIL self-authentication of records, right?
Yes. Yes.
Yep, that's what I thought. Okay. Sorry, guys. There we go. Okay. My apology.
Now we're tracking.
And come back down about right there. Is it in within the AV stuff, or is it past that, or up before that?
Just go just zip down about halfway with your cursor.
Okay.
Just it's about in the middle of the whole mess.
Halfway down. Okay.
Yeah, I think we're. Let's see what you got.
It's about halfway.
Yeah, I think these are. Well, what was that? What was that? No, I don't think you're there.
That's the
more.
Are we on the right document even?
Hold on. It says.
I can't read what you got.
It says the state's reply to defendant's objection to motion in limine self-authentication of records in reliance to IRE.
Okay, then you're on the right document.
Okay. So let me grab the cursor and drag it down about right.
Go halfway. Yeah, just drag it down about all the way to halfway.
Right there?
Yeah, even a little bit further.
Okay.
Right there.
Make sure it's blown up enough for you guys to see it there. It is further ordered that the listed service provider, is it about right or beyond that?
Yep, keep going beyond that.
Okay. There's the, okay. Corner clip.
Okay, we're getting closer. Yep, keep going.
Costco, video surveillance. Okay, hold on.
Yeah.
Professor David C.
That's it right there. Crime scene scenario final.
There we go. All right. Sorry about all that.
Now, of course, we won't have time to read through the whole thing. It's a lengthy document, but if you just give it a cursory glance, you'll get a feel for his extent of knowledge back in 2020, and then how much more education has he received since then, right?
It says dated right there, 5/5/20.
Right. Hold on here.
Yeah, that's what dropped before the beginning of the stream. A lot of people were talking about that.
So if I were to give it a summary or overview, if I were to try to describe to somebody who didn't read the document, I would say that if you had that knowledge that's in this paper of his,
yes,
you could respond. You'd be qualified to respond to a crime scene and know how to handle it, right? How to handle the evidence.
He's thinking like a cop there is what you're saying. He's thinking like a law enforcement or a cop.
Right.
Well, it says right here, it says to be prepared for the crime scene investigation, I must ensure I have a crime toolkit containing the following: the camera, videotaping, adequate supply of film and power, portable lighting system, sorted tape, field tape, latent fingerprint equipment. So everything you would need to go into this. Is that what you're referring to, Eddie, is all this stuff?
Right.
Uh-huh. Gotcha. Okay.
I'm trying to say that he's not smart.
Protective clothing, boot covers, eyewear, fiber-free overalls, face masks, hair nets, gowns, and anything that will prevent me from contaminating the scene with things I bring in with me. Gloves to protect the scene from contamination. This will enable that I avoid leaving latent fingerprints. 4 steps and small teasers and pair of scissors, tweezers, sorry, a small saw to take evidence for a drywall, blah, 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 blah. Okay, anyway, go ahead with what you were going to say, Ed. Sorry.
So, and I'm not pointing it out to like bolster the state's argument, like, oh, he knows how to cover up his tracks, like they're gonna do it. I'm pointing it out because this is like his wheelhouse. So mindset, think about his mindset. So this crime happened and he's got to be following it. This is like his thing.
Was he in criminology at the time he wrote this?
Even one of the students, excuse me, I just read this. One of his students even made a statement that she's very surprised that he committed this crime because of the things that he has himself taught them not to do on a daily basis. They were preached on a daily basis to not do these things, which goes back to what I said how many times, Eddie. I can't believe that he did this mainly because, or for one of the main reasons, because of everything that he did that he knows he shouldn't do.
So add to that, not only so daily, he's got to be following this just like we were, like every single day.
Yep.
Just all in this current event that's just in his neck of the woods. And add to that, he was out driving that night, and then he's in a white Elantra. But, you know, that's why they're teasing him, because they put out the specific year 2011 to 2013 to like disarm him, right? They're tickling the wire.
They did that, I think, to throw him off.
Oh, yeah. So that in his mind, he's assuring himself, well, it's not me. But then he's got to have like 10 or 100 things going on inside of his mind. Think of this. On the 25th,
that's why what makes me think that's why he went to Pennsylvania. That's why I think he left that area and went to Pennsylvania.
Well, I don't know. Maybe. I mean, who knows about that? Maybe that was planned well in advance. But once he's in Pennsylvania, well, along the way, he gets pulled over twice. And then once he's there, I think it's like on the 25th, they put cameras in his parents' yard. And on the 27th, they have him like going out for an early morning walk. Now, you can't just like gloss over that fact and chalk it up to he's getting exercise. Like if you feel like there's these 100 eyes looking at you, you gotta, like, he's walking around trying to figure something out. Notice where his car was. It's parked in the garage. Now, that is nothing to be overlooked by us. His whole family is on board with something weird is going on. Like, that's got to be the mother's parking spot. No one can convince me otherwise. She's parking in that garage. He comes home from college and he kicks her out of the garage spot, but obviously she okays it. They're putting that car in the garage, and no, I'm not driving at a nefarious reason, because there's something going on in his mind. Like, there's no way I'm leaving this thing outside.
Right.
I think at night.
I think he knew at some point. Maybe
he knew something.
Yeah, something was up.
That he made mistakes. That he's thinking that he made mistakes.
No. Not even in that same wheelhouse, Donnie. I think that he, based on the 2 Indiana stops, I think maybe he was catching on to something there, and knowing the car that he owned. Okay, he knows the car that he owned. He knew that they were looking for that car.
The color, anyway. You would think he would know the color.
And that trip was planned way before that, by the way, you guys. For anybody that didn't know, that was planned, I think, before he even came there.
Okay.
And his dad had planned to come back to do that. Okay, that was something that was planned out way before, in my opinion.
You think he's gonna have to prove that? You think he's gonna have to prove that in trial?
They can. That the trip was planned, I think, by when the tickets were bought.
Yeah, that's just a matter of plane ticket. I mean, his father's plane ticket. But
Chris just said that the plane ticket was purchased before Brian even went to Pullman. That's what I thought I knew already. So yeah, there you go.
yeah, he's not running away from anything. I mean, all his stuff was in his apartment. So.
And he was coming back. He left a TV. He left a computer tower. He left all this other shit. He was planning on coming back, you guys. Okay, that's fact. That's all there is to that.
You mean back to Washington, right?
Yeah, he was coming back from Pennsylvania back to Washington.
Yeah,
although I do believe Eddie's right that he was on to the fact that with his knowledge, he's not a stupid guy.
Do you think he knew that he was under surveillance?
Yes, that's
what I'm saying. Must have known. And then, like, he's up at that hour when they kick his door in.
Right.
Yeah, you could, I guess we could chalk it up
But
to
if that was the
he
case,
just
then
stays
why
awake
wouldn't
late
he-
at night.
Why wouldn't he went to Canada or something?
Well, because he was going home for the holidays to be with his family. You know what I mean?
Yeah, to throw it off more, thinking that
it was a plan. That's what I'm saying, Don. You just hit the nail on the head for what the point that I'm trying to make, and I think Eddie's trying to make the same point. The trip was planned when Brian got there, and was it June or July? Okay, tickets were bought, like Twiz said, for his dad to fly down and drive back.
Yeah, it all fit in his time. It all fit in his time frame to do what he did.
Well, it's not even that. It is. Listen, let me finish this though. His dad came down to drive back with him, mainly probably because it's a long ass drive. Nobody wants to drive by themselves. I get that. Okay. Plus, his dad had been here more other times too to visit him, so on and so forth. If Brian did this, okay, if he had premeditated this, think about this for a minute. If he premeditated this before he went to Pullman, and this is an opinion I have, by the way, and it is, thank you for bringing this up, Eddie. If he premeditated this by buying the knife 8 months before this happened, he knew that his father was buying those tickets to fly down and drive back with him. Do you think he committed that crime in knowing that whole situation is in play?
Yeah, for real.
I mean, think about that. That makes no sense.
I'm confused.
That's a big old jittery.
Donald, are you of the? We might be in a different mindset. Are you of the mindset that he did this? Is that what I'm understanding?
No. I ain't making any judgment on that right now. I was on the guilty side, but since I've seen more and more come out, I'm gonna wait till the trial. I want to know everything.
No, right. And that's either way, if it was anyway, it doesn't matter. But I just want you to understand what we're saying, Don. His father, okay, Brian went, again, I don't know exactly when, but he went to Pullman in June or July. I can't remember exactly when it was, okay? I think it was June.
I thought it was August.
No. It was the end of June or the end of July. Or no, end of June, I think, because the July 4th was the pool party thing, wasn't it?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, and his dad had talked to the neighbor or something and said, hey, why don't you hook him up with some friends or something like that, whatever. Anyway, this was all planned. It was all pre-planned. So if Brian premeditated this murder by buying this knife, going there, then picking his targets thereafter, knowing that his father's coming, he's going back home for the holidays, these things are all going into play. That makes no sense that you're going to plan a murder in between all that. At all, to me. It just doesn't make sense. It's bullshit to me.
But maybe it was to throw a ball.
The what?
Maybe it was set like that in his mind to throw it all.
It wouldn't work though.
He didn't do anything.
Yeah, it wouldn't have worked. I don't know. I that doesn't fit for me at all. I never thought of it like
Maybe I'm
that.
thinking about it differently.
It's all right. Everybody has their own feelings and opinions. It's just I don't see it being, now that I've never thought of that before like that. His dad purchased the tickets, like Twiz said, to come there and drive back with him before Brian even got there. Okay? The state wants us to believe that this man bought a knife 8 months before the murders were committed because he was planning on doing this. That plan doesn't fit with the other plans that were there. If you see what I'm saying, okay? Also, he left his TV, his computer tower, and other things in that apartment, meaning he's planning on coming back, okay? Now, the whole time he's there after this murder's committed, he hears the whole thing about the car. It gets around, guys. We know that they know this stuff, so on and so forth. I'm sure people were looking at him funny a little bit because he owned the car. Or he wanted,
or I could say he's trying to dodge the heat.
Or he wanted to, 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 or he wanted I mean, they could, but I don't. It doesn't make sense because if that was the case, why would he have gone home? Like you said, he would have gone to Canada or somewhere else if he
Yeah,
was trying
you
to
wouldn't have went to. Yeah, you wouldn't have stayed in the U.S. You wouldn't have went to Pennsylvania. You would have went to Canada right there.
and hid everything. He stayed out in the open. He did everything he was going to do. He didn't change his plans. He did nothing. It all went as played. I don't believe murder was part of that plan. Does that make sense, Ed? What I was saying, is that what kind of what you were saying?
Yeah, and having a panel of it got complicated. I don't know how else to say it, but
no, I know, I understand. I just think it was hard to understand what I was trying to explain. I'm not good with words all the time.
And what I was saying, I think the panel, some went one direction with it, and
yeah,
myself was thinking a different way.
Well, explain. Go ahead and explain what you were thinking, and I want to
Well,
hear
just so take everything of his own experience, like what is going on in his life? Who is he communicating with? What interactions is he having on the night of November 13th? He's driving. Everybody in their mind probably has this like, oh, he's just driving to Wawa Park, and then he's gonna jog, and then I don't know, take this route back home. But we learn now that his phone was off. At least that's what the state has in a document. And we know that his K-bar, and I showed you guys the other day that as early as the 17th of November in a news article, that they're already talking about a K-bar knife in the news, Fox article there. And all these things, and then December 7th, they're talking about they want the public's help looking for an Elantra, 2011 to 2013. He has studied this for how many years now, and just add it all up. He got pulled over August 21st, and then like August what's going 21st. On that? He's got a lot of things going on that he's making these connections, but yet, and they're like tickling the wire, and he's got to be thinking something, and then he's putting his car in the garage in his parents' house. That is significant.
It is.
And again, I'm not approaching it from the mindset of like he's doing something nefarious. I'm approaching it like he's got people that he feels are like, he's got these phantoms going on in his imagination. Like, what is happening around me? We're not imagining it, and the parents are on board and they're seeing something. That's, at least this is just my thoughts, but I'm trying to put it all together because he was set up. Something's going, and prepare yourself. I've heard people, because they learn about this K-bar now in these recent filings, I've heard people get weak in the knees like, oh, a moment ago I was thinking he's innocent, but now I'm leaning the other way. I mean, if that's all it takes, I mean, this guy, poor Brian Kohlberger, he's got no chance if that's all it takes to get someone to be on the jury. Because they're going to have so much more. I'm telling you. I mean, look at this. These returns from his Pullman apartment, they got a hair and a hair and a hair and a hair. Can you imagine going into your house or my house, like, and they come out with like, oh, I'm going to pick up this. Which hair should we grab? Grab this one right here and this one right here and this one. I bet they match up to something. And that baklava, I bet they have a baklava fiber from that crime scene house that matches his baklava. I mean, this is coming, and prepare for it. And that's what they're going to be doing. If you think that you can have all this, these shenanigans that are happening by the state, and they're not going to do that, then you need to re-examine how you're looking at this case. They're coming at them that hard.
You said
I don't know what they're going to have, but it's going to be bad.
You said yesterday that, and I can kind of see where you're looking at it from, that it looks almost as if they're trying to pull together physical evidence to have against him, and I can see that too.
Yeah, they're like trap, like it's trap. It's like setting the traps.
Well, no, I mean, they did that already. This is what they're going to come with in trial, in my opinion. I think Eddie was right at that point, that they're trying to pull together physical evidence to say, here it is, boom, 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 boom. It still doesn't make no difference to me because I don't understand how. It just doesn't make any sense, guys. It doesn't.
what explain? Like, let's say it's true that he shut his phone off at that time. Who is he interacting with? Like, is he like back and forth discussing some project? Is like an experiment? Like, okay, turn your phone off now and let's see if that works. And he does, right? He responds to someone's input. He's set up. Something is going on that we don't know. We can only imagine, but she's not getting all the discovery. Like this phone interview, we'll never learn the rest of the story about the phone interview. I don't know if you guys, maybe it was on Tommy's, but if I shared with you about this phone interview, but we'll never learn it because they're not going to turn it over. So, but they had a phone interview. Now, how common is it in true crime where after someone is arrested, then the lead detective phones in an interview with
What's
the guy
that all
he's
about?
arrested? This has to be a phone interview in my mind that happened pre-arrest.
Oh yeah, definitely. In my opinion, that was what was it the end of November?
That was with Brian?
Well, we don't know the date. All we know is that there was a Moscow Police Department phone interview that Anne is requesting.
Bear with me, Eddie. Hold on a minute. Wasn't there, Eddie? You would know because you're the supreme note taker. It was talked about in more times than one. Was there or was there not? At some point, it was stated somewhere that they had looked at Brian at some point. I think it was the end of November and let him go because it just didn't fit or something. And then they moved on to whatever they were doing, and then they went back to him in December when they did what they did. Does that sound familiar to you?
Could you say that once again, please?
Okay, that a law enforcement at some point in time stated somewhere, God, I can't remember where I saw this, that they had him. They were looking at him. And I swear I want to say it was the end of November somewhere. And that they were looking at him or maybe the beginning of December. I can't remember, but I swear it was the end of November. They were looking at him and it didn't fit at that point, and they let it go. They didn't do anything. And they moved on and they went ahead and did whatever they were doing, and then they came back to him in December. Do you
Sadly,
remember
no, that does not exist out there because that's what everyone's looking for. Right now, the best we got is that, the IGG came to their attention on the 19th, and it was that tip. But on record, he kind of alludes to the fact that they knew his name on December 17th, 2 days before December 19th.
Yeah.
And the reason she was able to do that is because, she got him to say that they held off on looking into unknown male B and unknown male D's DNA because they already had his name. Well, in a document that we have, we know that they had unknown male B and unknown male D's name on December 17th. And also remember, the first 48 hours documentary hit piece, CBS News, we learned that if you watch that one, which I think we all did, in mid-December, the Elantra was tracked for several days by the FBI using Easy Pass monitoring and fixed-wing aircraft in a ground support. Now, that's not useful as case fact, but it's very interesting because he was driving on December 15th. But this is interesting. On November 26th, the FBI expands the date range of the Elantra.
Okay, I do remember that. Yeah,
I forget where I got that, but that's part of our.
I remember hearing
facts.
that. Yeah, I remember that now.
Yeah, and additionally, although WSU police ID'd his car on November 29th, the Moscow Police Department, this state is claiming that they didn't receive that tip until the 20th of December, which is, of course, we know, just utter ridiculous.
That's what it's referring to then, is on the 29th of November, whenever Wazoo identified the vehicle, that they were looking at him then. Maybe this is what I'm going with. Maybe that's what I was.
They didn't put that bolo out till December 7th, right?
That's what it says here, and the FBI got his DNA on the 10th. Not saying that they made it fit like the other Colorado cases, but it's definitely on the table, right? Now, so okay. That's where I was going with that, from what I put together in my mind.
So
It's been
you
so
think what that's saying, like I think what Eddie's saying, is that from the 29th to the 7th until they put that bio out, they must have you must have had some kind of contact with him.
There's got to be a phone interview. I think when they found his car on the 29th, the
From
30th,
the 29th to the 7th,
somewhere in there, they had a phone interview with him. Yeah,
right.
Tomboy is pointing out a good item here. You know, she says they might have had his name as early as December 6th because of the Amazon click warrant dates.
And then another thing, when they put the bolo out on the 7th, they didn't name the years like Eddie said to throw him off.
Of course, you don't want the guy you're framing up for this coming forward, because
No,
how are you
of
going to
course
handle that?
Right.
You might have to discard that phone interview if he does.
So I'm going to bet you guys, that on the 29th, when WSU handed that car, I know they handed it over to him right away. Okay, come on now. That's stupid to think that didn't happen. Or the 30th. We'll just say the 30th just to give it some time, okay?
Right.
That they handed that info over. They probably went right to that because at that time they were dragging ass trying to get somebody in custody for this, okay? That they must have figured out, or they must have went to him and got a hold of him to try to talk to him. They had this probably a phone interview. I'm going to venture to say, ask some general standardized questions. Hell, I don't even know if they maybe didn't ask him to come down to the station or whatever. I don't understand why they didn't swab anything at that point, but whatever. It is what it is.
Just to or wouldn't you think it's just to get car details?
At least at the minimum, yeah. Over the phone, what kind of vehicle is this? Blah blah blah. Where were you on the night of this? What were you doing? Blah blah blah. Can you? But that kind of shit.
Yeah, general
I'm gonna say I would almost guarantee that happened that way. And if it didn't, what kind of flipping police work do you guys perform?
Yeah,
because I'm gonna tell you, if I'm investigating a quadruple murder and I get another PD that calls me and says, "Hey, I got your car,"
there's gonna be initial contact.
We're gonna go looking right now, not how many months or weeks later. The female officer that pulled BK over talked about lack of Pennsylvania. Was a WSU officer. I bet she said something leading to BK's car. That was in October, though. Is that what you're talking about, Jeff? That pullover was in October. Unless you're saying that she may have remembered this and came back and said, "Hey, by the way, I know this car. I did this. I remember seeing this." Maybe. That's a possibility, yeah.
Or they found it in records.
With that many of them around, though, Don, I don't know. That'd be crazy.
Yeah, it's true.
That's probably how they found how many there were. I'm gonna almost bet you guys that they did do a phone interview with him. And I'm all right. What date was that, Eddie? Supposedly.
Okay, the phone interview, and by the way, I'm gonna put this in chat here. It's
Put it in back chat, Eddie, because I can't touch anything in chat. The private chat. I'm sorry.
Okay, I'm putting this one in chat first. This is the receipt on when. This is the document which shows that. Give me a second.
No, take your time, bud.
I had to change tablets because that's why I dropped down and came back. There you go.
That shows in that document. It shows that by December 17th, 2022, lab analysts were aware of 2 males' DNAs.
On December 17th, right?
Yeah, and I put that one in the chat there. But the other one, you're asked me about the Brett Payne interrogation.
Okay. What I'm saying is, I'm just curious, and this is anybody that wants to answer this, but I'm asking you because of what you brought up. And Mike, anybody's welcome to answering this, but we know that WSU pinned his car on November 29th, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, they ran it. They ran the plate, right?
And they got their information on it, so on and so forth. They found that vehicle. And we were told that they got the tip about the car when? Moscow did?
The 20th of December, the same date as, or a day later, rather, as they got this FBI tip.
And didn't they have other suspects at that same time? And they
Of
dropped
course.
them.
What I'm saying, yeah, Mike, but what I'm saying is they waited from November 29th until December 20th to call Moscow and say, hey, we found your car.
Yeah,
Well, I
that's a
think what they're
big
going to
gap.
end up doing is say, yeah, that they,
Right, Jeff.
yeah, probably, yeah, you're right. Call. It's going to be a call because they can't have any paperwork or
Right.
anything that can track anything differently.
Okay. And
Yep.
You think they had him under surveillance that whole time?
Who knows? They're
well,
not too concerned about him. He's not going to kill anybody.
No. Here's my problem with this whole thing, though. November 29th, okay, WSU finds the car. There's no way in hell that they didn't say anything to Moscow until the 20th of December. They
That
called
would've
and said,
been
hey,
in a
there's
few
a bolo on
days.
this car. Hold on. There's a bolo on this car. They're going to call that in. I
Not if they're
guarantee you.
not if they're participating and doing their as they're directed to.
Well, okay, we'll go. I know what you're saying, and I'm going to go there, but I'm going to go around it real quick for a minute. Okay, let's say they are, okay, but we know in reality that they did contact them per se. If this is what really happened, okay. Wait, Twiz is saying the bolo was 11/13 though. Okay, that's when it started. That's when they put it out. Was 11/13. They found the car. On
No,
the
he's
29th.
talking about the car model year range is 11 to 13.
Oh, sorry. I was gonna say, where'd that number come from, Twiz? But okay, 11 to 13. Yeah.
No, yeah, we get that. They don't want to have the guy they're
they
framing
don't
up
want exact years because that would throw
because that's
make
his
the
year.
killer.
He would be calling in. Hey,
Okay.
I got
So
a 15.
that's what this is starting to look like now. If we see that, because any other law enforcement agency, if a bolo goes out, whatever date that bolo was put out, and on the 29th of November, they find the vehicle, they're going to contact the active agency right away. I found your car. They're going to go to the car immediately, figure out who it belongs to, get a hold of him, and do what I would matter a phone interview, of course, and go forward from there. According to what we know, none of this happened until at least the 20th of December. That in itself, you guys, makes no sense. Okay. In fact, I'm going to talk to my buddy tomorrow, who's a cop again.
The only thing they can justify that, like I said, I think they had him under surveillance.
I absolutely believe they did. From whatever the date that the car was found, I believe they absolutely did. They can say they did, and I don't care what they say. I'm sorry. Just like the 2 Indiana stops weren't theirs, but we know they were. So, that right there in itself, in my opinion, unless I'm looking at this wrong, plays into the whole plan, I guess you could call it, for lack of better terms. It was a WSU police officer Isabel Luengas pulled over on 14. Takes time to go through all the tips one at a time. What do you mean by that, Jeff?
He's saying they're going through each proprietor's record.
10:14 takes time to go through all those. I don't know. He's just.
I don't know. That's I get it what you're saying, but that's not has no bearing on what I'm saying.
Right.
That's what I mean, Brian. The car was very hot. They were looking for anybody that had these cars. Okay, they looked into when did the Oregon car happen? Does anybody remember that date?
The 10th, wasn't it? The 10th.
Just so that I can fit this all together for what I'm trying to come together with.
It would have to be early December.
Okay. So I heard yesterday U of I had 80 of them. 80 cars, Twiz? Or 80. Yeah. Okay. The launchers. I got you. So that's what I'm saying. There you go. That's it. What Twiz just 80 of them at in Washington, right? Or no, that was U of I. How many did WSU have? Have you guys seen the amount of white launchers at WSU at the time? Okay. So they're going through all the cars, blah, 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 blah. Why did they pinpoint that one car on the 29th of November? Why did they not do anything with that until the 20th of December? That's the point that I'm trying to get to. If anybody's not seeing it, maybe I'm not making sense. I don't know. I'm so riled up with all this that it's pissing me off now, because I can't. It plays out now to me back into what you were saying, Eddie. That this looks to me like we can't talk about this until this time.
Right.
Almost like it's a plan. Okay,
Yeah,
that does
yeah.
make sense to me. Because any other law enforcement agency would have jumped on that car if they were really looking for this car to go into this, to play into this
Or
crime.
they would have made contact, like you said. They would have went and made contact
Immediately, yes. Anybody that I don't know the records on this, but if they found these cars, I'm sure that they made contact with, or they should have, with everybody that owns these cars every time they found a car. Okay.
So keep in mind, putting this whole thing together, this timeline, is delicate work. They got to get it right.
Yeah.
So, because it's got to stand up to a cross-examination, like it is, like we're seeing today. So the timing of everything has to work, and that's why they put out the 11 to 13. I mean, the last thing they need is the dude that they're framing up to call in. Can you imagine how to handle that phone call? Like, hey, I got a car that you're looking for.
Mm-hmm.
No. Well, they'd have to say, and they're not ready to pull the trigger on this guy, so to speak, yet. So no, you're good. Don't worry about it, my friend. Thanks for calling. Right?
And that's what I'm saying, Eddie. I see. Yeah, that's what this is starting to really look like.
So
I'll be damned.
Notice how this is an effort by all the organizations. Notice how on the 23rd and the 24th, those two hearings that we just had, the Franks hearings.
Yeah.
How Miss Massoff and Miss Taylor, they spent a great amount of time emphasizing the fact that this is a team effort and they're co-located.
Yes.
They're doing that for a reason, because they're all one and the same. They're all doing the same work, and they're on board with the same objective. You can't distinguish between one. You can't say, well, the FBI guys, they hate the MPD guys, and vice versa. Those MPD guys, they just really look down on me. No. This is like, the FBI was like the lead of this, and MPD they're doing as they're directed.
Mm-hmm.
And all of them are on board, doing as they're directed. If you think anyone acts oddly, it's not because, and then you watch these rulings and the way these rulings are going to go, you're going to say, what? It doesn't make any sense.
No, you know what? You're right. And that, what, Ed, that's a good point, because this takes me back to Delphi. Not to change the subject, but listen, there were 3 police officers in Delphi that refused to let go of what they were looking into. When they were way back in the beginning, they had the whole the Odinism thing back then. Okay. Everybody else involved in the investigation said, nope, that's not it. Leave that alone. Move on, so on and so forth. They wouldn't do it because they saw something there that they couldn't not look at. Okay. And one of those officers lost his life. He was killed by a corrections officer. Okay. But I'm just saying, there were 3 police officers that saw this for what it was. I'm going to say non-corrupt police officers, and kept on going with it all those years. 6 years, guys, this went on. Everybody else refused to look at that situation. They didn't want to hear about it. We saw this throughout the court system, the whole thing. The judge, you can't talk about the Odinism this. You can't look at the Odinism. No. All but those 3 police officers. They wouldn't let it go because they knew something was there. They were not comfortable going the other direction with all that other bullshit, Richard Allen. None of it. They didn't want nothing to do with that because they didn't see it, because it didn't exist. Okay. It wasn't the real situation. Now, take that and attribute it to this here. What he's saying, what Eddie is saying is that this has been, they may not have known what was going on, but they're just doing what they're told. Okay. Because that's their job. You investigate this, this, and this. You go look into this, this, and this. You go do this, this, and that. It keeps the investigation going in the direction they want it to. They're building the narrative into the investigation the way that they want it to be. There's a timeline that this has to fit into, everybody. Okay. I know this is absolutely purely alleged and absolute speculation, guys, but it does make some sense to me.
Like they locked in.
The conversation has to go this direction sooner or later, and tonight may as well be that night, because talking about, you know, what did Dylan see, trying to make sense of that conversation is overdone. You know, the fact that Judge Hippler, the first thing we ever heard him say is, "I'd like to say I'm happy to be here, but why start with an untruth?" You gotta realize
nothing to do with this. Yep.
You got to realize where that originated from. Think of that, because that's not spontaneous. There had to have been like there was a briefing or something that he's doing something against his better judgment, put it that way. And he's got no choice.
Yeah.
And this thing will be seen through.
It's like
this
they
thing
forced
will
the
go to
case
trial.
on him.
Yeah. Right, Eddie. I get you.
You're saying like they forced the case on him.
Oh, no, they did. They absolutely did. He didn't want nothing to do with this. Just as much as I don't think that Judge wanted anything to do with this and got the hell out of it as fast as he could. So he could go retire. Okay.
Yeah, he had the same briefing too.
Yeah. Yeah. Now I can go along. That makes some sense from the things that we've seen at this point. I know this sounds a little wild, you guys, but honest to God, nothing else really makes a lot of sense on this. Now, I'm not saying that everybody knew, because that's one thing I've never agreed on, and you guys know that. I've never agreed that every single person that works for the FBI, the Idaho State Police, the Moscow PD, the Sheriff's Department, Lake County Sheriff, whatever it is, knew and wanted to frame Brian Kohberger. That's not what I'm saying. I've never believed that. That makes no sense to me. That's ridiculous. But what I am saying, though, is police officers do what they're told to do. FBI agents do what they're told to do. Okay? Everybody that's involved in these investigations has a boss. And if you're told, go do this, this, and this, that's what they go do. That's their job. It's not to question a situation. It's not to look beyond what they're told to look at. They do their job. Okay? But that's that.
Yeah.
So
Wrap this thing up.
Right. And we all know that there was a rush put on this, and that's fully my opinion, because I believe that, as we stated before, the town relies on the college. The college said, and it seems
They
like
wanted somebody in custody and they wanted somebody arrested.
And the college was involved, as we both know. The president, Scott Green, everybody was involved in the briefings with the law enforcement. Everybody was in. They shouldn't have been, but they were. So everybody was on task with this whole thing. They needed to have somebody arrested for this now. Period. I don't know why, motive-wise. I can't figure that. I probably won't be able to figure that out. But this, it makes it fit. There's something there somewhere as to what kicked this off, okay? And it all fits together at this point. I know I sound like maybe I'm talking in circles, but this is crazy.
You know he's innocent by just looking at what mainstream media is doing. You can tell that mainstream media is pushing out this narrative. They do not believe what they're saying themselves. They are just paid to do this and to say it. Notice that in these echo chambers, it's not a two-sided conversation. These channels that push this nonsense about Brian Kohberger, it's a narrative. It's not like we're having tonight, like welcoming others' opinions. They just say they're ridiculous and then they shut their stream off.
Absolutely.
100%.
It's a one-sided conversation. And
oh, there he is. All right. No, Eddie, I see 100% what you're saying. It absolutely makes perfect sense. What's up, Sarge?
Well, you know, last I looked, the planets above us, the sun, the moon, lots of things are up there.
Yeah.
The question is, can we reach out to them?
You finally woke up, sir. Good to see you.
No. I've been awake and I've been watching a whole bunch of different streams, and you know, it's rather staggering the amount of lies that they placed in the arrest warrant, and how that is not how that was even allowed. I'm just staggering that. I don't know how to. I can't like process that. Nothing is accurate in the arrest warrant. Nothing.
Nothing is right in any of this, Sarge. There's lies
Okay.
throughout the entire
With
thing.
the experience and the wisdom that Judge Hippler has, if you know that, and if we all know that, then he knows that. How much more does he know that than us?
Mm-hmm.
But see, the context under which you view something shows a different picture for each individual.
Yep.
Right?
Yeah. Yeah.
If your context, this guy is guilty, you're going to give latitude to the prosecution. If your position is neutral and you're going to examine information on a fair level basis. When they said that Zana used TikTok at 4:12 to establish the time of the crime, and now we find out that that's not true, it was 3:16 a.m.
Right.
When you find that the information from the survivors is completely, they made up a story based on a bunch of nonsense.
The whole thing is a made up story.
Yeah, and that's not their job.
No, and that's what the whole problem is why. Who told them to make the story up, and why did they do it?
I think they would have done that if any one of us happened to be in that area and drove an Elantra that night.
I mean,
what if he wasn't in that state driving an Elantra though?
Well, let's just say, let's take Brian out of it and put Dago in a white Elantra 2015 driving around late at night. You would have been the guy that they would have gone after, Dago. In other words,
Dago don't like white cars.
Right, but he's right.
I do.
I would have been the one. I'd have been the one.
They look cleaner
right.
and longer.
Right.
But I'm just saying, I don't know that they targeted him for a personal or a professional reason. Patsies generally are not targeted that way.
Right. Was
What
it
do you
just
think,
the luck
Eddie?
of the draw? It could have been they chose it out of the lottery. You know what I mean? I get it, but I see it. Guys, we have no other choice but to see it for what it is. Eddie said it. Sarge said it. Mikey has said it. I've said it. Everything that we're handed on this plate of bullshit is a lie. The whole thing is a lie.
You know, it's an interpretation opinion. And look, I mean, we can all sit down and form opinions on how the pyramids were built, but we're not supposed to use that type of view when you're doing a crime investigation.
Right.
I don't want your opinions. I want solid facts to place somebody
It's like they threw logic out the window.
Logic? No, they purposely did whatever they did, Don. That's all.
What they did is logical from the point of view that you're judge, jury, and executioner. Put yourself in their shoes and look at what they did to the doctor. Right?
Holliston, yes, the Indiana State Police did the same, if not worse, thing to that doctor. Yes.
Dago, do you got a shower?
I have two of them. Where'd you go, Sarge?
Well, that's suspicious.
He hit the wrong button. But no, guys, I can't see this. He'll be back. I can't see this. There he is. I have two shower curtains, Sarge.
Oopsies.
It happens.
I got dropped somehow. But I think this is a sad day in the justice system for the United States of America.
It's beyond sad. This is twice now that I've seen this taking place. Two different variations, but the same scenario twice.
Does anybody in the room currently think that if the data that you're seeing now would have changed the perception of more people early on when it should have been released?
That we may never. That'll be unknown.
Could you say that again? I'm not sure I understand your question.
Here, Eddie, if everything you're seeing now come forward were released in a timely fashion originally, do you think the perception of more people would have changed or would have been questioning the police themselves?
That's the $1 million question.
No, because I think we're all seeing it the same way we'd see it then or now. Okay.
Yeah, but let's back up your context. Let me stick with that. Eddie, do you think the context, if all the information, the times, the events, the things the girls did after the crime and during the crime, all the DNA samples that were ignored, if all that were put forward in a timely fashion up front in 2023, do you think the context and the perception of the viewers would be different?
Oh,
they'll say, "Why did you arrest him?"
What do you think, Eddie?
If I understand your question correctly, yeah, I think it would. be the viewers what people think would be different. Yes.
And that's the key to why we're so propagandized and manipulated in this country. And this crosses just crime, and it goes into a lot of things, right? Even what you're told is healthy for you is not.
Mm-hmm.
But they propagandize the product so much that people, they don't want to hear it, or if they hear something negative about it, it doesn't connect because their context is this is good for me.
Or they want to cancel you.
Which is in turn why when Brian Koberger was arrested, 60-70% of the public went, okay, they got him, we're good, bye, and walked away from it.
Yeah.
The rest of us that went, okay, that's good, they got him, they dropped the paperwork, we start looking at it and go, wait a minute now, hold on.
Because stuff ain't added up.
Yeah, we think critically. We look at things. I mean, it is what it is, okay?
But you notice that they were priming this prior to his arrest. Like on the 23rd of December, News Nation was talking about incel, which was a term prior to that day I had never heard in my entire life.
Me either.
That's been in movies.
Never heard it until today.
I've heard the term incel because of my own life's experiences and who I am,
I get it, but I had never heard it until this case. That was new for me and a lot of other people. I think it was.
And he's not an incel. He suffers from he's disabled in some sense.
Yeah,
he has a handicap, that's got to do with motor skills, and then he's on the spectrum.
And if you notice, going with what Eddie's saying right now, guys, I want to point something out. Everything, and I've been talking about propaganda. Sarge has been talking about it for 2.5 years now. Every news report that came out, every single one, even the interviews that they gave to the people that he went to school with, the girl that he dated slightly, that Willie's trying to get here for me to talk to, and the other people that were friends of his, okay? It all went one direction. You never saw anything positive put out about Brian. Anybody tell me where you saw something positive?
You think that was all coached?
100%. 100%. Because we know, Donnie, and you know this, everything that mainstream media puts out is on a script. They are told.
Or their agenda, they want it the way they want to present it.
You read this, nothing more, nothing less, but this right here. They get a paycheck for that. So they do their job, just like law enforcement, everybody else does. They do their job.
So they get more viewers.
Yep. He was exposing himself inside the Pennsylvania jail, and it was nonstop lies against Brian Koberger.
He stole his sister's phone. He did this. They tried to put him in for the PA woman's murder. They tried everything they could do. Make this man
Dana Smithers. There's got to be a connection to that unsolved murder.
What would make America a more just place? Sorry, you got to take a bar exam to be a lawyer, but that does not qualify you to be a judge, and lawyers become judges. And there should be an extensive exam that takes weeks of their time or days of their time to complete before they should be even allowed to run for a judgeship.
Yeah, agreed.
But Dago, I agree. The government has and does have the ability to create a problem or a situation, a dilemma in society, and then to
it's control.
Put out the narrative, and then to fund the mainstream media through various seemingly legitimate ways that are untraceable, and they will have the media tell the story to back up that narrative.
Doge. They're being doged. That should, hopefully he'll correct that. But the core issue is that, I don't really have an issue with what religion or what political party you belong to. That's none of my business.
Right.
Nor who you sleep with or what your sexual preferences are. None of my business. But your capability to perform a task is extraordinarily part of my business when I'm in front of you or I'm on your airplane, right?
Right.
That's why this Uber stuff, really, the cabbies went nuts. There's much more to being a cabbie than just buying the medallion in New York City. And there's rules, there's regulations, there's vehicle checks, there's safety checks, there's standards, there's all kinds of things that Uber has eliminated from the checks and balances. You got people driving around out there with basic car insurance they're not a cab. Cabbies have special insurance. And yet we accept these things that come in front of us and don't give it a second thought because we ourselves have been trained not to look at what's right and what's wrong.
Yes.
Mind our own business.
Yes.
Yeah, and we were. And this was the same thing, you guys. Anything positive that was ever said about him came from right here in this realm, only because it came from people that, like Willie knows, people that know him, okay, and talk to his friends and so on and so forth. And they said, "Hey, dude, this is how he really was." I don't know why they put this out there, because interviews that they did, they put out what they wanted to put out. Same thing that happened with Daniel and Drunk Turkey on that Nightline show. They did these interviews and had all these things done, but they put out what they wanted to put out and made it sound a certain way. Okay,
Well,
not the way it was actually supposed to sound.
Americans need to remember that judge's only job is to protect you from government overreach. That's his primary purpose, to be in that courtroom. I don't know that the term judge should even be applied to that, because he's not there to judge whether you're innocent or guilty or agree with one side or another. His only job is to weigh your actions against the constitutionally approved laws that the Supreme Court has upheld. So you have precedent. And is it okay to lie in a probable cause arrest for a quadruple homicide? And the answer to that question is obviously no. And yet this entire process has all been built on a mountain of lies. There's nothing in the PCA that applies to the evidence they're now saying they're going to supply in court. So why is this guy in jail?
Ann Taylor herself came forward in a document we read yesterday, the day before, and stated that Mr. Koberger has the ability and is going to present many alternative suspects. And in that sense, also alternative suspects that are more viable as being closer. It makes more sense, basically, because they're closer to the victims as compared to himself, who has no idea who these people are. There's zero connection to them whatsoever in him. The document we read yesterday states that Brian Koberger by no means whatsoever has a connection to Kaylee Gonsalves, Maddie Mogan, Ethan Chapin, Xander Kernoodle, Jack Decor, Jack Showalter, Eric Gower, whoever the DoorDash driver MM is, and 2 or 3 other people. There's no connection to any of those people in Brian Koberger. And we heard earlier in that video that nobody, Dave said, nobody knows who the hell Brian is. They had never seen or heard from him before, ever. That's kind of wild, you guys, especially if somebody is stalking somebody. We all know that's bullshit now, but still, people would have seen him. Nobody has a clue who this guy is.
Yeah, I think it's the worst presented case. The evidentiary, there's a level of what's considered evidence and what's considered an opinion.
Right.
And there's nowhere in the description of Dylan that indicates a man clad in black with a mask covering his face, walking towards the sliding glass door, or walking towards her. There's the only part of that has any merit is walking towards her. The rest of it is up for grabs, because the woman. Did you see on Zaynad or on Truth and Transparency show just how much Dylan drank?
The drugs and all that? Yeah,
I haven't seen it yet. No. That night she drank 10 something. It's like 5% alcohol. She had there's something called a Borg, a gallon of alcohol.
Oh, the Borg stuff. Yeah, I heard about that.
When you look at the quantity of alcohol that this woman consumed prior to this crime, I don't know many men that could, and I'm saying this, a 6'5", 300-pound guy may not be able to handle what she claims to have drank. So you disqualify her as an eyewitness.
You should. Very unreliable, yes, but they didn't. They made her the main witness. What's that say to everybody? The most unreliable person here, the most unaccountable person here is going to be the main witness? Are you serious? They based the PCA off of what she said, as well as the timeline off her phone.
And how about that statement, I'm here to help? I lean towards some of this stuff has to have some fact to it, whether it applies to Koberger or not.
Every lie does.
And is that I'm here to help the person that was the people or persons that were there to clean up the crime scene?
Could be. Could be.
We may never know.
We'll never know.
She herself stated, I could have seen one eyebrow, not two. I don't know. The person is, I know it's a white guy. When they asked, Gooch asked, how do you know it was a white guy? Well, I know it's a white guy because I just know.
She never said eyebrow. The policeman debated her into that, and I saw the whole context of that today.
Yeah.
and the policemen were directing Dylan Mortensen to create a statement. Dylan Mortensen didn't of her own free thought create any kind of a statement that makes any sense at all.
They built the statement for her.
Right. And the statement she made, the only truth was I was drunk. I don't know what happened. I didn't know if it was real. I didn't know if it was a dream. I was trashed. That stuff is true. Most likely.
And why
and
say
then everything
Zane,
that they derive from that's crazy.
And then why say Zana in all black? That didn't make sense either.
Well, listen, because it almost sounds to me like they took advantage of her situation to build the statement, the narrative, whatever you want to call it. They took advantage of the situation she was in that night, knowing, and built this out of it. I know this sounds crazy in some senses, guys, but what else is there that makes any sense? Nothing.
What about the 7 minutes that they deleted? They knew Brian Koberger's phone was reporting to the network until 3:54 a.m.
Yes.
Or they said 2:47 it went off the air.
Yeah,
right.
47.
And yet it continued on for 7 minutes, handing itself off to other towers that were showing him going south.
And
they
7 minutes
deleted that.
That's a long time in a situation like this, you guys. 7 minutes is a long time. It's important.
The worst part about that is that where they claim he was headed was towards Moscow, but those 7 minutes show that he was going south. So it's way previous to the crime. But the importance of the 7 minutes is the car they claim to track on non-continuous video footage is the car that they claim from 247.
Yep.
Right. Not
Yes.
7 minutes beyond that, because his phone continued to report for 7 minutes, going in a different direction completely.
I don't either, Twiz. I do not either. And I've said this to Sarge. I've said this to Eddie, Mikey. First and foremost, there were 2 cars out there that night. 2. Okay, 2 Elantras that were white out there. I'll say that, and I'm comfortable saying that. And I absolutely do not believe that it was his car on camera on WSU. I will absolutely say that. The man was not in Moscow when this happened at all. There's no other excuses, you guys. It's bullshit. All of it.
Listen, it doesn't take, a college education to know the car that left at 2:47 a.m. heading towards Moscow cannot be Brian Koberger's car, because you have phone ping evidence and tower evidence of his phone being handed off traveling in an opposite direction.
Yep.
So the car that they're claiming started out at 2:47, any of the other subsequent identifications of a car cannot be Brian Koberger.
No.
And this argument he could have made a U-turn doesn't work, because they tracked a specific vehicle at a specific time, and every time they claim that this car showed up on a camera image, it's consistent with the rolling timeline that they provide.
Yes.
It cannot be Brian Koberger's car.
Absolutely. And I'm going to say this. I've been saying, and I still am, until we go through this trial. I'm still on the fence, but I'm leaning real hard towards the innocent side of this, that he had nothing to do with this. And again, to me, just like Sergeant said, I was saying that I don't care if he's the one that did it or didn't do it. What I care is why they're trying to say he did it. That's what I care about. Why they want him to be the one that did this. That's what I care about. That's why I've done all this. That's why I've stuck on this, because I cannot let it go, because it's wrong. Completely. So I'm leaning real hard towards he's innocent on this, folks, because I don't see anything else that tells me that he isn't.
There's things I had no idea about, but when I said the PCA is Brian's alibi, I didn't know how correct that was. That 7 minutes make that statement from February of 2023 the most accurate statement I've probably said about this case. It's stunning. That 7 minutes is such a big deal. And yet, I don't know how they continued to proceed, how the appeals to the Supreme Court, how the appeals to the judge, how the Frank's hearing didn't get had.
Well,
we already covered that.
The Frank's hearing, I absolutely thought, yes, he's going to get it. He's going to give it to him. He's going to get it. And I'll be damned if I was complete. I knew. It's in the back of my mind. I knew. Nope, it's not going to happen. All right, SRB, thank you. You did an amazing job tonight. I appreciate everything you did, as always, and I will see you tomorrow.
I think our reactions are going to be the same with his rulings on these motions in limine.
Yeah. Yeah. And I think that Anne definitely knows this. In my opinion, she knows all of this, of course. And there's more coming. And that's why she's so steadfast on stating that her client is innocent, because she sees it for what it is. She sees what's there, what's going on, in my opinion. And it is what it is, guys.
And Judge Hippler doesn't seem to be the kind of guy that's worried about an appeal. And if he rules against many of these motions, transfer DNA being called touch DNA, and a woman that cannot prove how it got there, telling you that it has to be from direct touch is a liar.
Yep.
Scientifically proven to be a liar.
Agreed.
And him allowing all this, him not to provide a defense of others, if he doesn't allow that, then the appeals on this is the entire case is one big appeal. Every single argument is an appeal if Hippler rules against her.
Right. Exactly. Molly's, other than the text between the roommates, is there anything that locks down the timeline that this happened?
No.
Nothing, Molly. Nothing at all. That's another problem. There's nothing.
He needs to stop it now. He needs to rule not only in her favor, but he needs to shut the prosecution down. And then the prosecution, because it's their all prosecutors have the ability to decide or not to decide to prosecute. And it's going to be up to Bill to step down.
That's the reason why he didn't want this to begin with, Sarge. He didn't want it at all. I don't think anybody did, to be honest with you.
I'm saddened that Judge didn't keep it longer.
Well, I think because he wanted to retire clean, I'll say.
Well, whatever his reason, if you look at what you're looking at now, it contradicts what the state was saying in front of him.
Well, yeah.
He isn't a stupid man.
No, not by any means, no.
You know?
I'm going to add to what you said moments ago, Daigle, about you're talking about the alternative suspects that the defense is going to put forward.
Yep.
It's like a dare. And if they were to do that, that would expose the corruption. Those alternative suspects would lead to what's bigger and what the state is trying to hide. In other words, that's the last thing that the state wants, is for those names to get out there.
So
and Anne knows.
Of course, I agree with you. Yeah, I agree. So what do you think when this comes forth and she presents this information? What do you think is going to happen, Eddie?
That's a good question.
Do you think Hitler's going to shut it down? Do you think the state? There's nothing the state can do. That has to be allowed to be presented. It's part of the defense. So
they'll find a way to shut it down somehow, possibly.
And if you see that happen when that comes, guys, you'll know exactly what we just said.
You know, there's things that this court has ruled on that are just unruly as far as fairness goes and what the judge's job is.
Yeah.
And in light of all of the misstatements and the determinations of information, so you do have latitude. And like I said earlier, we could both look at the same thing and view it under a different context.
Sure.
So there is that latitude. Police are given that, even the prosecutors, the defense. It's your point of view, your reference points that you use to view come into play. But so many of the things that were used to build this case that are inaccurate, lies, or dreams of somebody. I don't know where they came up with this argument against Brian. And as I said years ago, he appears to be a great suspect. But now, knowing what we know, I don't think the car should have been included. They should have ignored the video as any car having anything to do with this crime. The minute they realized the discrepancy in the travel, the two vehicles they thought that they were going to be interested in, once they saw that discrepancy and the route that Brian was going, they should have left Brian alone, even if he's the doer.
Yeah, no, I agree. My two biggest questions with this entire thing, and now at this point, which they'll probably never be answered, is one, how and why did they come upon him, since he knows nobody? He's not even from this area. And two, what is their motive behind this whole thing? That's all. Those are the two main questions that I have with this case now.
So
and I probably will never get either one
they're
of them
going after him, and what tells us he's innocent is the fact that they're coming after him with only lies and no evidence.
Right.
If he authentically did this, they wouldn't have to do that. They would have just went about their investigation in the procedural way.
That's true. And I'm going to tell you that Brian's confidence is probably based off of the fact that the poor guy probably heavily relies on and feels comfortable with the judicial system and the legal system, and probably feels that there's no way they can put this on me. I know what's going to come out. I'm innocent of this, so on and so forth. And he's confident in that. And sadly,
you know, if this were a civil case, Brian Kohlberger would have the keys to the city.
Yeah. Definitely, he'd have been working for the city. I'll put it that way. Yeah.
Well, no, they'd have been working for him.
Working for
Yeah,
him.
no shit. He probably owned the city.
Listen, and I'll say too, Tommy, I looked at Kopacka. Here's the thing, it would have been so much easier to blame this on Kopacka because he's no longer with us. They would have to do no dances or magic tricks or any of that. They could have just said he did it. Here's how. He's gone now. Move on. That's not what happened. Otherwise, I would agree with you. But that's not what happened with him. Okay, that's a whole other thing by itself that is still corrupt in my opinion too. But
someone said Cy Ray may know who the perpetrators. Look, they downloaded 3,800 phones that were active that night on those towers.
Yep.
And through the process of elimination, he probably can narrow that number of cars down to just a handful.
Absolutely, he can. He had a whole talk with Twiz, and Twiz is after the talk that he talked after Twiz talked to him. Twiz is very confident in what he believes and thinks and feels, and I think we all will be too once Cy testifies to his side of this. In my opinion, I want to know though, when this is said and done, I still feel I'm gonna tell you this too, you guys. Even with what we know, what we've seen, the breakdown that we've done, everything we pulled out of this at the same time, I feel like Brian is still going to get convicted of this. As sad as that is to say, I still feel that way.
I agree.
That's what I think.
It's going to get worse. They're going to have all kinds of evidence, and it's coincidentally going to be a one strand of a dog hair. And like I explained earlier, I won't lay it out there again, but it's just magical how they went through that entire space and found just one hair to pick up off the entire carpet and collect it.
Yeah, no shit.
There's going to be evidence that match up to him. Prepare for it.
But that has already been eliminated, has it not?
I don't know.
I thought Ann Teller was very clear about that.
What has, Sarge? What are you asking?
That there's nothing connecting him to the crime through his house, his apartment, his home in Pennsylvania, his workplace.
According to what she said so far, no. There's no DNA. There's no connection between him and the victims. There's nothing connecting him to anything else.
There's no motion against any physical evidence at this point, other than the DNA, as far as I can tell, and the statements that are being made by the investigators. They're dishonest conclusions.
Right, but Eddie said yesterday that it looks as if with what they're doing with some of this stuff, they're trying to pull together some physical evidence against them, which does I could see.
Yeah, but Eddie, wouldn't they have had? They would have to have that in a sample and evidence. It have to be disclosed and turned over to the defense.
But that would be under seal, though. We don't have to see all the case, right?
Right.
Well, I think what are they sealing now? Some IgG, but the autopsies, right?
The exhibits, all the exhibits, of course, are sealed. The autopsies, I believe, yes.
The way the bodies were at the crime scene, probably.
Right. There's no victim's DNA in his car apartment. But so they got this mask and they collected a mask in Pennsylvania. What I'm saying is just by dumb luck, they have one little fiber of a black mask, and it's going to be, if a lab analyze it, is going to be from that mask. That's kind of what I'm.
You know what? Another thing I've been thinking about.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
How hard is that to do? Sarge, you know, it's not hard at all.
Yeah, but that would have to be issued as evidence, and there would have to be there'd be a motion in limine against that. There'd also been a motion to strike.
Sure.
You see,
I hope I'm wrong.
Yeah, I hope you're
it
wrong
doesn't
too.
get that bad, but what else do they got? You know, if they're going to
everything else-
fabricate everything up to this point, they're
I
not
think
done
something-
telling
I think
us
something
lies.
ties him in that kitchen. I think they got something in the kitchen.
In the what?
In the kitchen.
The kitchen?
Yeah, on his way out or something, on the doors or something.
I don't know. I listen, if what Eddie said, listen, at this
Well,
point,
we'll
you
see.
guys, I have no questions, no problems believing that the sheath was placed, as Ann called it, in that area. I have no question to believing that. I even at this point would not doubt that they put a mask in there at this point, from everything I've seen. I know that sounds insane, but I don't doubt it. Go ahead.
I wouldn't doubt if that's his sheath, because he did buy a K-bar.
But let me say, a ski mask is not the mask that Dylan was told to draw.
No, she drew a tactical mask or a balaclava.
No, a ninja mask is what she said. But the whole idea of the whole idea of what kind of a mask came pretty much from the questioner, just like the eyebrows came from the questioner, the police. She didn't offer this up of her own free will. She said he was wearing a mask, and then the description that she ended up with was partially fed to her by the police that was questioning her.
Mm-hmm.
Like the clad in black. Everybody said there's no way a girl that age says that. And although I agreed with that, I refused to get off of it because it was a fact in a legal document.
Don't they have that on tape though, Sarge?
Pardon?
Won't they have that on audio or tape on that though?
Her statements or the
what you're just saying? What you're saying?
Yeah, no, it's already in transcripted documents that even the eyebrow and the eyes and the eyebrows. Did you see what color the eyebrows were? No. So they brought the eyebrows up to her. That mask was suggested when they asked her, and she said it covered their mouth and head. So
that's
kind of
what
like
Dylan, that's
kind of
right
like
there was that Dylan
yeah.
drew supposedly.
This picture came only after the cop mentioned the kind of mask that is.
Yes.
Yeah.
She did not describe the mask
He
in detail.
basically said, "Oh, it looks like this, right? Draw that for me."
That is not a ski mask.
That's going to be the mask that he bought. It's going to have that square opening, I bet.
It does.
I wouldn't doubt it because you're right. They were in possession of things from his home.
Right.
Yeah,
But
and
they're
I
gonna have receipts on that stuff, ain't they?
Excuse me?
Say again, Don.
Ain't they gonna have to have receipts to back that up though?
They have everything
do.
that they pulled out of his home.
They do.
They have it all. Now, whether or not they put it there or not, I can't tell
But
you.
she said like a ski. What did she say? I don't know what she said. But anyway.
Ski mask. She said in the text
Yeah,
message.
ninja mask is what they're
but
saying.
it kind of covered his forehead and his mouth. So there it is right there.
So just backing up here a little bit, we were talking about a K-bar moments ago, and Twizzle put in the chat, he asked, he bought a K-bar.
Mm-hmm.
I thought that's been established, Twiz.
Yeah, he definitely bought it. Okay.
Yeah, no one's doubting that.
I think he's saying that to be sarcastic because
okay.
there hasn't been any kind of a receipt at this point.
He has been known to be sarcastic.
He's very sarcastic.
But in their items of recovered things from his home, they described 3 knives. One is a folding pocket knife, Stanley. One is a sheath and a cutlery knife or a fillet knife. And the other is just called knife. There's no.
Wasn't there one Sarge? Wasn't there one called Smith and Wesson or something?
Yeah, something like that. But here's the thing: why is one knife only called knife? There's no knife in the world that's called knife. It's a butter knife, a steak knife.
Maybe it's a custom made knife.
No, it's probably a K-bar knife, and they didn't want that on the warrant. In other words, they listed it as a knife. I think is maybe later for shock value.
Yep.
Yeah.
Do you see what
that's kind of what I'm driving at, is like, brace yourself. There, the other shoe is going to drop, and there's besides the receipt for that K-bar knife from Amazon, there's going to be others. And if that K-bar knife receipt makes people go weak in the knees and start losing faith in his innocence, and I'm starting to lean the other way.
Yep.
It's only going to get worse from here.
Well,
I'm telling
you guys
you.
can't see.
If they're willing to lie about what they've lied about thus far, what's to stop them from just, continuing that?
I agree, Eddie. And like I said, seeing it slowly but surely. First, we get to the knife. We have it on Amazon. There's the first one, and then we have, and like Twiz just said, during the interview, They probably looked at her and said, was it a balaclava, Dylan? And she probably said, what's a balaclava? Well, it looks like this. Draw that out. And there it is. Oh, was that? Yeah, that was it. Bingo. That's how that went down, in my opinion, 100%.
Believe it or not, the smartest thing Dylan did was look him up before she got interviewed by the police.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, of course she did.
Otherwise, she would have been describing him.
Thank you.
Right? The police would have took what she said and twisted it into a description of Brian Kohlberger.
Yep.
But how can they do that?
They can do whatever they
Hey,
want.
buddy, I'm gonna hop out. I gotta do some stuff before bed.
Oh, all right. Any final thoughts, Mike?
No, not yet.
Are you? Yeah, I mean, anything that we said makes sense or not make sense or? Anything?
Oh, all of what y'all said made sense. More than what they're putting out.
Yeah.
Making
All
our
right,
head
buddy.
hurt and making our heads spin.
I appreciate you joining me, Mike. Hope you get some sleep, too.
Sounds good, buddy. I'll talk to you soon.
All right. Bye.
Be good, y'all.
You too.
What do you think, Eddie, about the fact that they let these kids congregate, sleep in the same room, didn't tell them not to talk about the case, didn't even question all these people individually and separately? How they handle that crime scene is like, I don't even know, man. It's
to separate people, ain't it?
They didn't.
Not to separate them. You put them in different cars alone.
Yeah.
You take their phones, you isolate everybody that was at the scene.
Right.
Well,
They can't match stories.
They put them all in the same hotel, Don, together.
The same room.
Yeah, that's crazy. That's crazy.
It's my answer would be, it's the same answer as what I would give as to what explains the fact that they didn't look into those two unknown male DNAs. And the only way that could be the case is if they already had the crime solved.
Oh, yeah.
And that's exactly what Payne basically stated on the stand.
Or when you think those two unknown DNAs could be from when they worked the crime scene for people that were working on the crime scene?
No.
There's way more than two, folks.
Yeah, there's
blood on the sheath. There's 3 under her fingernail. That's 4. There's 1 on the railing. That's 5. There's blood on gloves. That's 6. And the interior of the glove that nobody brings up is 7 unidentified DNAs. There's no way those gloves weren't loaded with sweat and dead skin cells. Nobody considers that, but Cletus, good for him to call that out. We have 7 DNA samples, and Kohlberger makes 8, if his samples to be believed.
Right.
And the only one they chose to chase is the most microscopic piece of shit mankind has ever even known to exist. And here we are. That's what you're going to use. But blood all over the place. Gloves. Ignore it. I mean, you played some drunk turkey stuff in here. Where was I don't even know what to call that guy. I don't have good views of him. But what was his story?
It was just the interview that they did with that Dave guy talking about, and we were just trying to prove that, or reiterate the fact that him and Kim both stated that these kids were told about this. A lot of people actually were told about this starting around 8:30 a.m. in between 8:30 to 10 a.m. We now know that Dylan was on social media, on Instagram, Snapchat, and everything else at those times. But we were told before that nobody knew about this till 1 o'clock when the vandal alert went out. Kim comes in and says, no, they knew about 8:30, 9 o'clock in the morning. Well, that was kind of proof that if Dylan was out here talking to her friends, saying, hey, something happened here, blah, 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 or whatever it was, that's where it come from, Sarge. You see what I'm saying? And they all have multiple. And also, Kim reiterated something yesterday. I went back and played that interview about how when you're in a sorority or a fraternity, the rules are, which I played. Okay, I showed the whole rule thing for the I always forget the name of the damn fraternity, but anyway, that whatever goes on, if there's a situation that goes down, the first thing you are to do is to contact the fraternity, the head of the fraternity or whoever's in charge, and or sorority. And I'm guessing that's what she did, because that is who, in some senses, responded to her and showed up at the house. Or they passed it on to somebody else and they sent them. That's the problem. So there was that. That's all we went over, really. And just trying to catch up with some stuff that we saw in the beginning.
There is not a single transfer DNA case conviction. There is not a single transfer DNA conviction that has not been overturned because of multiple samples of other DNA within the crime scene. Just be aware of that.
Right.
They're always overturned on the transfer because it's a joke. Now, if there's transfer on the sheet, there's transfer on the bed sheet, there's transfer on a door handle, there's transfer, okay, all over the place belonging to one individual, then you're done. That demonstrates your movements within the home or your contact with the victim. If it's in multiple places, it's on her arm, it's on the comforter, it's on the door handle, it's on the railing. It's, in other words, transfer DNA is the weakest DNA for a conviction, and the most profoundly overturned DNA cases are because of transfer when there's an included amount of other DNA samples that are left unidentified.
Yep.
And Judge Hippler should know this. I mean, I'm just some idiot out here on the internet.
He does. You know he
Amanda
does.
Knox was overturned. She was convicted because of transfer DNA.
I just showed her case this morning. Yes, she was.
So this is an exercise in utter ignorance on behalf of law enforcement and the justice system in Idaho. You couldn't have a more ignorant argument that this man did it. Even if he did do it, your ignorant argument isn't conclusive evidence he did anything.
And I'm going to go as far as to state, in my opinion only now, something that I think was stated by somebody else up here with us. I do believe that the defense or the state, the prosecution absolutely knows every bit of this as well. They absolutely know the truth, but they have to do what they have to do. Whether they want to or not, it is what it is.
Yes, they know the truth. They know he's innocent.
Yes, and I've had district attorneys fume and get mad and stomp their feet in a courtroom. They knew the whole time they were lying about what I did. The whole time they knew, and they didn't care. They kept pushing and pushing and pushing. And then finally, when the judge starts to make his ruling, they're like, Your Honor, and no, sit down, he tells them. So this is from a ticket to an actual false arrest. So 2 different instances, and the DAs were livid. The DA knew, just like in the Koberger case. Yeah, did I drive by a policeman that was writing the ticket on a highway at 135 miles an hour? I did. But he couldn't get a plate number or the year, make, model car. He just got a black 2-door sedan, which I happen to own. And when he pulled me over, I was 11 miles from the crime scene, sitting in a neighborhood with my car overheated, a neighborhood adjacent to where I live. So I wasn't in some abstract area. And they brought me to court. Reckless driving, high rates of speed, blah, blah, blah. And they had to dismiss the case. You couldn't identify the driver, nothing. And so that's just in a ticket, and that got dismissed. I don't know what's happened to the law in our country, but proof is always the issue. And in this case, they've invented proof from whole cloth. And these courts just keep letting it move through.
Dago, before I hop down, I have a quick question for you. And I'm going to rewind us to talking about Dave here just briefly. Did we ever determine, like how you played Lana's Dave interview, but people can find Dave's interview with Lana on her own channel. But did we determine if people are able to go to Drunk Turkey and find that Dave interview, or is it only by watching your restream of it that it now exists out there on the interweb?
You're muted.
I'm muted, or Dago?
I am. My stupid microphone. I bumped it again. I couldn't find it on his stuff. Mikey couldn't find it. Somebody very, very nicely sent it to me.
Yeah.
So
Jesse mentioned
that
it's not there. And I checked and I couldn't find it. Which, by the way, that's another point all in itself that we didn't discuss. We don't need to spend a lot of time on that, but that would be deliberate then. That's by design.
I'm sorry, I missed it. What's the point you're making, Ed?
Well, the Dave interview, there's 2 Dave interviews. Lana had one, and then the following night, Drunk Turkey had one. And there is discrepancies between the 2, and they're significant.
Yeah.
And the Drunk Turkey one is removed. He removed it from his own channel. It's no longer out there. And of course, that's purposeful. So
he took it out of his playlist.
What are the discrepancies that are so significant, if you don't mind me asking?
Well, this Dave says that those two young men who got a minor in possession ticket the evening before that we all see on the body cam at the Banfield,
right?
They went back at 9 or 9:30 in the morning to find some contraband that they put on the Banfield because they were afraid that they were going to get frisked by those two police officers. So they ditched their goodies, and then they went back to the Banfield in the morning and they saw this guy over there, just right over there. He was standing there and he looked up across the street and there's a guy dressed all in black with his arms in his hoodie.
Kind of hunched up and over. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. My phone kind of dimmed out on me. Yeah. So he was dressed all in black with his arms in his hoodie and his shoulders high up and hunched while he was walking hunched over. He looked up and made eye contact with those two guys with a cold, weird stare that freaked them out. Thick brow and large nose, cold, freaky stare. When asked for clarity, when the two Banfield boys, we'll call them, told Dave this, he suddenly can't be certain and he kind of forgets and stumbles and says, well, he might be flip-flopped when the Banfield boys said it, but he just said it looked just like Brian Koberger. He kept saying it over and over. That's the guy.
And Daniel very purposely said, so was this seen before or after he was arrested?
Was this statement made before or after? Is that what you just said?
Yeah, there's something going on there, and you'd have to watch it to do it justice. But you can tell it's fantasy.
It's a bullshit story.
He's stammered all over the place with it, Sarge. So
there's something not right.
It definitely, it's a mess. I definitely agree.
Sounds far-fetched. Sounds too good to be true.
Oh, it's way out there.
And I really still question whether at 8:30 in the morning they knew that there were deaths and murders, or if they knew that something wrong was going on over there. And see, that's an important thing to know. I mean, we people are under the impression that everybody knew, but that they don't tell you what they knew, and you're just supposed to conclude they knew the murders had taken place, and I don't buy that. I can't buy that. I don't want to be led down a street where the only conclusion is the obvious one, right?
Yep.
So what did these people know at 8:30 in the morning?
That's
right?
it.
I'm not
They
saying
knew
they
something happened, right?
They knew there was something that took place at whatever they call it, the drug house or the party house. But you know, for people to imply that they knew that there had been killings or murders at that house at 8:30, I find that difficult to accept.
Well, it's going to be based on what's in those messages.
Correct.
Which we're never going to see. So maybe in the trial we'll see him. Who knows? I doubt it. But
and before Eddie goes, what do you think about the text messages dropping off from 4:37 a.m. and being totally blank until 7:30 a.m.? What do you make of that?
I was talking about that earlier, Sarge. I mentioned that to Dago, and there's a gap there. What happened between that gap?
What do you think happened there, Eddie?
They're receiving direction on how to proceed forward. They're getting coached. I've always said that. That was my first reaction, like on the 25th of January after we learned. That was like the first time during those hearings that we learned that.
The 8 hours, you mean?
Yeah. We learned about Dylan during those hearings much more than we had up to that point. So I told Dago on his live stream, he had a reaction to those hearings. And I said, I changed my opinion. I always thought that she might have been coerced into making that statement, but she was coached.
Okay. And I think that 3-hour dead time, I can't believe that there's 3 hours of absolutely nothing from those two young women.
Yeah, there's something going on. And Ann said as much too.
There's got to be
Ann
more
just put out there a small amount of everything that's going on.
Do you know what she said or what she alluded to?
Well, she alludes to that's not a comprehensive listing of all the online activity and communications. There's more that there's more that's out there.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm waiting to see what she's coming with next. I have a feeling she may have something decent that is going to be able to contradict some of this stuff, but I'm curious to see how it comes out.
It's unimaginable that the survivors don't have a lot more information about what happened in their own home.
Oh,
it's
yeah.
just unimaginable for that to be true.
Or have some kind of recording of the audio or the sounds or something.
Well, and another piece of info, I don't know if anybody knew this. Sarge hit it on this earlier. I don't know if you guys caught it or not, but was Dana's phone where they were talking about she was on TikTok, it was at 412 or something like that. Yeah. Well, they're saying now from a document that I received that when they pulled the extraction from her phone actually said 316.
And this is where look, I've got some work that my company has done that I'm extremely proud of.
Yep.
And if I was involved in something as complex as this sad situation, I would be proud of whatever my work might be.
Sure.
And for them to blatantly use the phones of the occupants of the property, both deceased and alive, to create a timeline, and blatantly use a statement of 4:12 a.m. when they know that it isn't right. There's no way you can mistake 316 for 4:12.
How many?
In a slip of the tongue?
No, you can't. There's nothing about it that looks the same. There's nothing it's not even the same numbers. So you don't, like Twiz said, how do you mess that up? You can't unless it's intentional. Now, how many things have we seen now at this point that have come out over the past week that point us back to the original timeline?
3 o'clock on it. 3 o'clock or so. Is that what you're saying? The original timeline?
Yes, sir. Multiple things that pointed us back to that original timeline. I have big problem with that.
The car is a red herring, man. The car is just a way to distract so that people don't pay attention to the details. Like I said earlier, if all of this had been released in a timely fashion, from the 911 call to the interviews with the survivors and their actions and activities and how the police handled that crime scene, now we know blatantly that they did a terrible job. The people's context of understanding would be significantly different in greater numbers than just, there's a lot of us that see these problems, but
there's a lot of this. Yeah, there's a lot of this. I'm telling you guys now at this point, I believe was put out on purpose, period, for distraction reasons. Like Sarge just said, a lot of this stuff, in my opinion, was distraction and not look at the right stuff. In my opinion, that's truly my thoughts and my feelings on this. Now, there's too many things. Again, the PCA is lying again, one more time, and again and again and again and again. It's a lot. The whole thing's a fucking lie. Every bit of it.
When was the DoorDash delivered?
Supposedly at 3:59 a.m. That was the exact.
And it was ordered at 3:16 a.m. Or 3:12 a.m.
Or
3:16, and it was 4:12 that they're claiming. She was on TikTok.
Yeah.
Which
not true. Now we know that the true time is 3:16
I'm sorry.
a.m.
They didn't give us. Did they give us the time? See,
They never gave us. They never gave it. You're combining things, which I do too. They never gave us the time that she ordered the DoorDash, but they said it was delivered at 3:59 a.m.
But can I just say that ordering the DoorDash was told to us by a restaurant person that worked at Jack in the Box or wherever they were asked, and they said the DoorDasher ordered, picked up, and delivered that order.
Initially, yeah, that's what we were told, but they don't.
That's
do
what
that.
we were told 2.5 years ago.
It said it wasn't on Xana's phone. They're saying it was on Ethan's phone.
You see what they're doing? They're changing things all over the place.
So nothing. Yeah, and that's just this poor kid, man.
Look,
I feel bad for the victims, but they've done worse than kill this guy.
Oh my God, yeah.
I mean, he had a more difficult life already than the most of us are. I'm grateful. I even said the other day, the fact I was abused and put out in the street, I'm actually grateful for that. Or I wouldn't have these communication skills. I would have been more closed down and less interactive with people.
Right.
I mean, I didn't know it at the time. Of course, it was terrifying and all of that nonsense. But looking back on life, I've come from someone on the spectrum that can communicate well with others. Sometimes not when I blow up, but for the most part, right?
Yes, sir.
And
Yes,
this
sir.
poor
I
guy,
agree.
what he's living through is, I don't know how you recover from what Mr. Kohlberg has been put through.
Right. Agreed. Are you taking off, Twiz? I think we're done for the night, guys. Anyway, I appreciate you guys joining us. Sarge, thank you for joining.
No, I appreciate it.
Eddie, thank you for joining up here as well. You're always love your wisdom. He says, thanks for having me up tonight. I feel so much better when I can talk about the innocence, and you are committed for allowing me to do it. Oh, absolutely. Everybody has the right to their feelings, opinions, and thoughts. And I'm telling you, I'm on the same boat that you're on, Eddie. I'll just tell you that much. I think a lot of us are at this point, and it's their own fault. I'll just say that. Again, Don, thank you for joining us as well. Donnie, I appreciate you very much, bud. And
Thank
Sarge, always appreciate
Well,
you being here, sir. Always.
I appreciate being on here. So we'll talk with all yous again.
Yes.
And I'm going to hang up before Dago gets me.
I won't do that to you. I should have, damn it. All right. And everybody in the chat, guys, thank you guys so much for joining us tonight. I hope you guys got something out of this. I think it was another really good conversation as always. Mikey, thank you for joining me up here. I know you're probably exhausted, brother, working, and then you still jumped up. I appreciate it very much. I hope you guys all have a great night. I'll be here tomorrow morning for the morning show. And hopefully I'll see some of you guys for that. Besides that, I hope you guys have an amazing rest of your night. Don't forget to love yourselves and love each other, folks, and don't change a thing. You guys are the beautiful people. Much love to each and every one of you. Blue Crew, thank you for everything you do, and I will see you guys very soon. Bye-bye, y'all.
Typing at the speed of light, hunting down the shadows, bringing wrongs to right, digging deep in the data facts, sharp as a knife. With every single story, he's fighting for a life. A voice for the voiceless, he won't stay quiet. Diego's got the fire igniting the fight. True crime revelation shining through the night. With every victim story, he pulls at the strings. A hero in the darkness, hear the truth he brings. Streaming loud and clear, cracking cases, open hearts filled with fear. His channel's a beacon in a world gone wrong. He guides us through the chaos, a soldier so strong. The clicks and the likes, they follow his lead. With every new case, he plants a new seed. Sharing their stories, giving hope where it fades. Diego's a warrior through the trials he waits. In a world of silence, he shouts out their names. Diego's got the fire igniting the fight. True crime revelation shining through the night. With every victim story, he pulls at the strings. A hero in the darkness, hear the truth he brings. From the shadows you rise, are streaming loud and clear. True crime revelation shining through the night. With every victim story, he pulls at the strings. A hero in the darkness, hear the truth he brings. Truth out, answering the call. For every soul forgotten, he's here to stand tall. Diego the genuine, will always give it his all. Diego's got the fire igniting the fight. True crime revelation shining through the night. With every victim